Hey, March 8th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Welcome, everybody. We are here, and we hope you are here as well. Welcome, greetings. Now, what we're about to do is the likes of which you have never seen before. We are live selling records on YouTube and Facebook and X all at the same time, right here, right now. And the first thing I'm going to do is find the live stream and get it pulled up. And there we are right there. And I need everybody to like, share, post. Okay? Like, share, and post. I'm going to start doing the same. Like, share, and post. Alrighty. Now, let's go ahead and hit the like button. Boom. I just did. Hope you do the same. Let's hit share into group as well. And let's go over here and let's share this in a whole lot of records. Let's share it over here to the other groups I share it in. And I'm going to hit here to share and copy link. And let me go over here and get this. Let me figure out what I got to do next here. I've got that button there. And I'm sure I made some posts in the group, right? Pretty sure I did. Let's go there. And let me click on this. And let me click on my name here. I'm halfway across the store kind of talking to myself right now. So just pay no attention to me right now till I say, all right, let's go. Let me get this link here shared. Just kind of mumbling. Getting some links posted. And there's live now. Alright, now that I make another post today, I don't think I did. Yep, there's that comment feed. Let me post there. Live now. And let me also get over here to this. And right over here. And one more place right here. Boy, I made a lot of posts today. I didn't realize that, or I guess I made several different hot posts. Live now. And then also right over here, there's the Japanese flip video. And let's go live now. And then over here on YouTube as well. Okay. Let me copy that link. That is today's, right? Friday, yep. Okay, and Instagram story, last thing. All right, I'm halfway across the store over here. I hope everybody can still hear me. I've just been talking and sharing, and I think I'm officially ready to get this going right here. Copy link, and let's go over here and get this going right here on this. And I think I'm ready to go. So let's see what's going on here. Story, and we have just one more thing to click and share. And let's do this one right here. All right. Link and live. Well, that's where the URL goes, Chad. And boom. Live now. Thanks everybody for patiently listening to me mumble. I think we're officially ready to get started now. And let's delete this old story. Delete from both. And let's go ahead and get started. I need to make sure I just deleted the old story and not tonight's story. Okay, we're good to go. Let's put the chat feed. Did I actually post any of those videos? I don't guess I posted any to Instagram did a. Let me do that right quick. Somebody might see it now and hop on this one right here. Yeah, let me do that one right quick. Next. Live now. Link in our story. All right. Share. Okay. Here we go. Let me set these over here. Let me put this one in this crate. That'll be something I show in just a second. Actually, we may get started with this bin, and let me put this one over here. Let's get started with a crate of new vinyl that has never been shown before and get a couple auctions going as well. And Tanner, the only thing I need is some empty crates. If you're still with me, Tanner, or if you're in the back, that's the only last thing I have forgot that I need is some empty crates. And if I don't have one pretty soon, I'll go step back there and get it. But let's go ahead and grab a couple of these first auctions, which I think are, let me figure out what I've done with them. They should be in this bin. Here they are. This is a good looking first start auction. Got some Queensryche. Got a couple $15 starts here. A couple classic soundtracks. Been doing a lot of movie posters. Why not a couple soundtracks? So concert poster night. No concert posters, but we have posters. Right? We have posters. Okay. First auction here. Hold on a minute, this video is almost done uploading, and as soon as it's done uploading, I can swap over and put up chat. Okay, there we go. Let's go over here to chat now, and we're good to go. All right, the show is officially beginning. We have Top Gun, an original OG Top Gun. Not only the original movie, but the original soundtrack. This is going to be a $15 start. 1986, right? 1986 Top Gun. Has a generic inner sleeve. The vinyl is super clean. Danger Zone. Berlin, Take My Breath Away, all those classic songs, and some of the score now up for bid. We also have Stand By Me, the original motion picture soundtrack. Has a little bit of a corner ding right here. I need some empty crates. That's the only thing I need. Stand By Me, that's the original soundtrack. Stand By Me, Buddy Holly, Dale Vikings, the Cordettes. That's the original soundtrack. Also going up for bid, $15 start. There's our first two auctions. Now, we're getting started right now with a bin of new vinyl. A bin of new vinyl that has never been shown before. So let's show it right now. If you can run that grade right early, I would greatly appreciate it. We'll do it. Now, we're going to be here for a while. It's 7:10, hopefully about 2 a.m. I'm still standing here selling stuff. We have Slayer, Diabolus in Musica. Slayer is $33.99. Only have one copy, and only have one copy of the Reservoir Dogs soundtrack. Another soundtrack, Reservoir Dogs, $39.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing. Reservoir Dogs and Rush, Clockwork Angels. Clockwork Angels by Rush. That's a 2 LP, new and sealed. $46.99 on Rush, Clockwork Angels. And I have the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack. What makes this so popular is not only do you get the actual soundtrack with all those great songs, you get the theatrical score with it at 2 LPs, $33.99. That's the first Guardians of the Galaxy. And we have another Slayer. This is World Painted Blood. Slayer is $33.99. World Painted Blood. Thick Freakness, the 20th anniversary edition of the Black Keys. Thick Freakness, this $36.99. $36.99. And Papa Roach in Fest. Papa Roach is $29.99. That has the hit song Last Resort on it. $29.99, and I have one copy of the Highwayman soundtrack, music on vinyl, new and sealed for music on vinyl, the Highwayman, $39.99. All right, so bids on our auctions. Nick Kennels at $20 on Top Gun. Original soundtrack, Top Gun's at $20, and Stand By Me is at $15 with Derek Z. Zaro. Derek Z has that for $15. That's the high bid on both auctions right now. Next, we have Jamie Wills Erickson. He's first to the Guardians of the Galaxy. Did you get the Alice Cooper $1 Billion Baby reissue? We did. They all came in for everybody who pre-ordered it, and I think we have a waiting list. Sean Holford wants Slayer World Painted Red. Blood. Same thing. That's sold to Sean Holford. Thank you, Sean. Nick Kennel wants Papa Roach. That's sold to Nick Kennel. Steve Koch also wants the World Painted Blood, which is a Slayer. Steve, if you're okay with it, I'll put you on a waiting list. Kevin, I've only got one Papa Roach, so Kevin Black Fox, if you want on a waiting list, we're going to put you on there. And I have Josh Tanner getting the Highwayman Stacy Brown also on the wait list for Papa Roach. Counting Crows, August and Everything After, $49.99. Counting Crows is $49.99. And Jim Croce, I Got a Name. 50th Anniversary Edition features the top 10 hits. I'll Have to Say I Love You in a Song. Working at the Car Wash Blues, I Got a Name. That's $33.99. Steve Koch on the Slayer, World Painted Blood wait list. Kevin Blackfox and Stacy Brown on the Papa Roach waiting list. Motorhead, The Ace of Spades, $33.99. Motorhead, The Ace of Spades, $33.99. And Stranger Things, music from the Netflix original series. This is Season 1 and Season 2, $33.99. We have a final call now on the Top Gun soundtrack. First auctions of the night. Original Top Gun soundtrack. We have only one bid for $20 with Nick Kennel. We had a new bid on Stand By Me for $18, and Derek Z's back in at $20. That's where we're at. Next is Primus, Anti-Pop. Primus is $39.99, Primus Anti-Pop. And this is a new release. It's UFO, Lights Out. This is due out today. It's a 2024 remaster plus Live at the Roundhouse 1977. So you get 3 LPs, $44.99. That's UFO, the new 2024 remaster deluxe edition of Lights Out, $44.99. And Kill Bill, a Quentin Tarantino film, the original soundtrack, Volume 1. Kill Bill is $29.99. And Godzilla is $33.99. Godzilla is $33.99. All right, so Michael McCarter, let me know if you want back in on Stand By Me. And Edward Scissorhands, music by Danny Elfman, also new and sealed, $34.99. Let's go ahead and sell Top Gun. Only one bid for that $20 price, and that is sold to Nick Kennel for $20. That's our first auction of the night, and it is sold to Nick Kennel. And I'll be keeping all the auctions tonight in the same bins for the night sale. Whoever rewatches this feed, Rebecca, Jake, Tanner, Ed, and mostly probably Rebecca or Jake, they're all in the same bins tonight. I don't think I have anything we have to clean. We have plenty of cleaned and ready to go auctions. Stand By Me is a final call for $20. Michael McCarter's out, so that is definitely a final call. Dirty Dancing soundtrack, that's new and sealed, $29.99 for Dirty Dancing. And John Wick Chapter 2, $49.99. This is the original score by Tyler Bates and Joel J. Richard from the composer of Guardians of the Galaxy, $49.99. Fred Carnell wants that new UFO, Lights Out. That's sold to Fred Carnell. We have Coolio. This is Gangsta's Paradise, $38.99. Limited edition, red vinyl, 2 LP, $38.99. $38.99. That is Coolio. We have Michael Hickson on DD. That's Dirty Dancing, sold to Michael Hickson. And let's go ahead and sell the Stand By Me to Derek Zarzaro for $20. Derek Zarzaro, that is sold to you. Derek Z, you get to Stand By Me for $20. And then we have Nick Kennel first on Coolio. Michael McCarter, I'm going to put you on a wait list for Dirty Dancing. And Hayden, I've only got one Coolio. I'll do the same for you. We have Sublime, $39.99. Secondhand Smoke, Sublime is $39.99. And Aerosmith, Pump, $38.99. Love in an Elevator, Janie's Got a Gun, Aerosmith is $38.99. And Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again, the movie soundtrack featuring the songs of ABBA, that's $44.99. So that's some new stuff I just ordered. I'll go through that in one more second. Let's go ahead and get a couple other auctions going. This is some stuff that was kind of surprises that we just put out tonight, so we're going to do those first. This is a VJ pressing of Lightning Hopkins and Brownie McGee and Sonny Terry, Coffee House Blues. It's on the VJ, black VJ label. It's very clean. This is VJ, Coffee House Blues with Lightning Hopkins, Brownie McGee, and Sonny Terry. That's a $25 start. I think it will even clean up better than it looks. That is a $25 start, Coffee House Blues. That's on VJ. That's going up for bid. And we have Queensryche, Rage of Order. Queensryche is a 1986 club copy, VG condition, still in shrink wrap, $35 start. This is Queensryche, Rage of Order. We have the original inner sleeve. It does have some water damage. The inner sleeve did get some water damage. The vinyl's in VG condition. We've cleaned it though. It's going to be a $35 start. And as you can see, some of that water damage came through back here on the cover. Even in shrink wrap, it got a little wet, a little damp down there at the bottom. But that is an OG club copy, and that is a $35 start. All right, so we had the last two was Michael McCarter on a wait list for Dirty Dancing, Hayden Ernest on a wait list for Coolio, Jerry Wallace first on Mamma Mia. That's sold to Jerry Wallace. Coffee House Blues is $25. Then we had another $25. Then we had another $25, and then we have a $26. And then this is a new release from Music on Vinyl. It is Diamond Head, Borrowed Time. Let me pull up the waiting list for this. This was a pre-order. I feel like I'm going to have to go get my charger pretty early. I got both phones on low battery. I hadn't done a good job charging. Let me look up the waiting list for this. This is Diamond Head, and these are $38.99. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, then go ahead and claim one, because I think I have extras. But this is Diamond Head. Let me read you the description from Music on Vinyl. English heavy metal band Diamond Head was formed in Sturbridge by guitarist Ben Tatler. Of course, this album also features Am I Evil, which remains their signature song, and that is $38.99. And this is a pre-order. And here's everybody who pre-ordered it. Sean McNeil, also Richard Davis, so there's 2 copies sold. JK, Gianronco Curvoco, that's sold to JK, hadn't seen that name in a while. Darren Wortman also wants one. Fred Cardinell wants one. Jimmy Clark wants one. Brad Maloney wants one. And Dustin Whittaker. Boy, that was tough for me to say for some reason. Okay, so let's go. We had Sean McNeil, Richard Davis, JK, Darren Wortman, Fred Cardinell, Jimmy Clark, Brad Maloney, and Dustin Whittaker. Already struggling with names tonight. So I have 6 copies left of Diamond Head, Borrowed Time. That's $38.99. Back up to the top, we have Coffee House Blues. We had bids for $25, $25, and $25, and then Patrick was at $26. Then we had a bid for $35. Queen's Rock has a bid for $35. Coffee House Blues is at $38. We have Queen's Rock at $36. Lightning Hopkins at $40, and Lightning Hopkins at $42. We have Phantom of the Opera, $38.99. The 50th anniversary. This is actually new for Music on Vinyl. It's a 50th anniversary edition of Phantom of the Paradise original soundtrack, not Phantom of the Opera. Phantom of the Paradise, the 50th anniversary edition. That's $38.99. And Jackson 5 Boogie. Jackson 5 Boogie, that's a Music on Vinyl pressing, $38.99. $38.99. I'll go through that crate one more time. We haven't got any more Blackberry Smoke, Chris, except for the 3 or 5 that's already come in. I'm waiting for those next week. It will be next week if we get any more. And Sam Squatch, Judas Priest did come in, but I was 3 short on the pre-order. The rest of them won't be in until next week, and I'm for sure getting them. That's a for sure thing. But James Ludwig, yourself, Sam Squatch, and Jeffrey Dunlap was the 3 people I was short on. Everybody else got one that pre-ordered it. And then we have a couple people on a waiting list. So that's what's going on. All right, so we have Lightning Hopkins at 40 with Henry Perdidez, and Lightning Hopkins 42. I'll show both in just a second, but Lightning Hopkins 45, Queen's Rock 40. Josh Ragland wants a Phantom of the Paradise. That's so to Josh Ragland. Carlene Rollins wants the new Jackson 5. That includes the hits ABC and Dancing Machine and Never Can Say Goodbye. That's a new release from Music on Vinyl. That's so to Carlene Rollins, Jackson 5. Queen's Rock 41, Lightning Hopkins out. And Widowmaker is this week. I have them on hand. I'm about to show it. And Jamie Wills Erickson wants a Diamond Head. That's so to Jamie Wills Erickson. We got a lot of good new releases. If you pre-ordered some Music on Vinyl stuff lately, a lot of it is in right now. But first, we have Coffee House Blues. This is Lightning Hopkins, Brownie McGee, and Sonny Terry on the VJ label. And the last bid I had was Henry Perdidez at $45, and Brent Robley has also bid $45. So Brent has it right now Brent, you just tied him. That's at $45, and he was in first. Now, Queen's Rock is a VG copy. The cover has some light water damage on the back, and the inner sleeve has some water damage. But the high bid on Queen's Rock right now is Bob Riger at $41. Yep, Bob Riger at $41. Jeff Brindley also wants a Diamond Head. And did you get into the Spiders Remastered? I have not seen that. And I haven't seen a Slash pre-order. Stacy Brown also wants a Jackson 5. Brent's back in on Lightning Hopkins at $48. We're in our first crate of new vinyl. This is some new releases and some new restocks. I'm going to run through those one more time. We've got 4 crates of new vintage pre-owned stuff to go through. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 bins, counting the one I'm going through, of new vinyl. We're about to start doing a lot of Japanese auctions and the other auctions I didn't get to last night. And we're about to start showing some posters. And I have come up with a new way. I can't take credit for it, thanks to Jake and Tanner for coming up with this idea. But I have a new way to show you some posters, okay? It's going to blow your mind whenever I do it. So we'll be doing that in just a second. But right now we got 2 auctions going. But some people asked if I could run some of those posters I showed a little early. I said, sure thing. So we'll get to some of those in just a second. But first, let's go through this one more time. We're going to be auctioning Garth in just a second, and the Chris Ledoux's, and the Kiss records, and the Japanese records, and the David Bowie, and that other Jimi Hendrix that somebody wanted me to run last night. About 1 a.m., I put up a OG Doors album, and it only got 1 bid. That's why I stop auctions after. About 11, 12 o'clock, I stop auctions because stuff only starts getting 1 bid, maybe 2. So, all right, let's go back up to the top. So I have Lightning Hopkins at 40, and I have Queen's Rock at 42. Excuse me. Lightning Hopkins at 50, Queen's Rock at 42. Autumn Betts also wants a Diamond Head. Diamond Head is $38.99. Diamond Head is $38.99. Jamie, I got your Diamond Head. Bob, Queen's Rock is in VG condition. Lightning Hopkins is at 52. All right, let's go through this. Now, also what we're going to do is after we get through all the due diligence of our vinyl tonight, all the new stuff, all the discount bins, I've got 2 more boxes tonight. If you were on late, you know what I'm talking about. It's very fun. We're going through 2 more full boxes of posters tonight. Never been shown before. And I may even go get another one. But I've got 2 more alphabetically sorted poster boxes. We'll be doing that like around 11 or midnight. All right. Here we go. This is Slayer, Diabolus in Musica, $33.99. And not to be rude, but I think I've reached my limit on questions tonight. We're going to focus on selling some records. No more questions, unless it's about a record I'm selling. Slayer is Diabolus in Musica. I know I could go live and just answer questions for about 3 hours, but I can't do it right now. Slayer, Diabolus in Musica, that is $33.99. I only have 1 copy. We have Reservoir Dogs. That's the original soundtrack. Music on vinyl, that's $39.99 for Reservoir Dogs. Rush, Clockwork Angels. This is $46.99. Rush, Clockwork Angels, $46.99 for Rush. And the Black Keys, Thick Freakness, $36.99. $36.99. This is the Black Keys Thick Freakness, $36.99 on that. And we have Counting Crows, August and Everything After. That is $49.99. Counting Crows, August and Everything After. Jim Croce, I Got a Name, $33.99. This is on a 50th anniversary edition on white vinyl, $33.99 on that. And Ace of Spades, Motorhead, $33.99. So we have Coffee House Blues, Lightning Hopkins, Brownie McGee, and Sonny Terry. This is up for bid, and Henry Paredes has this at $55. That's the high bid on that. And Brent Robley, you're out. Brent was at 52. Henry is at 53. Now, that is no condition notes about a VG Plus jacket. And then we have Queen's Rock Rage for Order. This is Queen's Rock Rage for Order. And the high bid on this right now is Darren Wallace at $42. The vinyl's in about VG condition. The jacket has a little bit of water damage along the bottom, and so does the inner sleeve. The inner sleeve has some water damage as well. And the high bid on that is $42. And now we have Lightning Hopkins at $57. We also have Stranger Things, music from the Netflix series, seasons 1 and 2, $33.99. Jetstreams wants Counting Crows. Mrs. Jones, or Mr. Jones, that's on there. That's sold to Jetstream. And we have Primus Anti-Pop, $39.99. Primus Anti-Pop, $39.99. A Quentin Tarantino film, Kill Bill Volume 1, the original soundtrack, $29.99 for that. And Godzilla is $33.99. Godzilla is $33.99. Edward Scissorhands, music by Danny Elfman, that is $34.99. And John Wick Chapter 2, $49.99. John Wick Chapter 2, soundtrack Sublime, first time on vinyl, remastered. Secondhand Smoke is $39.99. And then Aerosmith Pump, $38.99. We have 1 copy of that. Now, so we have a couple final calls on the auctions, and then I need whoever's watching the sale to make some notes of some pre-orders. There was a question for a pre-order. I'll look into these. Slash, I was not aware of this. The Spiders, I was not aware of that pre-order. What was the other one? Something else about a Slash, I was not aware of that. Robin Trower, I'll look into that one as well. And then there was another one, Sleepy Hollow. I will look into all 4 of those. But no, I'm not aware. That's the first time I've heard of any releases about any of those titles. But I will check it out for sure. And if they're available, I'll post the pre-order. Some of those, like Mondo and Waxwork, those will be exclusives through website. Same thing with Slash. Same thing with Slash. Some of these artists, they announce titles and they sell them first on their website. And then after, like right now, Taylor Swift has a new album coming out. There's no information. People have asked us a lot. Where's the pre-order for the Taylor Swift record? She's still coming out with variants just on her website. And then eventually she'll release it to Amazon, she'll release it to Walmart, she'll release it to these major distributors that sell to indie stores like me, and then we'll have it. But a lot of these artists sell first on their website so they can get direct money, and then they sell it wholesale to everybody else so we can sell them. So a lot of this stuff like Slash, he's probably doing something right now through his website, I'm sure. There was another big announcement the other day, and then I looked and there's still no information. Nobody. I hadn't got an email solicitation, so some of that's pretty weird. Okay, and then we had the new Diamond Head in, $38.99. But if you ever want me to post a pre-order for something, if you're on YouTube, send us an email. If you want to order it through us, I would greatly appreciate it for sure, and I will try to get it posted. Now, if you're not on Facebook, we'll give you a price, and Ed will take down your name, and we'll put you on that list. Diamond Head. This is Borrowed Time. I'm down to my last 3 copies, $38.99. Am I Evil, which was a big cover from Metallica. That's Diamond Head, $38.99. And we have Phantom of the Paradise. That's an At the Movies 50th Anniversary Edition, $38.99. So, I left off. Lightning Hopkins is at $60 of Henry Paredes. And Queensryche has a high bid. The final call, I've already said it, was Darren Wallace at $42. And when I get to the bottom, if no one's, after I swap out crates, if no one's bid, it's sold to Darren for $42. Lightning Hopkins is at 60. Brent is out. And the Halloween poster will be approximately when? We'll start putting up posters at 8 o'clock. And like I said, I have a way where we don't even have to put them up here anymore, at least for the auction ones. And then later tonight, we'll be going through full boxes again. Okay. And Crystal Newman wants Aerosmith Pump. Thank you. If anybody wants a Diamond Head, 3 left. Phantom of the Opera. And Kara Bowers at $45 on Queensryche. Henry Paredes, you're about to get the Lightning Hopkins. It's at $60. Anybody else? That was a crate of new vinyl. So we've got 4 crates priced over here. Man, if you didn't tune in last night, we had 10 crates of new vintage stuff. Paul had priced 5 crates. John had priced 5 crates. And that was an epic sale. We got a lot of stuff tonight that go back through. Buy it now, best offer, after we go through all the new arrivals tonight. So, is Pungent Stench still available from last night? No, I'm pretty sure we sold that one. Pretty sure. Darren's out on Queensryche. I think we have our winning bidders on those. That's our 3rd and 4th auctions of the night. So if you're just hopping on, you hadn't missed any of the Japanese stuff, or you hadn't missed any of the Kiss, nor have you missed any of the country. It's all still over here. Speaking of that, let me go get these other... I didn't get all the Kiss marked, but I can still auction them because I'm pretty sure, or these other country, because I know what they are. I had to look up the Chris Ledoux's and a couple of these other Kiss so I could get the exact pressing, but these other ones I know too well. I don't even have to look them up. I can tell you what they are just by looking at the label. Some of these you got to actually look up. All right. We have Kendrick Lamar. This is the deluxe edition. It's a 2015 deluxe edition, 2 LP with bonus tracks. That's $39.99. And I have Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, Let Love In. That's a 2015 pressing, $34.99 for Nick Cave. Barra Limba Luis Henrique. I think I said that correctly. It's on Verve. Looks like some maybe jazz guitar. $34.99. Black Verve label. $34.99. Also, King Eric and the Knights at the King Bamboo, at the Big Bamboo. $9.99. It's a Bahamas record from 1964. It's a Bahama tourism record from 1964. Marvin Gaye's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $24.99. The cover has some wear on it. No condition notes on the vinyl. $24.99. And the Buck Owens Buckaroos Strike Again. I've never seen that one. The Buck Owens Buckaroos. Must be just an album of... Is Buck Owens actually on this, or just this is Buckaroos? I think it's just his Buckaroos. $9.99. And the Chuck Wagon Gang, Joy Bells Ringing in My Soul. That's $9.99. Chuck Wagon on Columbia 2i. All right, let's go ahead and end these auctions. We have the Lightning Hopkins and Brandon McGee, Sonny Terry. That is sold for $60 to Henry Paredes. That's sold to Henry. And it looks like Kara Bauer, you are going to get the Queensryche Rage of Order, the VG copy over here. Hope I didn't just reset my stream. I didn't. Kara Bauer gets that for $45. Thank you, Kara Bauer. And let's go ahead and get some new auctions. That was a 1986 club copy, and that's sold to Kara for $45. All right, let's see what we have going over here. I think we'll go ahead and knock out some of these first ones that I posted. And while we're mixing in some Japanese stuff, I'll get poster auction started at 8 o'clock. Don't let me forget. We have a couple early requests. I'll try to do those. All those that I posted about 25. We're going to try to auction those between now and then when we actually start going through the other ones later tonight. First, though, let me go ahead and pull some claims. Colin gets the Bamboo. Nick Kennel gets the Marvin Gaye. Sally Sue on Chuck Wagon Gang, and Jetstream said yes. Stephen Alvaro, Queens Rock. And we have the Complete Fats Domino, $19.99, Complete Fats Domino. Are you getting more Fleetwood Mac in? Yes. If you want on a waiting list, you need to let us know. They'll be back in next week. We'll get one shipment from that distributor. And let's go ahead and auction Kiss. And I'm going to put up a Chris Ledoux. We're probably going to do the biggest and best one, or I'll say the most valuable one first out of the bunch. And let's go ahead and do Kiss. This is Kiss, music from the Elder. This is a 1981. This is Kiss, 1981, U.S. pressing, gatefold, $35 start. It has the 53 on the label. Let me show you that right there. No condition notes on the vinyl. It's very clean. Very nice vinyl. Music from the Elder. It has the 53 manufacturing and marketing by Polygram. The vinyl is extremely nice. Here's the cover. It is a gatefold, of course. It does have a clip corner, so it was in the cutout bin. Gatefold, and it has that original printed plastic inner sleeve. Music from the Elder. And that is a $35 start. There's the back cover. Music from the Elder. 501 also on the back. All right, that's up for bid. And the vinyl's extremely clean. EX Plus. That's now up for bid. And now we have a very cool one here. This is Chris Ledoux. This one's, I'm going to go ahead and use the word. I don't use it too often. This is rare. And I've lost my sticky note on it. Give me 1 second. I know how much it is, but I had all the details on it. I think it was a 1973. Let me see if it's laying over here. I might have not actually stuck it to it. Let's see here. Nope, I must have lost it somewhere. But I remember what it was. It's a 1973 US, of course. But this is one. There's none for sale in the US on eBay or Discogs. And I think the last one that sold in the United States on Discogs was 3 or 4 years ago. This is, if it's not his first album, it's one of his first. It's either his first or second album. Chris Ledoux sings rodeo songs, old and new. 1973, American Cowboy Songs Incorporated. And it's extremely nice. This is a $115 start. This is Cowboy Songs, American Cowboy Songs, Chris Ledoux. That's a $115 start. The vinyl is exceptionally nice. Texture top jacket, and it's also a nice jacket. It is a nice copy. It has one split down here on the bottom. One split down there on the bottom, but we've cleaned it, and that is nice. I was seeing sold prices from, a couple years ago. I was like, wow. All right, back up to the top. We have Kiss at, first of all, I must have missed a claim up here. Hold on a second. Did I miss a Nick Cave? Travis Wade. Nick Cave, did I pull that? I didn't. Earlier, Nick Cave sold to Travis Wade. And then Colin got Bamboo, Marvin Gaye, Chuck Wagon. And then we have Kiss 35, Kiss 45, Kiss 36. We have Kiss 40, Kiss 45. And then Kiss 50. And then this is 1973. Thank you. Kiss 55, Kiss 55, Chris Ledoux, 130, 120, Kiss 60, Kiss 57. And we have the best of the Drifters, $12.99, the best of the Drifters. Weird Al Yankovic, $49.99. I don't know if I've ever had this one before. Weird Al. It's called, maybe just self-titled, Weird Al Yankovic, $49.99. And Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, this is $19.99. Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, $19.99. Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, $19.99. Gatefold, Life's Been Good, $19.99. Jamie Wills Erickson, first on the Drifters. We have Sean Holford, $150 on Chris Ledoux. Matt Shepard on Weird Al, and then Sam Squatch, and Matt Lawson first on Joe Walsh. Ledoux's a 1974, yes. Chris Ledoux sings rodeo songs, old and new. Thank you for the clarification. It has a 73 copyright on the back, but I think it was released in 74. It has a 73 copyright on the back of the jacket. It was released in 74. Chris Ledoux sings rodeo songs, old and new. None for sale in the United States. Like Discogs is like none on the marketplace. Not none in the United States. I'm talking none on marketplace. and I found none, zero active on eBay. So that's where we're at on that one. I don't like using the word rare too often, but that is a scarce record. How about scarce for sure? Did I miss the Drifters comment? Jamie Wills Erickson first on, Nick Kennel first on Drifters. We have a correction. Boy, the feed's moving so fast. I'm missing comments tonight, which I never do. Nick Kennel was first on the Drifters. Let's fix that one. Nick Kennel was first on the Drifters. All right, then Jamie Wills Erickson. There's no horror soundtracks tonight, but we do have some horror movie posters. Chris Ledoux, 150. Then we got Weird Al. Matt Shepard was first. Matt Lawson first to Joe Walsh. Kiss is at 66. Chris is at 170. Chris Ledoux's at 175. What is the first song listed on label of side A under Elder, The Oath? Let's take a look at that. I know there's a lot of little nuances on this. Billy Shears, it says The Oath, and then it has 2, period, fanfare. Fanfare, was that the question there? Let's see here. This is, what's the first song listed on the label on side A of Elder, The Oath? That is, I think what you need, right? It says The Oath, Paul Stanley, B. Erzin, T. Powers, Kiss, Tony Powers, and then 2, fanfare. 3, just a boy. All right. Chris Ledoux, 175. 185. Chris Ledoux, 200. Chris Ledoux, 210. And Sean Holford, 220. Or was it on the back cover as well? Fanfare, Just a Boy, Odyssey, Only You. That's the back cover. Okay. So, Chris Ledoux, 200, 210, 220, 230. And the last bid that came in on Kiss was 66 with Nick Kennel. 66 with Nick Kennel. Continuing this bin. Napa presents a concert behind prison walls. 1999. Napa presents a concert behind prison walls. James Gang, Miami. A 1974 Presswell. Now, we have a lot of James Gang. You won't see me show Miami too many times on the original yellow Atco label. That's $29.99. Very clean copy. It does have a saw mark there. That is the James Gang. Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer Group, $16.99. It does have some cover damage. Interesting. I don't see it. John says cover damage. Interesting. I don't really see anything on there. $16.99. And this is Hall & Oates, Possession, Obsession. This is $9.99. Possession, Obsession. John Farnham, Age of Reason. That's $9.99. And Bruce Springsteen, The River. A 2 LP. Looks like it has the original inner sleeves with it. $29.99. Final call on Kiss, The Elder. That's at $66 of Nick Kennel. Going once, going twice, going 3 times now. Chris Ledoux was at $240, $250. Chris Wood Sr. wants the James Gang Miami. Chris Ledoux is at $260. And Jamie Wills Erickson are on Hall & Oates. Hall & Oates. Any Chris Ledoux album is scarce. They're either not for sale in the United States or there's none for sale in the United States on just about any of these that we're auctioning tonight. And one of them, there is one listed, but the cover is like poor condition. And the vinyl was listed as VG. All the ones we have tonight are very nice. Buddy Holly and the Crickets, 20 Golden Greats. Buddy Holly is $19.99. And Stephen Stills Manassas, $26.99. Stephen Stills Manassas, 2 LP, $26.99. Sometimes when you get on Discogs, you know, it may say like 3 listed starting at $27.29, and then you click on it and it says Argentina, Germany, and Brazil. There's like none from a reputable seller in the United States. They're all overseas. And to me, I'm like, how did a Chris Ledoux album end up in Argentina and Germany when they were like locally pressed and printed here for around the Tennessee area? A lot of them, a lot of these were pressed in Nashville. It looked like. I was trying to do the research on it. I was like, man, that's amazing. They've ended up in Argentina. Hendry Smeek on John Farnham. That's sold to Hendry Smeek. And we have Dire Straits Communique, or they're out west. I say here Tennessee. Chris Ledoux, obviously from Wyoming or out west, but the label and stuff was Mount Juliet and Nashville. So Dire Straits Communique, $24.99. Dire Straits Communique, $24.99. You just see a lot of them around here. If we do get them, they're in country collections here in Tennessee. Dire Straits Communique. Dire Straits Communique. Boston, Don't Look Back. A white label promo. Interesting. $54.99. A white label promo. Boston, Don't Look Back. A white label promo with the promo strip. white label promo, gold stamp promo. Little cover wear back there, but that's a white label promo. $54.99. The Police, King of Pain, a 1984 UK with Tea in the Sahara. $34.99. I've never seen that before. I bet that sounds incredible. A 12-inch single, 45 RPM of King of Pain. That is $34.99. The Nazis in Argentina like Chris Ledoux. There's a good chance. Let me put this back in its sleeve here. The Police is $34.99. I'm going to keep it behind its jacket here. All right, sorry, let me go ahead and sell Kiss. This is sold to Nick Kennel for $66. Got so much to go through tonight. So much to go through tonight. As usual, what's new? We were just discussing that. I was like, man, where is going to be another for us just to go through everything once and me show the discounted records and new stuff I want to show. We're going to be here a while. Hope everybody's ready. Nick Kennel gets Kiss for $66. We have Jeffrey DeLong on Boston. Jeffrey DeLong gets Boston. And where did we get to on Chris Ledoux? Sean Hull for $275. Derek Z, you're out. Sean has it for $275. Final call. We have Deuce. This is $9.99. And what do we have here? Gentle Giant, $19.99. Looks like some kind of live Gentle Giant, live in Essen, Germany, 1971. That's probably an unofficial, $19.99. Tanina Marie, Love Explosion, $9.99. And Spies Behind Enemy Lines, gold stamp promo, $14.99. Spies Behind Enemy Lines, $14.99. The Beach Boys is $9.99. The Beach Boys, $9.99. That's on Pickwick. And we have Mary J. Blige worked that, $12.99. Final call on Chris Ledoux, $275 with Sean Holford. I'm about to sell it. Let's go ahead and get our other auction going. I had no idea there was going to be such a demand for this record, but people have asked about it. Chad, has this been put out? Chad, when are you running this? Chad, where is this record? And I have got John to clean it. And I was like, we're going to put it up for auction tonight. The horror hit Monster Mash, Sounds of Terror. It is a scary music compilation with an awesomely cool cover. This is going to be a $1 starting bid. It's a 1974 Pickwick, Monster Mash, Sounds of Terror. It has one scuff that runs across it from about right here, almost across the dead wax, and over here to the other side. It's a non-feeler that does not affect playback. So overall, we'll call it VG Plus just because of that. $1 start, Monster Mash. There it is. I should know, though, any kind of record like that's always popular. Always popular. Any kind of monster records like that. All right, let's go back up to the top and figure out where we left off here. Stacey Brown on Mary J. Blige. Scott Ham wants The Police. That's sold to Scott Ham. That was the Police single. And let me find that. That's right here. That's sold to Scott Ham. And then we have, was the Beach Boys 2020. Well, it don't actually have a name, but I think that is the album 2020. But it's a reissue from Pickwick, so I don't think they actually put the title on there. I think that's the 2020 cover, $9.99. And Sean Holford, Chris Ledoux, sold to you for $275. This sold to Sean Holford for $275. That's sold to Sean Holford for $275. All right, we have some more Chris Ledoux. I think that one might be the biggest and best of the night, but I've been surprised before. That's sold to Sean for $275. Let's go ahead and run another Kiss. This is Love Gun. It's a 1977 US OG Pittman press. It's in VG condition with a VG or VG minus cover, $15 start. This is OG Love Gun. Has the original inner sleeve. No gun, no gun, no gun. Love Gun, original Love Gun label. The vinyl's in VG condition. The cover's in VG. On the front, it doesn't look too bad, but it has some spine damage, and it has a clip corner. Christine 16, Shock Me, $15 start. That's now up for bid. All right, then I left out with, let's see here. I left out, first we had a question about Beach Boys, which Josh Tanner asked about. Then I put up Monster Mash, which has bids for 5, 2, and 10, 5 and 10, 10 and 10, and then 15 and 13, 15 and 15, and then 12. Do we have any horror soundtracks tonight? No, but there's horror posters. Monster Mash 2020. Does it have Learn Not to Love on it? Learn Not to Love. That song is not on here. No, it's not. No, it's not. And we have, I think somebody claimed it. If you don't want it, Josh Tanner, Cindy Jones does. I'll lay that right here in pending. And then we have lots of bids. Let's see here. We be auctioning off any monster. No, but I'm about to drink one myself. Monster Mash 22, Love Gun 25, Monster Mash 40, Love Gun 15, Kiss 20, Monster Mash 25, Monster Mash 26, Monster Mash 25, 26, 27, and we have 27. Okay, that's a lot of confusion. I'll get that worked out in just a second. Josh, if you don't want that, it's so does Cindy Jones. Let me show a few more records, then I'll figure out where we're at on our auctions. Mr. T, Conway Twitty, that's $9.99. Mr. Conway, Roy Clark, yesterday when I was young, in shrink wrap, $9.99, and Bob Wheels is $9.99. The Beach Boys is sold to Cindy Jones. Cindy Jones, you get the Beach Boys. Cindy Jones also wants CT, Conway Twitty. Cindy Jones, Conway Twitty, and Pure Prairie League is $14.99. Cindy Jones, just curious, what country are you watching from right now? I think, are you, or is it somebody else I'm thinking about? I think last night I'm just curious what country you're currently watching from right now. And then Tom Sullivan was second on Conway. We have Special EFX Slice of Life, $19.99. I thought it was somebody else that was watching from India last night. They were watching, they said they were in India. It's one of our regular buyers, and I was like, India? Wow, what time is it over there? We have the Exotic Sitar and Sound, $19.99. Ravi Shankar, $19.99. Last week watching from India. Okay, it was you. He's watching last week from India. I thought that was pretty cool. Love Gun has a high bid. Love Gun has a high bid of 15, and then we had a bid of 20, and then we had a bid of 20, right? I think we're at 20 on this. This is Kiss Love Gun. Kiss Love Gun. This has a high bid of Kiss. Mike Moore has it for $20. It's a 1977 Pittman Preston. Mike Moore has that for $20. Now, Monster Mash, the last bid it got up to was 31, and we were at 31 with Brandy Klein. Nick Kennel said he bid first, 25 on Love Gun. Just go ahead and bid that. I think you bid early, and then everybody else didn't see it, and the feed moved, and nobody else saw that bid, including me. So Nick Kennel bid early. He said he bid 25. So Nick has it for 25, and Monster Mash has a high bid with Brandy Klein at $31, and now 33. And then we have Gray Slick Software, $14.99. Gray Slick Software. This is in shrink wrap, $14.99. Steve Plaws at 40 on Monster Mash. Yeah, there were so many bids earlier on both auctions. Lost track. They all got out of order because people are bidding before the other bids even pop up. So it's like 8 or 10 people instantaneously bidding, so they all get out of order. So we have Monster Mash at $40 and Kiss is at $45. Cindy Jones wants Gray Slick. I think we're on a better rhythm now. I think they'll stay in order now. Sometimes when I put an auction up, there's so many bids simultaneously, it gets lost. The Best of Carly Simon, $9.99. And Boogaloo Beat, Sandy Nelson, $9.99. Sandy Nelson's $9.99. And the Best of the Statesman Quartet. It's in partial shrink wrap. It's got a tour there, but that is $9.99. The Statesman's Quartet. And Ramblin' Bluegrass with Larry Sparks and the Lonesome Ramblers, $11.99 for Ramblin' Bluegrass. Aretha Franklin and George Michael, I Knew You Were Waiting for Me. That's a 1987 UK 12-inch single with different mixes, $19.99. So Steve Plaw has Monster Mash for $40, and Kiss is at $45 with Nick Kennel. That's where we're at. Now Kiss is at $55. Neil Brashear wants the Sparks. That was Sparks, or have we already sold that, Nick Kennel? Hold on a second. Sparks, or did I've already, let's see, Police. What was that was claimed earlier? Sparks, or did that something I just showed maybe? Ramblin' Larry, Statesman Quartet, maybe not. Hold on a second. Larry Sparks. Yeah, I knew I just said something Sparks, but somebody was first. Neil Brashear. Neil Brashear on Larry Sparks. And then Kiss has a new bid for $55. Jeff Miller, you were second. Carlene first on the George Michael. C.C. Allen, you were second. Kiss is at $56. Kiss is at $60. All righty. And then the Gene Pitney story is $14.99. So Monster Mash is now final call with Steve Plaw. He's bidding over on YouTube. That's something else to consider. If you're watching for the first time, there's people watching on YouTube, Facebook, and maybe a couple people over on X. Let's see. Is there one person, 2 people? There's 4 people watching on X. So 4 people watching on X, and then so bids can come in and you don't even see them on your Facebook chat. If you're looking just on your Facebook chat, you're not seeing everything. You've got to kind of pay attention to what's here on the screen. Of course, it does move pretty fast this time of the night, and you just kind of have to wait for me to give an update before we bid again. Kiss at 65. The Michael Zager Band, Let's All Chant. Michael Zager is $12.99. Another Mary J. Blige, this is Just Fine, a 2007 single. That's $12.99. And Earl Dowd and Alan Robin presents Lyndon Johnson's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Lyndon Johnson's Lonely Hearts Club Band, $9.99. Yes, I already have one of those in my collection. Harry Belafonte, Calypso. This is $9.99. This has the Day-O song on it. This has Day-O on it, $9.99. That's Calypso, Harry Belafonte. Also, Chuck Berry's Golden Decade. This is a great compilation. 2LP, $29.99. Kiss is at 60, 65, 70, 71. We have Cindy Jones on G.O., and I think she meant, well, first of all, Stacey Brown on Mary J. Blige, and then Cindy Jones on HB. Cindy, what was G.O. for? Or did I miss something? Let me know. And then Bobby Blue Bland, his California album, $34.99. All right, so Monster Mash is sold to Steve Plah for $40. Let me grab a new sleeve for that. That's sold to Steve Plah for $40. It's cleaned and ready to go. Just put it in a new outer sleeve. Thanks to John for getting all these ready for me. And Seth yesterday for getting all the Japanese stuff ready. And then I got a few ready. And then we got a lot of stuff priced as soon as I got here today. So we got a lot to show. Now, I left off by saying that was Gene Pitney. You put G.O., that was GP for Gene Pitney. That's sold to Cindy Jones. We have Kiss at 75, Ryan Anderson on Bobby Bland, and Kiss is at 80. Welcome back, Ryan. By the way, I saw your name last night, and I was like, Ryan Anderson. Hadn't said that name in a while. And then Kiss, and let's go ahead and do another Chris Ledoux. We have Chris Ledoux and the Saddle Boogie Band. Once again, 0 for sale in the United States, and I'm pretty sure that's on Discogs and perhaps eBay as well. This is in shrink wrap, and it is super nice. $65 start. 1988 U.S. pressing, $65 start. 88 U.S. pressing. The only time, a lot of these also, the thing about Chris Ledoux albums, another thing, they've never been reissued. He has one greatest hits album that was pressed a few years ago, maybe. Approximately, I know it's still in print. We got some not too long ago. But all these like studio albums, they have never really been reissued. It's that one-time pressing, and I'm sure they didn't make many. Like in 1988, I don't know, they might have made 5,000. They could have made 10,000, but it wouldn't surprise me if they made like 500 or 1,000. They've got to be rare or a low production because there's usually not many for sale. That's that label I was talking about earlier. A lot of them are on this Mount Juliet label, which is like the next city over to us here in Lebanon. So, Chris Ledoux, pretty cool. That is a $65 start. Chris Ledoux and the Saddle Boogie Band. That is up for bid, $65. Bids on Kiss, 80, 85, 86. Bill Brandon, this is a 1977 press, $124.99. It's sealed. I don't have a lot of information on it except for that. It's a 1977 press on Prelude Records. It is sealed, $124.99. Bill Brandon. Maybe Soul. I don't really know a lot about that. Baby Brother is from 1981, $24.99. Baby Brother and Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. This is United Live, $19.99. $19.99. And Rod Stewart, Foolish Behavior. Rod Stewart is $14.99. And I dropped, but it's okay. This is one of those Warner Brothers samplers. It's called The People's Records. The People's Record, $19.99, The People's Record. And it has artists such as James Taylor, Gordon Lightfoot, Nazareth, Little Feat, Beach Boys, Rod Stewart, Billy Joe Schaefer, Leon Redbone, Alice Cooper, Ray Stevens. So if you look on a lot of Warner Brothers records, next time I see one, I'll show it to you. If you ever check the inner sleeve of a Warner Brothers records, they had a catalog where you could order these through Warner Brothers, and they were really cheap. They were called Lost Leaders, and they were compilations, and there's like 30 or 40 of them. There's a lot. We have at least one, it seems like, every night. We'll definitely show a few every week if you watch all the streams, but they're really good compilations. They're all Warner Brothers artists, and they're really good compilations. You'll find some deep-cut songs that you didn't know existed. I have myself listening to them. Okay, so we got up to the top. Make sure the last thing I think was the Bobby Bland for Ryan Anderson, and then Kiss had bids for 80, and then 85, and then 86. Chris Ledoux had a bid for 68. Kiss had a bid for 95. Chris Ledoux has a bid for 70. Matthews out on Kiss. The high bid is Nick Kennel for 95. Final call. That's our first crate of vintage stuff tonight. Let me just read the titles right quick. If you see a price you're interested in, let me know on that, and I will put it up for you. I'm going to step over here and grab my charger right quick. And we have a whole cart of new Funkos over here, including one that I told Tanner will probably be really popular. I think I'll grab it right now as I'm walking back to the cart with my charger. And thank you, well, let me make sure he's still watching. Michael McCarter, are you still watching? Michael McCarter, are you still watching? If so, I'll give you a shout out for your gift, if that's okay for you. If that's okay with you, I'll give you a shout out. I might even show it and give you some free advertisement if you're okay with that. Make sure he's still watching. So, all right, let's plug this up right quick. And let's see here. Love Gun does not have a gun. Nope, it's a 77 U.S. Pittman Press, VG condition. George, this is the one from your collection, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's the one from your collection. Final call on Chris Ledoux. Daniel Booziden's at $70. Daniel Booziden's at $70. That's a final call. Deidre Shorts, let me know if you want back in. And Sean Holford said Chris Ledoux sold most of these at the rodeo after he got done riding in. So I was about to say, Chris Ledoux, I see some people and I'm like, that guy's not really a cowboy. And this guy gives off true cowboy vibes. And he was actually a rodeo rider from what I can tell on these pictures and what I was reading about him earlier. So I was like, this guy's a real cowboy here. Nick Kennel, this is So Do You, Love Gun, $95. George almost was trying to bid on a record he already sold back to us. Or sold us. Chris Ledoux, he's giving off real cowboy. He looks like a guy that would actually be out there mending fences, roping cattle and stuff like that. Some of these guys, I see them on these album jackets, and I'm like, I don't think this guy's really a cowboy. That's sold to Nick Kennel. The People's Record was $19.99. Chris Ledoux has new bids for $75, $75, and $85. And I have Dolly Parton, $29.99. Backwoods Barbie Funko. Finally got these in. I've had them ordered. They're $29.99. It's Dolly. It's Funko Pop Albums number 29. Dolly, and that's from Backwoods Barbie album cover. $29.99. Backwoods Barbie album cover. I think we only have two of them. We only have two of them. And let's get another auction going over here on the side. I'm going to recap this bin. I've got 3 more crates of new vinyl to go through, including some pre-orders. Let's go ahead and run one of our first Japanese auctions. Somebody asked if I could get this going kind of early. We also have some Japanese Kiss records. Some have Obies, some don't. Either way, I think they're going to be pretty popular. And this first record here is called Great White. Let me find it. And this is Great White, and we're going to put it up for $35 start, and I'm pretty sure it's a Japanese pressing. This is Great White. Nice jacket, which the U.S. copies are always worn. This is a Japanese pressing. I think. Hold on a second. Time out. Or sometimes we get... Let me check this over here right quick. This actually may be a really nice U.S. pressing. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second on this one. I think this may be... No... I think it's Japan. I'm trying to find the markings here on the label. Let's see, manufactured. Let me check the jacket here. Oh yeah, the jacket is for sure Japan. There it is. Manufactured by Toshiba EMI Limited in Japan. $35 start. It is Japanese, so Japanese vinyl. Extremely nice. It's near mint minus and very nice jacket. Like I said, if you've ever seen U.S. copies of these, they're worn very heavily. This is a $35 start. It includes the Japanese insert. No Obi, but as you can tell, it's nice. $35 start. Nobody on a Dolly Funko. Find that very surprising. $29.99. I have 2 of them. Those are $29.99. All right, let me see here. Is the chat still live? Chris Ledoux, $85. People's Record was $19.99. Let me read what's left in here. We had Kendrick Lamar, $39.99. I'm just going to hit some highlights. Barbara Limpa, Luez Henrake. The Buckaroo Strike Again, that was $9.99. The Complete Fats Domino compilation was $19.99. Napa Concert, a concert behind prison walls presented by Napa. That has Johnny Cash and Linda Ronstadt. Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer Group. Bruce Springsteen, The River. Buddy Holly. We had Stephen Stills, Manassas. Also, Dire Straits, The Communique. Deuce. Also have the Gentle Giant. That's on silver vinyl. $19.99. Tanina Marie Love Explosion. $9.99. Spies, Roy Clark, Bob Wills, Pure Prairie League self-titled, and Special EFX Slice of Life. That's $19.99. That's $19.99. Okay, here we have Chris Ledoux. So the high bidder is Daniel Buzine at $85. Stephen A. Young wants a dolly, and Lutz claimed a dolly. There were two for dolly. I think the feed froze there for a second or something. I have no other comments after Chris Ledoux's 85 except Stephen A. Young wants a dolly, and Josie Lindell says Lutz claimed a dolly. I must have missed those. So who wanted them? Those never did pop up on Restream. Yeah, I think there was a glitch there in the feed. I must have missed some stuff for a while. I may have even missed some bids. So let me re-show these again. Chris Ledoux is at $90 with Shane Devers, and Great White is now at $75 and now $85. Might want to send some test comments or something. Make sure you see what's going on here. So if you can pay attention enough to, if it's not moving too fast, make sure whenever you send a comment you see it pop up here. Make sure, because if not, then I don't see it at all. So I may have to go back or see who was first on those, or y'all let me know who was first, and then we'll tag them, and then I'll have to maybe take a waiting list. So somebody said there was two dollies, and I think two people have now said Catherine Lutz. So Catherine, I'm going to give you one, and my first one didn't show on dolly, and then Stephen A. Young. So Catherine Lutz and Stephen A. Young. We had a glitch in the matrix. Catherine Lutz and Stephen A. Young. That's who we're going to give them to. They're $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know, and then I'll get the rest of it straightened out. Catherine Lutz and Stephen A. Young. I'm going to give those two to you. Now, if anybody else wants one, you'll have to be a waiting list, and I know I can get more. I didn't order a lot of them. Okay, now let's go back up to the top and figure out where we was. The last bid for the longest on Chris Ledoux was $85 of Daniel Buzine. And then Great White went from $35 to $70. So there was obviously a glitch there for a second. Great White went from $35 to $70. And then we had price on Spies with Todd Tipton. I'll do all this in order. Todd Tipton Spies was $14.99. Diego asked how much Manassas was. Manassas Diego was $26.99. $26.99. Then Chris Ledoux, $90. David Hilton wants the complete Fats Domino. That's so did David Hilton. Did you sell the Christian albums? Yeah, we had a lot of them last night, I think. And then we had some the night before. Okay, Chris Ledoux, $95. Great White, $85. Catherine got a dolly. There's her comment again. And then we have lots of test comments and dots. That's okay. And then we have Josh Tanner. I'm going to put you on a waiting list for a dolly Funko. Great White has another bid for $75. And Chris Ledoux was at, I think, still with Shane Devers. Let's do that one more time. Daniel Buzine, $95. Shane Devers, you're out. Daniel Buzine has this for $95. And now Great White's at $90. That's the high bids, $95 and $90. Diego, if you don't want Manassas, Cindy Jones wants it. And David's out on Great White. We still have the exotic sitar and sound. That's $19.99. The best of Carly Simon. We also have Boogaloo Beat, Sandy Nelson, $9.99. Chris Ledoux, $100, now $105. The best of the Statesman Quartet, $9.99. Michael Zager Band, Let's All Chant, $12.99. And Earl Dowd and Alan Robb present Lyndon Johnson's Lonely Hearts Club Band, $9.99. Scott Marchheim also on the Dolly Funko list. Next was Chuck Berry's Golden Decade, 2LP, $29.99. Bill Brandon was sealed, $124.99. Baby Brother, $24.99. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons Live, $19.99. And Rod Stewart, Foolish Behavior, $14.99. Diego passes on Manassas, so that's sold to Cindy Jones. Chris Ledoux is at $110, and we have a final call on Great White with Jeffrey Dunlap for $90. Jonathan Feller wants the Statesman. If I missed anything in there, just let me know. Well, evidently there was a glitch, so if I missed any claims from earlier, let me know, especially right in this area with where I first got started, Dire Straits and that. George, the Bill Brandon is sealed. It does have a clip corner, but it is unopened. Bill Brandon is sealed, $124.99. It is sealed. Has a clip corner, but it is sealed. Chris Ledoux's at 110. Chris Ledoux's at 115. When I come back, I'm selling the Great White. And we have, yes, we are going to put, it is 8 o'clock. Thanks for the reminders. I'm going to try this over here and see how it goes. I think the first poster requested, let me get the sticky notes over here. I think the way I'm going to do this is, let me find them, and I'm going to lay it on top over here. But I'm going to try to, that way it don't really mess up too much. Let's see what's going on. Let me find this one. It was requested first. That's the first poster I saw somebody ask about, and it's a good one to start with. All right. So, let me see how I can do this. I'm about to do some magic on the screen. Okay. First, let's figure out where we're at on these auctions. We have Chris Ledoux, 115, 125. Tracy Soinger wants the Buckaroos from earlier. Yep, I didn't see that. If you had commented earlier, I didn't get it. So that's sold to Tracy Soinger. Let's go ahead and sell the Great White. Great White is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $90. That very nice Japanese pressing. That's sold to for $90 to Jeffrey Dunlap. $90 to Jeffrey Dunlap. Thank you, Jeffrey. Tanner and Jake are both in the back shipping right now. If you haven't already, make sure you've liked the Facebook post. Make sure you have liked the YouTube video if you're watching over there. And of course, make sure you're subscribed and following all of our pages. We're about to go through some new vinyl. There is a pre-order here and then some restocks that I think there's wait list for. But let's go ahead and do another Kiss auction. I was going to put it up for a $35 start, but I changed my mind and said $25. This is a 1977 club copy of Kiss by Kiss. It's an EX condition. It's a 77 club copy, EX condition, $25 start. It does have a, I thought it had a clip corner. I guess not. It's a club copy. It's a club copy. Has a little bit of corner wear right here, couple stress creases, couple of corner bumps, but that is $25. Now, Chris Ledoux is an original. Chris Ledoux is $125 with Shane Devers, Derek Z, or Daniel Bouziden. Just let me know if y'all want back in. Daniel has already said out, so Derek Z, final call to you. Now, we're going to get a third auction going. It's really hard for me to lay the posters up here, especially some of these higher-end ones. So what I've done is, thanks to Jake and Tanner, we have got it where I can switch back and forth from screens. And this is the first poster. It's Halloween 2. This is not a movie store poster. This is an original theatrical theater poster. Halloween 2, one sheet, the original. $175 start. $175 start. Halloween 2. This one's asked about quite often. That is an original one sheet. $175 start. Okay, so that's going to be auctioned in the background while we're doing these other two here. Kiss is at $55. That's an original Halloween 2. We have Madonna Celebration, $99.99. I got an email blast from one of my distributors, and I'll read it to you the way I posted it as a pre-order. And sorry, I'm out of breath from like running around the store in circles. This was Rhino Records is doing a rush releasing of a new repressing of Madonna's Hits collection. I got an email blast, and it was like, please notify your customers as soon as possible. And that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm notifying you, but I also made a post. It's a 36-hit compilation from Madonna, and I made this post in our group. Make sure in our private group, Whole Lot of Records. And I'm going to read off everybody who's already claimed one. I think I'm going to go ahead and start a new bin. We have Bill Fratsky, first on the Madonna. This is a 4LP compilation, $99.99. I'm going to read off everybody who pre-ordered one. Bill Fratsky got one. These are $99.99. It's called Madonna Celebration, the ultimate hits on 4LPs. Bill Fratsky got one. Julie Ann Roman got one. Debbie Winstead got one. And Stacy Brown got one. I think I'm going to stop there with Stacy and put up a new bin. So Stacy was the last one I called off. If anybody wants one right now, let me know, because I've already pre-sold a bunch, and I don't think there's many left in here when I get done. Also, Scott Beebe pre-ordered one. Michael McCarter ordered one. And Jeff Luna pre-claimed one. The last one there to Jeff Luna. And then we also have claims from Matt Algram, Bill Walton, Marco Villavicencio, Paul Brothers, and Nikki Cox. Looks like I'm going to have 3 extras left. Looks like I'm going to have 3 extras left. This is Madonna and Joe Maynard. That just hit me in my mind. He sent us a message. He also wanted one, or he commented the other night. So let's give one to Joe Maynard. Let's give one to Joe Maynard. And let's give one to Christopher Morris. And let's give one to Michael Hickson. So those are all sold. They're gone. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Madonna's $99.99. You'll have to go on a waiting list. I got 3 extras. I have a good feeling I can get more. Did we have any new bids on Chris Ledoux? If not, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Let me go back up to the top. The last bid was Shane Devers at $125. Derek said he's out. Let me scroll to the bottom. We're done. This is Chris Ledoux. Chris Ledoux is sold to Shane Devers for $125. $125. This is sold to Shane Devers. We have another Chris Ledoux I'll run in just a second. Now, let me get to where I left off. I left off right here by putting up Kiss. I think I showed the Halloween poster. Then I put up Kiss. And we had bids for 30, 25, 40, 25, 30, 45, 50. And then we have a bid for 55. Gavin is in on the Halloween for 125. And then Kiss is at 60. Kiss is at 60, 65. Gavin, the theater posters are like, I think they're 27. No, they're all a standard size. 27 by 41. It's about as big as this table, if that helps you. I can bring it over here. I'm actually going to bring it over here when I call it sold to you. But I just don't want to handle it too much because we've got them all unfolded. And then when we fold them up, we're trying not to touch them again. So let me go ahead and be making a spot for them, actually. Yeah, they're like 27 by 41. I think that's a standard movie poster size. Yeah, 41 by 27. Yep. Okay, and Kiss is at 60, 60, 70, 75. And then we got the 2 Madonnas. And then Cynthia Herdron wants on the Madonna waiting list. And let's see here. So, yeah, Kiss is at 75 with Nick Kennel. It's a 77 club copy EX condition. And then Gavin's at 125 on this Halloween poster, Halloween 2. That's an original one sheet. That's an original Halloween 2 one sheet. Gavin H has it for 175. That's actually going twice, going 3 times. And I'm going to go ahead and get another auction started, which is going to be a Japanese pressing of Queensryche, their self-titled EP. A very nice Japanese pressing. Halloween's at 175. 175 of Gavin. Sorry, 175. Sorry, George. 175 of Gavin. 175. Queensryche, this is their Japanese, or this is their self-titled EP. And it is near mint pristine from Japan. This is a $35 star. There's the Japanese insert. This is Queensryche EP, $35 star. As you would expect, almost no signs of wear for that $35 star. Thanks for Jake and Tanner for setting that up. And then thanks for Tanner. We've got a new photo outfit in the back. We're able to take some really nice photos of these posters. And they look really nice. George is out. Final call to Gavin, 175. Okay. I got a restock of Jelly Roll, Ballads of the Broken. That is on red vinyl, by the way. And I think this is the first record of the night. I can pull up my waiting list for Jelly Roll. Let me do that right quick. And I accidentally showed Live in Color, so I'll go ahead and show those right quick. I'm going to look up the waiting list for it, too. I got 2 copies of Live in Color Vivid. That's that newest music on vinyl repress, $39.99. That's that newest music on vinyl repress. So let me look up Jelly Roll right quick. I don't think there was a waiting list for Jelly. There wasn't. Let me look up Roll. There is no, that pulls up a couple Rolling Stones things, but yeah, no waiting list for that. And then Live in Color, I don't think there is. Nope, all these are available. So Jelly Roll and Live in Color, that is $39.99, and Jelly Roll is $29.99. So Queensryche has a bid for $35. The last bid on Kiss, by the way, the last bid on Kiss was $75 with Nick Kennel, and I hadn't got to the bottom yet. I was just where I stopped at. And then we have Queensryche 35 and Queensryche 36. Queensryche 36. All right. So Matthew Copus, you're out on the Kiss. That's a final call to Nick Kennel for 75. Matthew's out, and Queensryche's now at 36. James Vasquez wants a Jelly Roll. That's sold to James Vasquez. I got 2 Living Colors, which has Cult of Personality on it, by the way. $39.99 for Living Color. And I think this is a new release for Friday. Exhorter Defectum Omnium, Omnium, maybe. Black and white marbled vinyl. Of course, a metal title I can't pronounce too well. Black and white marbled vinyl, $36.99. I think that's new from Exhorter. And I had a restock of Ramstein. Now, I know for sure there's a waiting list for Ramstein here. Ramstein is $39.99. Let me look up Ramstein over here. And there was 3 people. Autumn Betts, Kyle Gregory, and Derek Zorzaro. So let me pull those up right quick. That is Autumn Betts, Kyle Gregory, and Derek Z. So 3 of these are already sold. I have 1, 2, 3 sold, and I have 1 extra Ramstein, $39.99. Queen's Rock is at $38 and now $40. Let's go ahead and sell the Kiss and the Halloween poster. The Kiss is sold to Nick Kennel for $75. This is sold to Nick Kennel for $75. We have several more Kiss tonight, including some Japanese releases. And, of course, I got plenty of bins to go through of new vintage stuff, which we're about to go through as soon as I'm done with this one. Homeland Conspiracy gets Ramstein, and the Queen's Rock's at $42. Gavin, I'm officially selling you the Halloween for $175. I'm going to move it over here. Actually, I think I'll just, that way I don't have to take across the room. I'll just stack it over here on this other table. And I'll be looking for the next one we're going to auction. So let me put that right there. That's sold to Nick Kennel for, or excuse me, Nick Kennel. Gavin Hutala. I have to say Gavin H. I have never got that one down. All right, and then Queen's Rock's at $42. Next is Smokey and the Bandit. Let me check the waiting list for this, but it's $36.99. If you haven't already, make sure you have liked the Facebook post. That's the most simple and easiest thing you could do for us tonight. Both of these Smokey and the Bandits are available, $36.99. Queen's Rock's at $43. Let's go ahead and get a new LP up for auction. Let's go ahead and do the trifecta tonight on the Chris Ledoux albums. This is a 1984 US, the only pressing ever. It's a $55 start. Chris Ledoux, the Singing Bronc Rider, Melodies and Memories. That is a $55 start. Chris Ledoux, the vinyl is beautiful. $55 start. Sean Holford's already in at $75. It's in shrink wrap. Chris Ledoux, the Singing Bronc Rider, Melodies and Memories. 84 US, the only pressing in vinyl. The only pressing on vinyl. I think this was another one that if there was one for sale, it wasn't the greatest condition. This one's in shrink wrap and very clean vinyl. And Kyle Gregory wants a Smokey and the Bandit. There were 4 Chris Ledoux albums. How many have we already done? Hold on a minute. I might have already done 3. Have we already sold 3? Oh, there is another one. Yep, you're right, George. Thanks to George for selling us some of these records. We've had some great auctions in the last couple sales. And there's more where that came from. I was looking through what's left back there, George. We have a lot to sell next week and tomorrow and tonight. Little White and Jelly Roll, no filter, 2 LP, new and sealed, $44.99. $44. I may actually have some Jelly Roll to put out in the store. My mom says people come here quite often looking for these titles, and we never have them because we sell them all live here. And I get them kind of order more and more for the store, and we sell them, and I never can have them in the shelf. Let me see what poster we want to do next. Anybody looking for one of the ones they saw on the Facebook post? If so, I'll get the image ready and get the details ready, and we'll go ahead and put it up for auction. Let me know, and I'll do those in orders. I'll take requests for any of the posters I posted pictures of. Sean Holford, 75, 100, 125. We have an out on Queen's Rock. Brian Thurman's at $43. That's a Japanese Queen's Rock self-titled. Brian Thurman has it for $43. It is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. So Jelly Rolls, $29.99. That is on red vinyl. Wow, I still got both Living Color Vivids. $39.99. Living Color. Exhorter is $36.99. That's a new release for today. 1 Smokey and the Bandit left. Eastbound and Down. And we have Little White and Jelly Roll, no filter, $44.99. $44.99. We have requests for Taxi Driver and Boggy Creek, okay? I'll get that one on deck. First, let's go ahead and Creep Show. Definitely. All right, so let's go ahead and sell this for $43 to Brian Thurman. That was the Queen's Rock. That's sold to Brian Thurman and Taxi Driver and Bog. All right, that's great. All right, so this is Queen's Rock, and this is sold for, let me do that one more time. I'm sorry. That is Brian Thurman for $43. And Chris Ledoux is at $130 with Daniel Booziden. $130 with Daniel Booziden. Anybody else on this bin? Kevin Blackfox wants a Smoking the Bandit. No, Living Color is the newest repress that Music on Vinyl has done, which is black vinyl. It is black vinyl. If anybody decides you want anything in there, they're right here behind me. Let's go through another pre-owned title. I think I'm going to try to find the check condition bin first. Is this it right here? Let me find John's check condition bin, which, as y'all know, always has great titles in it. Check condition. Got a lot of auctions. All right, let's do, I think, the first request that popped up there. And then after I sell one, y'all will probably have to give me, keep me reminded of what you're waiting for. But Max Johnson was first on Taxi Driver, and I already know the details on that one. It's an original one sheet, and I think I've already told them in the Facebook comments it's $175. So let me pull up Taxi Driver here. This is an original one sheet, Taxi Driver, Robert De Niro, iconic movie, $175 start. Taxi Driver, original one sheet. I've had a couple of these. I had one framed. I sold here in the store. I think we sold one the first night. We started doing a lot of posters last Thursday, last Friday. Taxi Driver, up for bid, $175 start. Is it stamped on the back? Maybe we can go check right quick. Tanner, can you do that? Tanner just walked up here. I'll have an extra set of hands. I don't think it has any theater or anything on the back. Max Johnson's in. You talking to me. Jodie Foster. Sybil Shepherd. Okay, so we have a bid on that for $175. Next, we have, these are check condition. VG Plus condition, $17.99. Ike and Tina Turner, live at Carnegie Hall. VG Plus condition, $17.99. And Richard Pryor, is it something I said? Richard Pryor is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. And Johnny Cash at San Quentin. Johnny Cash is VG, $14.99. I don't see any theater stamp on the back. Nope. No stamping or anything on the back. Tanner's holding it up right now. It is nice. It is very, very nice. As you can see from right here, it's nice. It has those original, folds in it, which is actually a good thing in my opinion. It really shows its authenticity. But yeah, that's nice. Okay. And we're about to get another auction started. I think we're almost done on Chris Ledoux. Let's do another classic country, a very desirable album, Garth Brooks' first album. This is a 1989. This is a 1989 U.S. pressing, $115 start. Garth Brooks is on a Purple Capo label. This is OG retail Garth Brooks, not a club. $115 start. The vinyl is nice. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink wrap. This is not a club. It's an original retail copy for $115 start. Garth Brooks, 1989 US OG. Back up to the top, we had Taxi Driver 175. Greg Rogers wants the Richard Pryor. That's so to Greg Rogers. Taxi Driver has a new bid for 185. Kevin LeBady on Johnny Cash. Matt Shepard second on Johnny Cash. David Tate second on Richard Pryor. Taxi Driver 190. We have Taxi Driver 195. Bill Samus wants Ike and Tina. Derek Z on Garth Brooks. Are we done on the Chris Ledoux? Let me make sure I didn't miss any bid. Sean said he was out. That's sold to Daniel Buziden for $130. Chris Ledoux is sold for $130. All right, let's get another one started. I'll show a few more records, though, first. We already have 2 auctions going. Looks like it has quite a bit of activity. Garth Brooks and Taxi Driver both getting some bids. Very cool, Taxi Driver. I have watched, I think that's one of the few posters we've sold recently. I have seen that. I've actually watched that twice. I knew I had to see that. Everybody's like, Chad, you mean you like all these De Niro Godfather movies and you've never seen this? I was like, yeah, I got to sit down and watch this one. James Gang Thirds, EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99. Garth Brooks is EX Plus. It's a nice copy in shrink wrap. James Gang's EX, $17.99. Edgar Winter Group, VG Plus, $17.99. You got to have Frankenstein in your collection. VG Plus, $17.99. That's Edgar Winter Group. And Tanya Tucker, Dream Lovers. Tanya Tucker's in VG Plus condition, $9.99. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG condition, $19.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. So Garth Brooks is an original 1989 U.S. retail copy. The first bid was Derek Z at $125. Taxi Driver 205, $200, $225. We have not put up scanners yet. Taxi Driver 225, $275. And Matt Lawson is first on James Gang. If you're wondering what Taxi Driver is, it's this right here. This original one sheet Taxi Driver, an original theater poster That would have been displayed at a theater. This is from the Fred Goodwin collection. If you haven't been watching late at night, I've been telling a little bit about the backstory. But he collected these things, but he bought out a distribution place in Texas, I think back in the 90s, and he acquired tens of thousands of posters. And I've really had them in the back for like the last 3 years, and I hadn't touched any of them. We've sold a few here and there, but we went and got the rest of the collection a couple weeks ago, and it's really motivated me to finally get to some of these. Taxi Drivers at $275. Nobody else has bet on Garth Brooks. It has one bid for $125, and that's a final call. Getz and Gilberto, VG condition, $19.99. Stan Getz and João Gilberto, that's VG condition, $19.99. Cheap Trick at Budokan, VG condition, $9.99. Cheap Trick at Budokan, that's VG condition, $9.99. And Walt Disney Studios, I've only ever had a couple of these, The Sounds of Outer Space. It's like a sound effects record. That is in VG condition, $16.99. Tim Turner on Tanya Tucker. Tim Turner gets Tanya Tucker. TT gets TT. Taxi Driver has a new bid for $280. Josh Phillips gets the Jets. That's so to Josh Phillips. Josh Ragland first on Cheap Trick. That is first on Cheap Trick. Josh Ragland. Gabor Zabo, Ms. Rab, VG plus $24.99. Since Garth Brooks is pretty much done, it looks like, let's go ahead and do the other Chris Ledoux, and let's go ahead and do another Kiss. These will definitely get some activity. All right, I think you're going to get the Garth Brooks, Derek. Derek Z gets the Brooks, the Garth Brooks for $125. Taxi Driver has a new bid with Max Johnson at $280. He's the new high bidder on that. We're still bidding on Taxi Driver. And Garth Brooks is sold for $125. Another look at it right quick. Robert De Niro, Taxi Driver. And we have Chris Ledoux. This one's called Songs of Living Free by Chris Ledoux. It's a 1975. Here's another one. 0 or for sale in the United States. $55 start. Songs, American Cowboy Songs, Chris Ledoux, Living Free. $55 start. Another jacket that's really nice. Another really nice LP. And that's a 1975 US. That's up for bid. Sean's already in. How about Kiss Destroyer? Boy, we're right up Sean's alley with these Chris Ledoux and Kiss at the same time. This is Kiss Destroyer, 1976 Pitman press. EX condition, EX Plus condition, EX Plus condition. 76 Pitman. This is a $25 start. The Bogart label, Casablanca, $25 start. Boy, I wish I had an original Casablanca poster. Those are only about $50,000. That's not an exaggeration either. Actually, one of the most expensive movie posters ever sold was an Italian Casablanca. It's like 10 foot tall and about 8 foot wide. It's huge. You should look up pictures of it. It sold for like $800,000. It's it's a piece of art. It's not a poster. It's a piece of art, like a lot of these other posters are. I was watching that documentary about hypnosis, and they was talking about art and, you know, just the hypnosis documentary that designed all those covers. These are pieces of art. Look at that. Same way with these movie posters. Some of them we've been showing late at night. My reaction is like, wow. It's like you're opening a piece of art. Some of these are really, really cool. All right. We had... we pulled Cheap Trick. Colin Butler on the Space. That's sold to Colin Butler. Taxi Driver, $290 with Display It over on YouTube. Sean was first on 55. Do you have Chris Ledoux, The Cowboy Rides Away? We have sold all the Chris Ledoux. This is the last one. I don't have any more unless there's one in the back that I'm not aware of. Another $55 bid on Chris Ledoux. Kiss is at $75. That was the first bid. Now $80. Chris Ledoux, $60. Chris Ledoux, $75. Colin Butler wants Gabor Zabo. Gabor Zabo. Next, Taxi Drivers at $295. Jackson Brown, Hold Out. VG Plus condition, $9.99. And the new thing I'm watching is the history on David Geffen. That's also on Netflix. David Geffen. And I got to the part where he signed Jackson Brown. VG Plus, $9.99. REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning. VG condition, $9.99. REO Speedwagon, Wheels Are Turning. VG condition, $9.99. Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. That's in VG condition as well. $12.99 for Billy Idol. Penny Lane and Time, Kai Winding. VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus condition, $14.99. And the best of Stan Getz, VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. So, update on these auctions. We got 3 auctions going right now. Chris Ledoux, the last bid was Sean Holford at $75. Taxi Drivers at $295. Kiss had bids for $85, $85, and $90. John Franz, the 4th, gets the Billy Idol. John Franz gets the Billy Idol. Michael Ruttman was 2nd. Michael Hickson 3rd. Tony Freeman 4th. Jared Inc. 5th. And Taxi Drivers at $311. Here's a look at the Taxi Driver poster. $311, an original one sheet. That is now with display at $311. And we have Matthew Kopus out on Kiss. Nick Kennels at $90. Christopher Onzo, let me know if you want back in. And now that's a final call on Chris Ledoux. Sean Holford had it for $75, and that means display it. You're out on the Chris Ledoux. And Deidre's also out, and she said she is out. Joe Tex, Soul Country, VG Plus, $19.99 for Soul Country. And Cannonball Adderley presents Love, Sex, and the Zodiac, written and narrated by Rick Holmes. VG Condition, $34.99, a 1974 Hollywood press. VG Condition, $74.99. And the Urban Cowboy soundtrack. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. There was one of these in Fred's collection about 3 years ago. I had it framed, and we sold it here in the store. It was an Urban Cowboy soundtrack. I've never seen a lady so excited before. VG Plus Condition, $14.99 on Urban Cowboy. And John Waite, No Breaks with his big hit, Missing You. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. So update on these auctions. Taxi Driver was at $311. We had an out on Kiss, an out on Chris Ledoux. Taxi Driver got a new bid for $320. We had a new bid on Kiss for $95. A new bid on Taxi Driver for $340. Michael Hickson, first on Urban Cowboy. John Fuller, first on John Waite. And Tony Freeman was second. This brings me to the point I want to say, if you're a first-time viewer and you make a purchase, go right, or if you want to make a purchase, go right ahead. Like if you want Cannonball Adderley, just go ahead and claim it in the comments like you see so many other people doing. I'll recognize your name if you have bought something tonight and you are a first-time buyer, and I haven't told you this. If you're on YouTube, we'll send you a link to our website. If you're on Facebook, we just need a message sent to us, okay? We just need a message sent to us. But it's $7 in limited shipping. That includes these posters, unless I say otherwise. Some of these posters are framed. We're not doing any tonight. All these are going to be shipped either rolled or flat. Most of them are going to be shipped flat the way they were originally folded. So it goes in with your $7 in limited shipping, by the way. Little Feat, the last record album. Little Feat's in EX condition. $22.99 for Little Feat. And Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Peter Frampton and the Bee Gees. VG condition, $9.99. I think we're done on Chris Ledoux. I'm going to go to the bottom. If no one else has bid, it's sold to Sean Holford for $75. And Kiss is at $90 with Nick Kennel and Matthew Kopus set out. Christopher Onzo bid $95. Nick Kennel, you're outbid. Christopher Onzo has it for $95. We have REO Speedwagon High Infidelity, VG Plus $14.99, and Styx is VG $9.99. This is Pieces of 8, VG $9.99, and Dwayne and Greg Allman. I like this one, VG condition $14.99. There's the other people I was waiting to hear from on both auctions because they hadn't set out yet. Derek Z in on Chris Ledoux, Nick Kennel in on Kiss. They're still bidding on Taxi Driver. Display it is at $376. They're bidding on this right here. It's right over here next to me. I promise. But there's a picture of it. It saves us a lot of time and wear and tear on the poster, not having to handle it. First new claim was Matt Shepard on REO Speedwagon. John Franz was 4th. Chris Ledoux has a new bid for $90. John Fuller wants the Johnny Winters. That was earlier. John Fuller, I'm going to sell that to you right now. That was, now did you mean Edgar Winter or was there a Johnny Winters in here? Did you mean Edgar Winter? There's no Johnny Winters, I don't think. And then Jetstream wants the Allman Brothers record. Chris Wood was 2nd. Derek Z 3rd. And Chris Ledoux's at 105, doing Coins and Knives. Yes, Tanner is going to take pictures of more posters tonight. Probably we're going to try to get into those concert posters. Do y'all remember that original thing that I posted flipping through? We're going to try to photograph those tonight so we can auction those tomorrow the same way we're doing these. So we don't have to show them and handle them. We have pictures of them. It takes us a little time. We worked on setting up the photographs for this pretty much all night last night to be able to auction these. It takes a lot of time to lay all these out. We got a new overhead camera set up, get them edited and stuff like that. But we're going to try to do that for those other ones so they'll hear on the computer and we can show them a lot easier. So that's what we're going to be doing. All right, so Chris Ledoux, we had bids for 105, 110. Jackie Reynolds wants the Peter Frampton Bee Gees. Chris Ledoux, 125. Taxi Driver, $375. And we have an out on Chris Ledoux. Sean, 125. Are we done? Nick Kennel's in on Kiss at 96. Christopher Onzo, you're outbid. Let me know if you want back in. Nick Kennel has it for $96. Nick Kennel has it for $96. And the Cannonball here, Colin. Cannonball Adderley was VG condition, $34.99. It's a 74 Hollywood press. 74 Hollywood press on Fantasy. VG $34.99. We have Pure Prairie League, if the shoe fits, EX condition $12.99. Kiss Destroyer is an original 1976 Pittman press, EX plus vinyl, VG plus cover. That has a high bid of $97 of Christopher Onzo. It just came in. Chris Ledoux has a high bid and a final call to Sean Holford for $125. Display it. You're out on the Taxi Driver. Max Johnson has it for $375. Ron Fuller wanted the Edgar winners. Ron Fuller. Ron, are you a first-time buyer or maybe you are from this week? Matt Lawson, you were second. Kiss is at 100. Kiss is an original U.S. retail copy. Nancy Sinatra, how does that grab you? That's VG $9.99. Display It said he had already bid $376. I must have missed it, or it didn't come through on Restream. Display It is at $376 on the Taxi Driver. New bid. Dusty Springfield's Golden Hits, VG $9.99. Nancy Sinatra and Dusty Springfield, available. Both are available is what I'm trying to say. Meet the Searchers on Needles and Pens. That's a classic. VG condition, $9.99. Christopher Brusha on Nancy Sinatra. Right now, we're 7 to 10 days out on shipping. So if you pay, we're about 7 to 10 days out. I hear the tape gun back there flying right now. Jake is packing up ones and twos, as we call them. So if you ordered ones and twos, if you ordered like one record or two record, he's back there packing it up right now. Over here next to me, I'll show him in just a second, there are some full carts of mail. A lot of people should have got tracking numbers today, but we're about 7 to 10 days out. Colin Butler, thank you for saying that again because I missed your comment that said take. I remember reading that, but I didn't pull it. Colin Butler on Cannonball Adderley. That's sold to Colin Butler. Thank you. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. We pulled Nancy Sinatra. Kiss has a new bid for $105. We have Taxi Driver at $380. Slicker Van Slyke wants the Searchers. Brandy Klein wants Dusty Springfield. Susie, you were second on the Searchers. Kiss is at $111. Rick, I do not have that Black Sabbath in stock. Taxi Drivers at $393. And Ron Fuller, I've already sold the Almonds. But Chris Ledoux is sold for $125 to Sean Holford. Sean, you get the Chris Ledoux for $125. And Kiss is at $111 with Nick Kennel. Christopher Onzo's out. One more or another look, probably not the last look, but another look. They're bidding on Taxi Driver. Display It just bid $393. Max Johnson just bid $394. That is right there. There is no pre-order for Black Sabbath. That was a limited edition record. I don't have those anymore. All right, and as soon as this poster's done, we'll put up another one, whatever was requested next. But first, we got to sell that one. Kiss is at $112. Taxi Drivers at $394. Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Stranger in Town. VG condition, $12.99. We have Rod Stewart. Gold stamp promo with Hop Sticker. EX condition, $14.99. EX condition, $14.99. And more golden hits by the Four Seasons. VG plus $9.99. I don't have Boss's debut album, but one could pop up at any moment. Exotic dances for wives and lovers. Belly dancing music. VG condition, $9.99. I can't do any of that. Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby. VG condition, $9.99. And Fleetwood Mac, self-titled, their 1975 album. VG condition, $14.99. Monday Morning, Warm Ways, Rhiannon, Over My Head, Say You Love Me. VG condition, $14.99. And Prince, his debut album, VG condition, $29.99, a 79 Winchester. Biff, a Boston album could pop up like they're saying. One could pop up at any minute in these bins. That's a very common album. We get them quite often. Okay, so back up to the top. We have Kiss 115. We have a request for Friday the 13th. We have Greg Rogers on AG. AG was Arlo Guthrie. That's sold to Greg Rogers. Kiss has a new bid for 118. Kiss has a bid for 120. And does the Four Seasons have the printed inner sleeve on the VJ label? I actually think it might. It does. It has the printed inner sleeve. Has the printed inner sleeve. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Kiss is at 120 with Nick Kennel. And we have Climax Blues Band. This is in VG condition, $9.99. Kathy Webb on FM. Kathy Webb on FM. Kathy Webb on FM. Here's the label on Kiss. One more time. It's the blue. It says Destroy Your Kiss. And that's a 76 Pitman EX Plus. The high bid's 120. And where are we on Taxi Driver? Max Johnson, you're outbid. Max Johnson, you're outbid. Here's another look at it. The high bid right now is displayed at $400. Max Johnson, if you decide you're done bidding, let me know, and we'll go ahead and do a final call, okay? But that's at $400. But if you're still bidding, you need to let me know, please. Kiss is at 118. Kiss is at 120. Kathy Webb wanted the Fleetwood Mac. I think I've already pulled that. I have. And Kiss at 125. John Young takes the Four Season. I think that was your YouTube account earlier, right? Yeah, that's sold to John Young. That inner sleeve's worth $10, right, John? And we have Bob Seger and the Stranger, Tom Sullivan, or Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. But first, let me move crates because I have filled this one up really quickly. Let me set that one right over here. Let me grab a new empty crate. All right, and we have a new bid on Taxi Driver for $401. A new bid, Max Johnson, $401. We have Kiss. They are at war over Kiss. So let's put up a new Japanese, or let's put up an auction I didn't get to last night. I got some Black Sabbath here, and I think this is this is Black Sabbath Sabotage. It is a retail copy, and it is OG, and it's unusually clean, right? These things are typically beat the heck, both the vinyl and the jacket. This is on the Burbank. This is actually, we're always looking for green Black Sabbath albums. This is green Warner Brothers albums. This is actually the first label for Sabotage. It does have a saw mark there on the cover. Not bad. It has a little bit of spine wear. No, it has a little bit of that beginnings of some chipping. And then a little bit of wear up in here and over here on the side. $25 start. That's Black Sabbath Sabotage. We have a lot of Japanese stuff. We hadn't even got to that first bin yet. We have Kiss at 126. Taxi Drivers at 402. Taxi Drivers at 425. Black Sabbath at 25. We're not done with this check condition bin. No one wanted Prince. VG condition, $29.99, 1979. I told John, I almost pulled that out to auction it. John Thomas, John that works here. I was like, probably should auction that one, but it's available. The Friends of Distinction, Real Friends, that's VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Alice Cooper Killer, there's some writing on it. Faith and Jennifer wrote their names on the cover. Other than that, the vinyl's VG Plus condition, $19.99. That's the original green label for that. We have Black Sabbath at $25. We have the unforgettable Hank Williams, VG Plus condition, $19.99. The unforgettable Hank Williams, VG Plus, $19.99. Kiss, $128. Jamie Wills Erickson, first on Prince. Black Sabbath, one bid for $25. Kiss, $130. Darren Wallace, first on Alice Cooper. And Sabbath is at $30. And Taxi Driver is at $425. We're at $425 on Taxi Driver. We're not too far away from bringing out the air horn on one of our first premiere movie posters, which I had a feeling some of these we could get to tonight. I can't believe we sold Halloween 2 for one bid of $175. That might be the shocker of the night and possibly the deal of the night. That blew my mind. We have Dionne Warwick, Golden Hits Part 1, $9.99. Now, he didn't make a note on condition, and this really isn't check condition. That's a nice disc, actually. Got put in the wrong bin. That's $9.99. And we have Alan Parsons Project, Pyramid, VG condition, $9.99. Sabbath had another bid for $25, but Candace already bid $30. Matthew bid $40. Johansson bid $31. Candace bid $50. New bid on Taxi Driver for $450. The question is, where are we on Kiss? Nick Kennel, you've been outbid. Christopher Onzo has it for $128. Nick Kennel's at $130. Nick Kennel's at $130. Christopher Onzo, you've been outbid. Black Sabbath is at $50. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Apocalypse, VG Plus condition, $17.99. Argent, In Deep, VG condition, $9.99. The Partridge Family's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $9.99. We have James Taylor, Mudslide Slim, VG condition, $12.99. And Savoy Brown, Raw Sienna, VG plus $14.99. Raw Sienna, VG plus $14.99. All right, so display it's at $450. Black Sabbath was at $50. We have an out on Taxi Driver. We have an out on Kiss. Jackson Blaylock wants the Maha Vishnu. That is sold to Jackson Blaylock. And we have Savoy Brown Raw Sienna. Savoy Brown Raw Sienna was the last record, VG plus $14.99. Travis Wade on Partridge Family. So it's time for some final calls. Kiss is all done. Unless somebody wants to outbid Nick Kennel, you've got to bid more than 130. That's the high bid, 130. And then let's look at Taxi Driver for the last time until I call it sold. We might look at it one more time. This is display it's right now for the high bid of $450. That may be the winning bid. Final call. An original one sheet of Taxi Driver. Display it has it for $450. Final call on both of those. And let's go ahead and do a final call on Black Sabbath. You got to outbid Candace. She's at $50. Final call. I'm going to recap this check condition bin. I'm going to show a few records, and we definitely need to get some new posters up and records. So let's do 5 check condition records, and I'm ending all 3 auctions at the same time. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. VG condition, $19.99. That's a 2 LP. That's a 2 LP. Jackson Brown, Hold Out. VG Plus, $9.99. REO Speedwagon. This is Wheels Are Turning. VG condition, $9.99. Penny Lane and Time, Kai Winding. VG Plus, $14.99. And The Best of Stan Getz, VG, $14.99. All right. Officially sold. This is sold to Display It. That is Taxi Driver. That is sold to Display It for $450. First auction, sold. Display It, $450. That was Taxi Driver. Now, Kiss Destroyer. Kiss Destroyer is sold for $130 to Nick Kennel. That is sold to Nick Kennel for $130. That's sold to Nick Kennel for $130. I'm going to put it away. And Sabotage is sold to Candace Lindberry. Now, sometimes we put up auctions. I'll pull stuff out of the bins. Look at what we had Sabotage price for. I tell people, we can mark records and straight show them, or we can auction them. 9 times out of 10, they end up around the same price, give or take $5. So that's exactly what we had Sabotage price. I started it for, we had it marked for 50. I started it for 25, and it sold for 50 to Candace Lindberry. That sold for $50. That sold for $50. Okay, now we have no other claims. Let's get some new auctions started before I finish this bin. Let me go ahead and put up that Stones right now. Who just asked for that? I'll go ahead and do that right now. And let's go ahead and do this Japanese John Coltrane. Let's do a couple Japanese no Obi auctions. Japanese no Obi. The first one is Coltrane Jazz. This is a Japanese pressing of John Coltrane, Coltrane Jazz. And this was pressed in Japan. And I think it is really nice. It is. It's the typical near mint minus and pristine Japanese quality. We do have some John Coltrane tonight with Obis. This one doesn't have an Obi. We're going to put it up for a $30 start. It has the Japanese insert and an extremely nice heavy jacket with almost no signs of wear. John Coltrane, Coltrane Jazz. That's a $30 start. And then this is called the Rolling Stones Deluxe. It's also a Japanese pressing. It's a gatefold. It's a gatefold with an insert or with a booklet insert kind of on the spine. Does have some wear. Looks like there was a sticker on it one time. So the cover is VG for a Japanese pressing. It is a single LP compilation, but the vinyl is nice. It's your typical high quality Japanese. There are some more Kiss tonight. Yes, we do have more Kiss. We're also going to start that at $25. It's called the Rolling Stones Deluxe, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's a compilation. Heart of Stone, Can I Get a Witness, If You Need Me, I Can't Be Satisfied, $25 start. Those are now up for auction. Stones is $25, Coltrane's at $30. Both auctions are at $30. We had a request. Let me step over here and get a new poster going, and let me find the details for it. We had a request to run this one right here next. Let me step over here, and I have learned something new. I just need to keep the sticky notes with me over here as I'm having to go over here and flip. We got them all laid out flat on the table, and Paul tagged some of these months ago. Is this it here? Yeah, this is it here. All right. Here we go. This is what you would call a teaser poster. Friday the 13th, part 2, the body count continues. And I think this is actually what they call an advance. So it would have been something that would have been put out at before. It still would have been displayed at a theater, but put out before the fact. It's an advance poster. $75 start. Friday the 13th, part 3, $75 start. That's now up for bid. It's a 1981 original advance teaser poster. Friday the 13th, $75 start. $75 start. All right, let's finish going through these check condition records very quickly. We have a lot more to go through. Joe Tex is VG Plus $19.99. Little Feed is EX $22.99. EX $22.99. Sticks is VG Condition $9.99. Pure Prairie League, if the shoe fits, EX Condition $12.99. Rod Stewart, self-titled, EX $14.99. Exotic Dances for Wives and Lovers, VG Condition $9.99. Climax Blues Band, VG Condition $9.99. The Friends of Distinction, Real Friends, VG Plus $14.99. The Unforgettable Hank Williams, VG Plus $19.99. Dionne Warwick's Golden Hits, that's $9.99, no condition notes. Also, Alan Parsons Project, Argent in Deep, James Taylor, and Savoy Brown. Savoy was VG Plus $14.99. Final call on John Coltrane for $30. Final call on the Rolling Stones for $30. Brian Mallard, make sure, I know you're bidding on the poster, make sure you put Friday, just so I know you're bidding on this right here, just so, and we'll know in the comments, whoever rewatches this, you're bidding at $80 on Friday the 13th, if you can please put that in there. And then we have Felix Salas wants the Erotic. That's so to Felix Salas. We have Paul Oakley on Savoy Brown. And Dave Plunkett says, I thought Savoy was claimed. I think somebody was just talking about it earlier. If somebody claimed it earlier, I missed it. If somebody claimed it earlier, I missed it. We might need a review and let me know who that was. But right now, I've got it with Paul Oakley. Let's bring over another crate. I have more new vinyl to go through. I have more new stuff we have not shown tonight. Where's the new vintage stuff is? Here we go. All right. I've lost track of how many crates we've gone through. There are a lot of records of the same title in here because I think most of them are pre-sold. Argent was VG Condition, $9.99, Colin. Let me check one more time. My memory is telling me VG $9.99. Yep, VG $9.99. All right, Coltrane Jazz, only one bid sold to Jamie Wills Erickson for $30. Kind of find that surprising. And Carol, you're the lone bidder on the Rolling Stones for $30. Also find that kind of surprising. That was Rolling Stones Deluxe. That sold for $30. And that is sold for $30, Rolling Stones to Carol Puckett. And we have Colin Butler says he'll take the Argent. It was Matthew Copus earlier, but he says Paul Oakley can take it. All right, good deal. And we have Argent sold to Colin Butler. That's sold to him. Let me go ahead and show this. The Widowmakers are in. Stand by for pain. Let's get some new auctions rolling first. I have some more country LPs to auction, including and a Kiss record. But first, let's do the Clint Black and Gene Simmons. Clint Black, this is called Killin' Time. This is another country album that's never been repressed. This is Clint Black, Killin' Time. And it is an original retail copy from 1989, and it's very clean, and it's very nice. The vinyl is EX Plus, glossy cover, $55 start on Clint Black, and we have Gene Simmons. Now, I actually hadn't got to look at this one. I don't see a cutout, which is already a good sign. That does not belong in there. That's an inner sleeve to one of the Kiss records. That doesn't go with it. The cover is got some noticeable wear on it. We'll call it VG or VG minus. This is the original inner sleeve, and the vinyl is not bad. The vinyl is EX or maybe even EX plus. It's actually, the disc is very clean. Let's put Gene Simmons up for a $25 start. Gene's going up for a $25 start. Crisp inner sleeve. You get bonus half of another inner sleeve, and that's about a VG cover, $25 start. That's half of the inner sleeve from Dynasty. Yeah, that's half of the inner sleeve from Dynasty. No poster, no inserts, nothing else. Just that $25 start. All right, and we only had one bid on this right here. Let's officially call it sold. Brian Mallard, I am selling this to you right now for $80. This is sold to Brian Mallard for $80. Friday the 13th. The body count continues. That is officially sold to Brian Mallard. Now, which poster, anybody else on deck for posters? Let me know what else y'all wanted me to run. This one right here is sold to Brian Mallard for $80. Okay? And when I go to get the other ones, I will do that. That's sold to Brian. Widowmaker. Let me pull up the pre-order for Widowmaker. Widowmaker. Let me pull that up right quick. And we've got a lot of these already pre-sold. And yeah, Boggy Creek was the other one. Yeah, I remember that one. I'll do that. So let's see what we got over here, though, on Widowmaker. This is first time ever on vinyl. Widowmaker, D. Snyder. D. Snyder from Twisted Sister. This is the first time ever on vinyl. This is their second and final album. I have a feeling they'll do the first one later now, but let me read off the pre-order for this. There are quite a few. I'll do Vince Gill next, Brian. This is Widowmaker, $38.99. We have one sold for Matt Kolb. This is everybody on the pre-order. Matt Kolb, K-O-L-B. Richard Davis gets one. Jeff Brindley gets one. Steve Koch. Corey Costa. David Polkey, and Danny Czar. Danny Czar. We're not done yet, though. Danny Czar was the last name I said there. Also, Scott Smith and Steph Camp. Martin Blackmore. Autumn Betts was on the pre-order. John Hernandez and Dwayne Sevilla. Devin Reese doesn't want one. Devin Reese wants two of them. Also, Scotty Hopes was on the pre-order. Fred Carnell was on the pre-order. Bob Safel was on the pre-order. Eric Beck on the pre-order. Lily McCurry on the pre-order. Kevin Knight also on the pre-order. Scott Marchheim on the pre-order. And Chris Frazier on the pre-order. And I think there was somebody who emailed us, and I have that over here on my laptop. Nobody's Fault, Stephen Campbell and Mark Swindell. Nobody's Fault, Stephen Campbell and Mark Swindell. And I don't think I already said those people, right? Make sure I didn't read off any of those people already. No, I didn't read off. So those are three more sold. So there's 1, 2, 3. There's three more sold. And that was Widowmaker. That was Nobody's Fault. And that was Stephen Campbell. Now, we have a Steph Camp. I wonder if Stephen Campbell and Steph Camp is the same person. I bet that's the same person. Stephen Camp and Stephen Campbell. I bet that's the same person, but I'm going to go ahead and tag it for, if we have an extra one, I'll show them later. But I'm going to go ahead, I'll put it back later and resell it. That means I've got 4 copies to sell right now. I got 4 copies to sell right now. Let's go back up to the top and make sure I didn't miss anything here. And we left off, there's the Coltrane bids. We have, let's see here, Take. And we have Brian Thurman, first on Widowmaker. We have Clint Black, 55. Dan Geller, Widowmaker. Gene Simmons, 25, 30, 30, 40, 45. Request for the Boggy Creek and Vince Gill. The Stones have Book of the Roby. That came in very late, John Young. That came in very late. That question, we'd already called it sold. Greg Rogers also wants a Widowmaker. And that's sold to Greg Rogers. All right, Widowmaker sold. So that we have 1 copy left of Widowmaker, Stand By for Pain. I'd already called Stones sold when that question come in. I think your YouTube account is pretty far behind, John Young. Your Facebook comments are coming in a lot faster, it looks like. Clint Black is at $60. That is with Mike Locke. He's at $60. And Gene Simmons is at $45 with Josh James. 45 with Josh James. 1 Widowmaker left. I also have 3 copies of Bruce Dickinson, The Mandrake Project, $39.99. Bruce Dickinson, The Mandrake Project, $39.99. Let's look up that because I think there's a waiting list. Bruce Dickinson, The Mandrake Project. Todd Tipton was on a waiting list. I've got 2 extra copies. This is the new album by Bruce Dickinson. There's one for Todd. There's one for Greg Rogers, who just commented. And I have 1X. This is Killing Time by Clint Black. Clint Black does not have very many albums. He does not have very many albums on vinyl. Not at all. Not at all. All right, let me pull out this Friday the 13th here and lay it on top because we just sold it. And let me find the information for Boggy Creek. These are actually some back last Halloween. These are some from last Halloween that Paul got ready, and as y'all remember, around Halloween we had some for sale, but this is Boggy Creek, right? Yeah. And then we sold some during Halloween. We had a couple Halloween auctions where we did some of those. So let me do Boggy Creek. Let me get the image pulled up here, if I can find my cursor. There we go. All right, this is an original 1973 one sheet. An original 1973 one sheet, The Legend of Boggy Creek. That is an original 1973 for $125 start. An original 1973 one sheet, $125 start. That's The Legend of Boggy Creek. Original one sheet, $125 start. That is the opening bid on that, $125. Okay, we have Brent Robley also on the Bruce Dickinson. And Legend of Boggy Creek, Brent Robley's in at $125. Legend of Boggy Creek. I'm going to put this sticky note right here as a reminder that we're auctioning that. Clint Black had bids for 60, 65, and then 70. And Gene Simmons has a high bid of 45 of Josh James, and that's a final call. Josh James has that for $45. Final call. I've never had this before. I actually missed the pre-order on it. This is Now That's What I Call Country. It's one of those Now series. It's 2 or 3 LPs. This is a 3 LP for $49.99. Now That's What I Call Country. Maybe if we have our fellow Craig watching, he can post this long track listing because there's a lot of music on here. $49.99. It should be on colored vinyl. This is Now That's What I Call Country, $49.99. I think we're done on Gene Simmons. I hope so, because I'm about to sell it to Josh James for $45. Everybody else is out. I have one Sheryl Crow live from the Ryman. Let me make sure there wasn't a waiting list for that. But once again, a great price. 4 LPs. 4 LPs for $36.99. Let me look up Miss Cheryl over here. No waiting list, so this is available. Sheryl Crow live at the Ryman, $36.99. And we have a Perfect Circle, 13th step, $39.99. A Perfect Circle, $39.99. So Legend of Boggy Creek got bids for $125, $150, $175. Clint Black's at $75. Derek Z on PS. PC, that is, for Perfect Circle. And then Brent Robley on SC for Sheryl Crow. And Boggy Creek has a bid for $200. Josh James, you get the Gene Simmons for $45. And the bonus half of the inner sleeve for Dynasty. That's sold to Josh James for $45. All right. Now, as promised, let me put up Vince Gill. And let me put Gene Simmons in a new sleeve here. Let me switch over right quick and show the Boggy Creek if no one knows what we're talking about. I got a new tool tonight, thanks to Tanner and Jake for setting this up, where we can show some movie posters very quickly and easily. All we got to do is take pictures of them. That's an original one sheet. An original one sheet. That's up for bid. The high bid right now is $200 with Jetstream. Scott Marchheim, I will put you on a waiting list for Bruce Dickinson if that's okay. I'll put you on a waiting list. Clint Black has a new bid for $85. The only records that's left in here is Widowmaker, Standing By for Pain for $38.99. And Now That's What I Call Country for $49.99. Now That's What I Call Country for $49.99. That's a 3 LP compilation. 3 LP compilation. Alrighty, so let's move on. I'm actually just going to put these, let me just put these right back here. And that crate is empty. I'm going to need it here in a minute. Widowmaker, I saw that release. I was like, I got to get that on Facebook immediately because I had a feeling there'll be a lot of people want that one. All right, let's go through a new crate here. New vintage stuff. New vintage stuff to go through. We still got 2 or 3 crates like this, and I have a whole nother crate of new vinyl to go through. One of a lot more variety. Scott Marchheim on the Bruce Dickinson Mandrake. Bruce Dickinson Mandrake waiting list. Clint Black's at $85, now $90. Brent Robley, you're out on Boggy Creek. You're out on Boggy Creek, and let's look at that one more time. Jetstream has it for $200. Few. I don't mind. There's a lot on here. I'll read you down here at the artist. Let me read you these artists. That will probably help you a lot. Dolly Parton, John Denver, Shania Twain, Glenn Campbell, Tammy Wynette, Bellamy Brothers, Carrie Underwood, Keith Urban, Luke Combs, Chris Stapleton, Dr. Hook, Linda Ronstadt, Crystal Gale, Leanne Rimes, Casey Musgraves, Little Big Town, Darius Rutger, Mark Ronson featuring Miley Cyrus, Charlie Daniels Band, Kenny Rogers, Patsy Cline. So the Dolly song is Jolene, Linda Ronstadt doing Desperado, Dolly and Kenny doing Islands in the Stream, Keith Urban, Somebody Like You, Darius Rucker, Wagon Wheel, Lady Antebellum, Need You Now, Keith Whitley, When You Say Nothing at All, Keith Whitley, Mark Chestnut, Tammy Wynette, Stand By Your Man. It has some classic, it has some 70s, it has some modern stuff, it has some real classic stuff like Patsy Cline Crazy and Johnny Cash Ring of Fire. Kenny Rogers, Lucille. That looks like a pretty good compilation. And that is $49.99. Stacy says she'll take one. I have one left. We have James Vasquez on the Mandrake waiting list. We have Legend of Boggy Creek at $225, now $240. And we have an out on Clint Black. Jeffrey Dunlap is the high bidder for $90. Final call. Vince Gill is our next auction. When I call your name, Vince Gill is a $15 start. It's a 1989 shrink-wrapped retail copy. This is not a club. $15 start. Vince Gill, when I call your name. $15 start on that. All right. Jetstream's at $240. On this movie poster, we're bidding on Legend of Boggy Creek. Okay. Elton John, 21 at $33. $17.99 for Elton John. We're also about to sell Clint Black for $90 to Jeffrey Dunlap. The Magic of ABBA, $19.99. The Magic of ABBA. This is actually a K-Tail compilation. The Magic of ABBA, $19.99. The Wizard of Oz, the story and songs of Wizard of Oz from Disney, $24.99. That is from Disneyland Records. Edgar Winter Anthology. Never seen that before. Edgar Winter Anthology is $19.99. Stacy wants the ABBA K-Tail compilation. Rob Zimber first on the Wizard of Oz. Susie Breedlove was second. We have Ellington 66. Duke Ellington is $14.99. That's on the Tricolor Reprise label. Duke Ellington 66, $14.99. Slicker Van Slyke on Edgar Winter. That's sold to Slicker. And Jay Ferguson, All Alone in the End Zone, $12.99. Greg Rogers, you were third on Wizard of Oz. Herbie Hancock Sound System, $19.99. Herbie Hancock Sound System in shrink wrap, $19.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Clint Black. Let me go grab a sleeve for it. This is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $90. Jeffrey, this is sold to you for $90. We get a new sleeve over here for it. Sold to Jeffrey for $90. Killing Time, very clean copy. That's sold for $90. And we had an out on the Legend of Boggy Creek, if I can say that correctly. Let's do a final call. Brent says he's out. High call is Jetstream. High bid is Jetstream, $240. Our original one sheet. Final call, $240. 1973. Final call. Jetstream has it. Now, Vince Gill, that had 15, 20, and then 50. And then Jetstream first on Duke Ellington. I hadn't pulled that yet. Jetstream first on Duke Ellington, then Jackson Blaylock. But Jackson was first on Herbie Hancock, and then James Rayner. And Vince Gill's at $50. And the high bidder is Josh Tanner for $50. Original motion picture soundtrack to Mike's Murder, $14.99. Mike's Murder, it has the hype sticker with it. $14.99 for Mike's Murder, original soundtrack. And a Night in Heaven soundtrack. This is cool. It has the shrink wrap and the original hype sticker on it, $19.99. Brian K. Thomas is at $55 on Vince Gill. Buckwheat Zydeco, that's $14.99, and that one's called On a Night Like This. On a Night Like This, $14.99 Buckwheat. And the King of Comedy soundtrack is $24.99. That has the hype sticker on it too. B.B. King, Ricky Lee Jones, Van Morrison, Gold Stamp promo, $24.99. Vince Gill has a new bid for $75. Let's get another auction going. Man, where's all the Obi stuff at? Let me get that crate over here where I can get to it. Oh my gosh. Rush, Beatles, Coltrane, Beatles, Rat, Van Halen, Coltrane, Zeppelin, Styx, Michael Jackson, Kiss, Van Halen, Toto, Clapton, Steve Perry, Clapton, Paul McCartney, Yngwie, McCartney, Simon & Garfunkel, Stones, Coltrane, Simon & Garfunkel. That's half of the crate. But I have another Kiss auction. I have not looked at this one. Let's see what it looks like. This is Peter Criss. Let's take a look at it. Peter Criss has a clip corner, about a VG Plus cover, just has some minor shelf wear. It actually presents pretty well. Peter Criss. There's the original inner sleeve, and I have not looked at the vinyl yet. And it is, I know John cleaned it, and it is about EX. Maybe EX Plus here on side one. It's not bad. Let's put it up for a $15 start. Peter Criss. EX on the vinyl, VG Plus cover, $15 start. I'm about to sell the, well, let me just get caught up here. Vince Gill, 55. Jill Berry put NH for Night in Heaven. Right, Jill Berry? If so, that's so do you. Vince Gill got a $75 bid. Neil Brashear says buckwheat. And then he says buckwheat's on what label? Buckwheat Zydeco was on the Island. It's on the 1987 Island label. Right now, that is sold to you. That is sold to you, Neil, unless you say otherwise. Debbie Paredes was second. And then we have an out on Vince Gill. And we have no poster. Nope, nothing with Peter Criss. Sorry if I don't say it typically means no, but no poster on Peter Criss. Widowmaker's $38.99, Sean Druin. Vince Gill. First, let me wrap up this movie poster here. The Legend of Boggy Creek. This is officially sold to Jetstream. This is officially sold to Jetstream for $240. $240. That poster is sold to Jetstream for $240. Now, we have Vince Gill. Brian said he was out. The last bid was Josh Tanner at $75. It is near mint minus. It is beautiful. Pristine in shrink wrap. Josh Tanner has it for $75. Peter Criss got bids for $15, $15, $20. Neil does want to keep the buckwheat. Kiss has $25. And we're caught up here. How do you clean your vinyl? Well, if we ultrasonically clean them, we use an iSonic. Most of these are cleaned by hand. He's a wizard at it. John cleans a lot of these by hand. He uses distilled water, Dawn dish soap, and some isopropyl alcohol. He mixes it in these big gallon jugs back there. He puts it in a squirt bottle, and then we have these huge boxes we order of microfiber cloths, and it is a very good solution. These things shine. It is amazing. I think it's the key is the dish soap in there. They clean very, very, very well. Any requests for the next movie poster before I choose one at random? If you're waiting on one, let me know right now so I can go pull his Boggy Creek and I'll go get the image ready for another one. We have Beverly Hills Cop 2. We do ultrasonically clean a lot, but that's very time consuming. If we ultrasonically cleaned everything, we wouldn't have but like 2 crates ready every night. So we have to clean some by hand. Beverly Hills Cop 2 with the Bob Seger hype sticker, $24.99. $24.99. Gary Wright is $16.99. The Light of Smiles, Gary Wright, $16.99. And the Sting soundtrack is $19.99. The Sting soundtrack. That's another movie I need to rewatch. Sting is $19.99. And País Tropical, Sergio Mendes in Brazil, $77. $12.99. All right, when I stepped away, or the last thing I said was Kiss was at $25 of Kelly Cook, or the Peter Criss solo album, whichever you want to call it. Then we had Vince Gill at $80, Vince Gill at $100, and then we have, I don't have a Jaws tonight unless I find another one later, and we have a request for Creepshow, Fall of Roman Empire, and Zombies, so we'll do Creepshow next. And Clockwork Orange. I don't have that either, not tonight at least. Okay, so let's clarify one more time before I go grab this poster. Kelly Cook's at $25 on the Peter Criss. Everybody else is out. And Vince Gill's at $100 with Josh Tanner. Everybody else is out on that. So let me go get the Boggy Creek, put it here in the sold pile. And let me find the details on Creepshow. Let me find Boggy Creek. It was only 2 deep, I think. There it is right there. That's sold to Jetstream. Got them all nice and flat. I'm going to lay it on top of Friday the 13th. And let's go ahead and show Creepshow. We go ahead and pull it out. Let's go ahead and lay it on top. This is an original. 1982. All right. Let me get the image pulled up here. This one's pretty cool. Let's pull this one up. All right. This is an original 1982. Now, I think the guy who asked about it also asked about the taxi driver. And I'm pretty sure I told him in the comments we needed a $200 start. And that's what we need on it. This is an original 1981 one sheet of Creepshow. $200 start. $200 start. Creepshow, an original 1982. An original 1982 one sheet. $200 start. $200 start even. That's an original one sheet. Okay. Now, we had a Vince Gill out, so that's a final call. And I don't see another bid on Kiss, so that's a final call. And we have to keep showing some new records. We have the Drifters Meet the Coasters. This is $14.99. The Drifters Meet the Coasters, $14.99. Also, the original soundtrack to Beaches, as featured in Seinfeld. This is in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Bette Midler with the original Tower Records price tag, $19.99. Tommy Flowers on Drifters. And we have the Alan Parsons Project, $14.99. Carly Simon, Anticipation. Carly Simon is $9.99. And Buckwheat Zydeco, Waiting for My Yaya, $14.99. Waiting for My Yaya, Buckwheat Zydeco. Josh Tanner, you get the Vince Gill for $100. Let me also put that in a new sleeve for you. You get the Vince Gill for $100. That's so to you, Josh Tanner. And Kelly Cook, you get the Peter Criss for $25. Let's also go ahead and get that in a new sleeve. Kelly Cook, you get the Peter Criss for $25. Let's get 2 new auctions stoted. Stoted? Showed and solded. Shown and sold. Boy, that's what happens. Have y'all ever noticed how I combine words? I combine words. That's so for $25. And let's do this last kiss that I posted a picture of, but it's not the last kiss auction of the night, but it's the last that I posted a picture of, except for the Japanese stuff. This thing is pretty rough, okay? It's been well loved. It's less than VG minus. You can still play it, but it's less than VG minus. It's pretty rough. It has both original inner sleeves. We're going to start it for $1. See this right here? This is a pretty beat up record, okay? FYI, this is low grade. John was like, "Are you sure you wanted me to clean this?" And I was like, "Yeah, I already posted a picture of it." It's a $1 start. That's all it has is the original inner sleeves. That's all it has, but somebody's going to buy it, I'm sure. It's playable. Don't play it on a high-end system. It's a $1 start for Kiss Alive 2. $1 start on that. Let's go ahead and do one of these, another amazing John Coltrane Japanese pressings. Africa Brass, the John Coltrane Quartet. Now, this is the exact opposite forest condition. This is Japanese, near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. Africa Brass, a Japanese pressing, $55 start. $55 start. It has the Japanese insert and then a wonderful cover with obi. It has a little bit of the humidity discoloration on the inside, but that's a $55 start. $55 start. All right, we left off by putting up the Creep Show poster, and we had a bid for $200. We already pulled the Drifters. I have not pulled Beaches yet for Travis Wade. Travis Wade, you get Beaches. Ryan Show bid $225 on the Creep Show poster. Greg Rogers first on Buckwheat Zydeco. That's so to Greg Rogers. Debbie Paredes was second. And we have Kiss at 10 and 12. John Coltrane at 55. So John Coltrane's at 55. Kiss is at 12. And Ryan Anderson has the high bid on Creep Show for $225. Max Johnson, 1971, you've been outbid. Just let me know if you want back in. This poster's at $225 with Ryan Anderson. Kiss is at 15. Let's go back to the bin. Charlie Daniels, Million Mile Reflections, $24.99. No condition notes. The Devil Went Down to Georgia, $24.99. Million Mile Reflections. ABBA's Greatest Hits is actually a sealed club copy, $29.99. It's never been opened. Sealed club copy, $29.99. And Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger, $9.99. $9.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Cosmic Messenger. Poco, Legend. Poco was $9.99. George Scherer wants the sealed ABBA. Final call on John Coltrane, only one bid for Joe Maynard for $55. Kiss is now at 15 with Nick Kennel. Chaz Gordon, you're out. And we have a new bid on the Creep Show poster. Max Johnson just bid $230. Ryan Anderson, you're out. Michael Hickson, you were second on ABBA. Merle Travis and Joe Mathis. This is $14.99. Country Music, two guitar greats, $14.99. Willie Rosario and his orchestra, Boogaloo and Guamanco. That is very interesting. $29.99. And I think this is from that artist I collect. It is. Dang it. If no one wants to buy that, that's okay. That's from that. I love this artwork. I mean, just look at it. No one wants to buy that. That's perfectly okay. $29.99. I just realized that. We have Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind, $24.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind. Orange Epic label, that is $24.99. Another Charlie Daniels and Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits, $34.99 for Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits on the Reprise Steamboat label. All right, let's first go ahead and sell John Coltrane. Only that one bid to Joe Maynard. That's very surprising. Let's sell that to Joe Maynard for $55. And I never did hear back from Chaz on ABBA, but I've got to go ahead and sell it to Nick Kennel for $15. Nick, I'm going to give you the VG minus or less Kiss Alive 2 for $15. Let me put it in a new sleeve for you as well. And I just want to update the Creep Show is at $250. Max Johnson, you're out. We have a new bid with Ryan Anderson for $250. He bid over on Facebook. That's on the Creep Show poster. It's at $250. Kiss is sold for $15. And of course, the record I wanted to keep is sold to Colin Butler. So this artist right here, E-M-T-E-M-E-Y, I forgot his first name, but this is, that's some pretty cool artwork. It also is on Cool Jerk. What's the other one? If you look those up, there's a lot of covers. He also does those Atlantic Super Hits compilations. They're very cool mod 60s artwork. I don't know if there's any originals of those. I don't know where the original designs for these are. That's pretty cool. I'll find another one. I'm sure there's one somewhere. Colin wants it. So does Diego, and so does George Somers. That's sold to Colin. He's first, then Diego, then George. Greg Rogers on Charlie Daniels. That is sold, I think, this one to Greg Rogers. And we have Max Johnson's out on Creep Show. And we have Carly Simon, another passenger, $9.99. So we have Max Johnson out. Creep Show is now a final call to Ryan Anderson. He has it for $250. Final call, Creep Show, Ryan Anderson, $250. We're about to sell it. Let's put up some new auctions after I show two more records. Jeff Wayne's musical version of War of the Worlds. It has the booklet, $29.99. This has Justin Hayward, Phil Lynott from Thin Lizzy, Richard Burton. That is $29.99. And The Last Picture Show, music performed by Hank Williams, $19.99. $19.99. All righty, next auctions. Let's do the, let's see here. I don't know. Of course, more Kiss. Is this Japanese? It feels like it. It has to be because it's a gatefold. Yeah, this is Japanese. All right, let's do this, and let's do this one right here. Okay. We have Jetstream on War. That was the War of the Worlds, and Brent Robley on Last Picture Show. And let me go ahead and empty out this bin. I filled up a new crate over here, and let me set an empty one. And let's officially call the Creep Show sold. Creep Show is officially Creep Show is sold. Trying to combine words again. This is sold, one more look at it, $250 to Ryan Anderson. That was sold to Ryan Anderson for $250. I'll get another one on deck. And we have Toto 4. Toto 4 in shrink wrap. Toto, Africa, a pristine copy, $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the vinyl. There's the Japanese insert. The cover's in shrink wrap with the obi. $35 start. And then we have Kiss Destroyer. Kiss Destroyer is a Japanese pressing. Check this out. A gatefold. You won't see that on the U.S. pressings. That's unique to Japan. As far as I know, only Japan. It has a Japanese insert with it. Very nice vinyl. It has one needle drop right here on track 1 that does not affect play. The rest of it is unusually pristine. It is very, very nice. $35 start. It's your typical Japanese vinyl. There is a couple marks on it that does not affect playback, that needle drop, and it's marked by the runoff. $35 start. All right. Now, we have, what was I going to show? I was going to show a new poster, and let me go over here to my pictures and figure out what was requested next. Somebody asked for, I believe, Fall of the Roman Empire was the next comment. So let me get that image pulled up, and let me go get the notes off that one. Fall of the Roman Empire. Let me find that one right quick. And I'll even be able to speed this up faster next time whenever I find, when I have, now that I know I can have all the sticky or all the notes next to me. This is an original one sheet, The Fall of the Roman Empire. As you can see, do I have it up on the screen yet? I don't guess I do I? There we go. All right, so up there on the top left, there is one little tear up there on the top left. I can't, well, maybe I can use the cursor. Can I use the cursor to point at it? Well, it's all backwards. This is going to be tricky. But right up in here is where I'm talking about. Yeah, that right there has that one tear. That's about it. Original one sheet, $55 start. The Fall of the Roman Empire. Now, that is one, like when I opened it up, I was like, wow. Actually, right there on the L, too. That's another spot. Right there, because I'm looking at it over here as well. Right there on the L in the fall. That also is a little bit of a tear. But as you can see, when it's flat and pretty compressed, it presents very well. It's nice. Has great colors, kind of those red, bright orange, red. $55 start. Okay, back to records. That's being bid on the background. And I'll update our auctions in just a second. We have the new 50 guitars, Disco's Greatest Hits. Wow, $9.99. New 50 guitars, Disco's Greatest Hits. Sandy Nelson plays in shrink wrap with the Kmart price sticker, $9.99. Sandy Nelson plays $9.99. So I have a bid on Kiss for $100. I have a bid of Toto for $40, and I have Fall of Roman Empire for $60. I Will Sing, that's a country compilation, $9.99. Tammy Wynette, Lynn Anderson, David Houston, etc. Stephen Wilson on SN for Sandy Nelson. That is so to Stephen A. Young, and Jackie Reynolds wants the Disco. Kiss has a new bid for $105. Fall of Roman Empire is at $60. Bryan Adams, this is a 4-track. Heaven, Diana, Heaven Live, and Fits You Good. That's $14.99. Bryan Adams, $14.99. And Nashville on My Mind, Nashville on My Mind, another compilation from Columbia House, $9.99. Tim Turner's out on Toto. Scott Ham has that for $40. That's a Japanese pressing of Toto 4. Final call for $40. Chris Bachek wants the Bryan Adams. Kiss will play very nicely. Yes, it has 2 marks. There's one mark in the near the one mark on side 1, track 1, which is a needle drop. Does not affect playback right there. Looks like a needle drop. And then I thought it had, yeah, then there's a mark right here. It looks like another needle drop that kind of hit mostly the dead wax and right here, but they're definitely non-feelers and do not affect playback. It's an extremely, I mean, the rest of it is just glossy and typical Japanese quality. High bid is $105. And like I said, very nice. The colors and the inkings on these are very unique. These Japan pressings, they are super, super nice. That's at $105, now $110. Okay, next is Betty Wright, For You to Enjoy. Betty Wright is $12.99 in shrink wrap. Country 2, another compilation. June Carter, Johnny Cash, $12.99. Amy Grant, this appears to be self-titled, $9.99. Ryan Anderson, You Are Out on the Fall of the Roman Empire. Brent Robley has this for $65. He's the high bidder for $65. Going once, going twice now. Fall of the Roman Empire, an original one sheet. George Somers wants the Betty Wright. That's so to George Somers. Matt Shepard wants Country 2. That's so to Matt Shepard. And we have Music Cartoons to Watch by. Music to Watch Cartoons by LAV FM 97 The Rockers. Saturday Morning Oldies on red vinyl, $19.99. The Human Beings, Nobody But Me. Expressway to Your Heart, Soul Survivors. Louie Louie by the Kingsmen. Little Girl, Syndicate of Sound, Wooly Bully, I Fought the Law, 96 Tears, and these are by the original artist. And that's on red vinyl. That's $19.99. That's a pretty cool compilation. LAV-FM, Music to Watch Cartoons by, red vinyl, Ruthless People soundtrack, $19.99. Nick Kennel on cartoons. We have a high bid on Kiss at $111 with Nick Kennel. Let's go ahead and sell the Toto. This is sold to Scott Ham for $40. That's sold for $40 to Scott Ham. Kiss is at $111, and Ryan Anderson's out on the Fall, the Roman Empire poster. So last look on that. Brent Robley has it for $60. Final call. Sophia Loren, final call. $60. Stacy, you were second on the morning cartoons. Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply, $19.99. And we have level 42 Micro Kid. That's a 12-inch single promo, $9.99. George is out on Kiss. Nick Kennel has that for $111. Carly Simon, Boys in the Trees, $9.99. And Queen Ida, the Bon Temps Zydeco band, $14.99. That's unusual. Let's put up a new auction. How about Van Halen? Ever heard of them? We have Peebo Bryson, Can You Stop the Rain? Peebo Bryson's from 1981. This is $26.99, 1991 Peebo Bryson. And Super Oldies of the 60s, Volume 14, $9.99. Super Oldies of the 60s, $9.99. Joe Barrios has commented a random 42. If that's for Toto, it's already sold. Kiss is sold for $111. That's sold for $111 to Nick Kennel. And let me introduce Van Halen, and let me go ahead and officially call this sold. Fall of the Roman Empire is sold to Brent Robley for $60. That's got some cool pictures on it. I'm trying to find the right word. Subject matter is what I was using last night. All right, that's sold to Brent for $60. I'll go grab the next tag in just a second. That is sold for $111. $65. Ryan Bits 65. Sorry, $65. Thank you for the $5 tip. Thank you for the $5 tip. That was sold for $65. Great graphics. That's the word I'm looking for. Van Halen, a Japanese pressing. I don't know if you've ever listened to one, but the Japanese Van Halen records sound amazing, especially this one. When Running with the Devil comes on, when that air horn starts blowing and you have the volume turned up a little too loud, it's quite explosive. That is a $55 start. It has the original Japanese insert with it with lyrics. The cover with Obi is super clean. Your typical. These images actually look clear. I know they're made to be kind of blurry looking, but everything on this actually looks clear, unlike the U.S. pressings. They're super nice. It sounds fantastic. Joe Barrios didn't want to bid on Toto. He was wanting level 42, the 12-inch single in here. That's so to Joe Barrios. Thank you, Joe. And we have Stan Getz with Laurindo Almeida. That's a mono from 1963. No condition notes, $39.99. $39.99. All right, let me get the next picture loaded here. And I think the next thing that was requested was, let me see if I can figure out if I see one that somebody asked for. Maybe Zombie? Yeah, I think somebody asked for Zombie. All right, let me see if Fall of the Roman Empire is one that I pulled. So I didn't have really a lot of notes on that one. Let me go ahead and lay it in the sold pile. And let me find the Zombie poster. There's a lot. I think everything in this stack we have pictures of. Or at least we should. Can't believe no one's asked for Pretty in Pink yet. Here we go. Let me get it up here on top. All right. We have Van Halen at 100. Next LP, Nat King Cole, Dear Lonely Hearts, $9.99. Jake with the Family Jewels, The Big Moose Calls His Baby Lorraine, a white label promo, $19.99. And Spoons, Bridges Over Borders, $9.99. And Carlton is $14.99, and that is self-titled. All right, so Van Halen's at 100 with Matthew Kopis. Let me introduce another auction right quick. I have a Japanese pressing of Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Name of the album, Marching Out. Marching Out. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, and I think it has a poster. Another $55 start, Yngwie Malmsteen. It has two posters. Hold on a second. Here's poster number 1. That's cool. Yngwie Malmsteen's Marching Out. And then here's another poster. Two posters with this. There's one poster, two poster, a pristine Japanese insert, and a really nice cover of Obi, $55 start. James Rayner, did I miss your Slade? I must have. I know you commented that earlier, so let me make sure I didn't miss anything else right in there. Yes, James Rayner got Slade. Yeah, I didn't pull that. Then the 42. Then all the Van Halen bids. and then Yingwei's at 55. All right, so Zombie is an original 1979 one-sheet, and then there's a word there called Fulci, and that's something that Paul has wrote on there for me. It's some kind of note, but I really don't know what that means. $175 start. Here's what it looks like. We are going to eat you, Zombie, the dead are among us. Zombie, let me look for the word Fulci down there at the bottom. Directed by Lucio Fulci. He must be the director. All right, so that is $175 start. An original, it looks very nice too. I mean, I just pulled it up here to the top. It's very nice. Very nice, as you can see. All right, that's $175 start. Original 1979 one sheet. Sorry, I'm still getting caught up on all the Hollywood information. I'm behind on movies, as I've said before. Okay, so Yingwei's at $55, Zombies at $175, and Van Halen's a final call for $100. Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, with the bonus single that came with it. That's hardly ever in this, and it has the picture sleeve with it. $29.99, Fire on the Mountain. Bus Boys, Minimum Wage Rock and Roll. Bus Boys is $9.99. Elvis, I Got Lucky, $9.99 for Mr. Presley. If by Janet Jackson from 1993, 1999. Marianne wants Charlie Daniels. That's so to Marianne. We have 3 Ounces of Love, $9.99. And we have To Live and Die in L.A., Wang Chung, $24.99. $24.99. Yngwie Malmsteen's a final call for $55. And that's with our only bidder, with Jeff Brindley. It's complete. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has 2 posters. It has the Japanese insert. It's a final call for $55. Van Halen was already a final call, so we're selling this to Matthew Copus for $100. Matthew, I know you're going to play that loud. That is sold to you for $100. We have Susie Breedlove first on Elvis Presley. I Got Lucky. We have Elvis Presley with Christopher Bruscia and Debbie Paredes. You were third. Skip Nod, I'm not for sure if you're on the Yngwie's at $55, and it's a final call. And then Zombie has 1 bid for $175. Let's look at it again. $175. Zombie, final call. Dominic Musolino has it. It's an original 1979 one sheet. $175. Final call. That's what we're bidding on. Now's your last chance. Very quickly, I'm going to recap this bin in here. Debbie Paredes wants Bus Boys. We got some crates to discount tonight. We have new vinyl to go through, and then we have a whole nother crate of vintage stuff to go through, and a ton of Japanese auctions. Janet Jackson was a single. Yes, Janet Jackson was a single. We have new bids on the poster and new bids on Yngwie. I didn't have a feeling. My instinct was telling me we're not done on these, and we're not. But guess what? We have more Kiss to auction. This doesn't have an Obi, but it's nice. It's Kiss Alive, and it is a Japanese pressing. Let me confirm that right quick. Make sure I grab the right one. This is, yes, this is Japanese. This is a Japanese pressing of Kiss Alive, and the vinyl, as you would expect, there's pretty much no marks on this. It is nice. $45 start, Kiss Alive. Super, and you know this is pressed and manufactured on high quality vinyl. The jacket does have some shelf wear. It's not pristine. We're going to call it VG Plus condition on the jacket, and it has the booklet, which you can just feel of it. It feels just a little bit better material than the US one. The pages feel slightly thicker. And are these the same photos that's in the... These look like different photos. Are these the same pictures that's in the US one? Maybe it is. Are those the same pictures? Those look different. Maybe I'm crazy. There's the book, though. There's one LP, and it should have an insert. Yeah, there's the actual insert. The insert has a little bit of discoloration on it, and there's the other LP. So, booklet, insert, 2 LP, VG Plus jacket, and the vinyl is fantastic. We have a bid for $45. Zombie got a bid for $185. Yngwie got a bid for $56. Yngwie got a bid for $60. The poster got a bid for $190. Kiss has bids for $45, $55, $55, $55. Here's what's left in this bin. Elton John, 21 at 33, $17.99. Jay Ferguson was $12.99. We have Mike Murder soundtrack, Kings of Comedy soundtrack, Beverly Hills Cop 2 soundtrack, Gary Wright, the Sting soundtrack is still available, Ragtime Music by Scott Joplin, $19.99. Payas Tropical, Sergio Mendes, Alan Parsons Project, Carly Simon, Anticipation, Charlie Daniels, John Locke Punti. We have Poco, that has lots of their hits on it, only $9.99. Spellbound, Little Darling, Heart of the Night, Crazy Love, that might be their biggest hits. Poco's $9.99. Merle Travis and Joe Mathis, Jimi Hendrix Smash Hits. Carly Simon, I Will Sing, that's a country compilation. Johnny Cash is also on there with George Jones, Charlie Rich, Tammy Wynette, and Lynn Anderson. Nashville on My Mind, that's another compilation with Mac Davis and Mel Tillis and Johnny Paycheck and George Jones. Also, we have Amy Grant, that's $9.99. Update on these auctions. First, Ingve, Matt Crum, do you want back in? Jeff Brindley's back in at 60. Matt Crum, you're out. Matt Crum, you're out. Ingve, that's got the insert, both posters, Obi, and it's all pristine. It's all pristine. And then we have the Kiss over here. The highest bid on it right now is Nick Kennel for $65. And we have a final call again on Zombie. Dominic Musolino is at $190. Brent Ribley, you've been outbid. Dominic Musolino's bidding over on YouTube. He's at $190. The Zombie poster's at $190. That's where we're at on that. Kelly Cook wants the Poco record. That's sold to Kelly Cook. Michael Nath wants the Amy Grant record, and Tim Turner wants Nashville on My Mind. That's sold to Tim Turner. We still have I Will Sing. Ruthless People soundtrack still available, $19.99. Carly Simon, Queen Ida, Peebo Bryson, Super Oldies of the 60s. Getz and Lorindo Almeida, Nat King Cole, Jake with the Family Jewels, Spoons, Janet Jackson, Carl Carlton, 3 Ounces of Love, and To Live and Die in L.A., Wayne Chung. Kiss has a new bid for $66. Brent's out on the poster, so now a final call on the Zombie poster, and that's with Dominic Musolino for $190. Final call on that. And Ingve, I was making sure Matt Crum was done. Jeff Brindley has it for $60. We're about to sell it. We're about to sell it. Kiss is at $70. Janet Jackson was $19.99. Janet Jackson's at $19.99. All right, let's go through some more LPs. I have new vinyl we have not been through before. Tanner, I will gladly take an Ice Cold Monster since you're literally right next to the refrigerator. I got one out at the start of the show, and it's still sitting over here, and it's now room temperature. We don't want anything to do with that. I got a great crate here of some new restocks, including new vinyl, new releases, new restocks, some waiting list stuff. Kiss is at $70. Scott Ham wants the Janet Jackson. That's Janet Jackson If. I'll take a regular. I don't need one of those big ones that Mike Miles gave me. I don't need any of those giant ones right now. I just need a normal size standard monster. This is sold to Scott Crum. We have Ingve sold for $70. Ingve is sold for $60 to Jeff Brindley. $60 to Jeff Brindley. $60 on Jeff Brindley for Ingve Malmsteen's Marching Out. And now we're going to officially call this poster sold to Dominic Musolino for $190. This is sold to Dominic Musolino for $190. Zombie, an original 1979 one sheet. Sold. Dominic, you get that for $190. Now, Kiss is at $75. Tanner, am I crazy, or is there another Halloween 2 in that pile? We may have another Halloween, because isn't that guy from Canada who didn't pay for him last time? Yeah, we have another Halloween 2, I believe. And I think there's two, that's why there's 2 images on this computer. I think there's 2 different Halloween 2s. Okay. And the next requested poster was, is there a sticky note on Pretty in Pink, Tanner? I don't think there is. Okay. But that's going to be our next poster, Pretty in Pink. Kiss has a high bid of 80. And this is a new pre-order. It's called Cat. Worship Me or Die. The Great Cat. Worship Me or Die. Let me pull up the pre-order on the Great Cat. And Great Cat. And this was a pre-order. Let me read off everybody who got one. This was Great Cat, Worship Me or Die, music on vinyl, limited number to 1,000. First time ever on vinyl. First time ever on vinyl. And here's everybody who pre-ordered it. Let me read those off right now. First time ever on vinyl. This is Great Cat. And this is $38.99. $38.99. Debut studio album by heavy metal guitarist and violinist, The Great Cat. Heavy metal guitarist and violinist, The Great Cat. Juilliard School alumnus, $38.99. The first pre-order was Greg Rogers. That's sold to Greg Rogers. We also have one to Dwayne Sevilla. We have one for Dwayne Sevilla, John Mincemoyer, Scott Beebe, and Chris KC Driver. Chris KC Driver. So it looks like we had 4 pre-orders on that. Greg Rogers, Dwayne Sevilla, John Mincemoyer, Scott Beebe, and Chris KC Driver. Make that 5. 5 people on the pre-order. Anybody else on the Great Cap? Now, Christopher Onzo, you're out on KISS. Nick Kennel has this for $80. Nick Kennel has that for $80. Anybody else want in? Let me know. The chat has got really quiet. Is everybody still with me? Test 1, 2. KISS is at $80 of Nick Kennel. And here's our next poster. This is Pretty in Pink and original. Let me step over here and get some details because I don't have any notes on it. But let me go ahead and give you the picture here. That's Pretty in Pink. This is the original one-sheet movie poster. The original one-sheet movie poster. And this was from 1986. Yep, 1986, an original one-sheet. It's very fine or better. Posters are graded in terms of like fine, very fine plus. I was reading last night on definitions so we can get familiarized with grading some of these. Of course, a John Hughes film, classic soundtrack. Let's put this up for a $55 start, which I think is a pretty good start. Pretty in Pink, an original one-sheet poster. $55 start. Pretty in Pink. That is a 27 by 41, I think is what most of these measure. 27 by 41. Big poster. Their original theatrical releases. Okay, that's up for bid. So, Great Cap. Are you going to auction the other Halloween? Yeah, I'll put up the other Halloween as well. And then Cat is $38.99. Cat is $38.99. Pretty in Pink is at $55. The zombie poster, it was very fine as well. Yeah, it's very fine. I probably need to look up all those definitions so y'all, but basically the way I've been grading them is I've been saying they're nice unless they have some kind of rip or tear. I've been just using the word nice, which I think means there's no stains or rips or tears, anything like that. Edwin Riviera wants Cap. Pretty in Pink has bids for $55 and $65. Final call on KISS. Nick Kennel's at $80. And we'll do the other Halloween too. We'll probably do that one on deck. All right, Neil Young Harvest, a classic album, remastered from the original analog tapes, $36.99. Heart of Gold, Old Man, Harvest, Neil Young. I got 2 of them. Beautiful gatefold jacket remaster, $36.99. Five Finger Death Punch, War is the Answer, $33.99. Let me make sure there isn't a waiting list for this. This has their classic cover of the Bad Company song, Bad Company. I don't think there's a waiting list for this. There's not, but I've got 2 copies. Five Finger Death Punch, War is the Answer, $33.99. Susie Breedlove wants one. KISS is officially sold to Nick Kennel for $80. Nick, you get the KISS Alive for $80. We have no auctions going in the back now, so let's do that. And we have a couple people interested in the Pretty in Pink, which is Jeffrey Dunlap has the high bid for $65. Jeffrey Dunlap has the high bid for $65. That's an original one sheet, Pretty in Pink. Halloween 2's on deck, another one. And we have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, I Love Rock and Roll, $29.99. I Love Rock and Roll. New Order is $44.99. New Order, Low Life, $44.99 for New Order. I got 2 of those. And here's another Sheryl Crow, Live at the Ryman. Was somebody on a waiting list? Because there's another one. Those got separated. Sheryl Crow is $36.99. Brent Rively's at $68. I'm Pretty in Pink. Let's get some new auctions going. I have up for bid something I normally would never, ever sell, but I already have a copy. And I promise you, this thing sounds fantastic. Let me give you the exact details on it as soon as I can find it over here. Yeah, this is going to be a $95 start. $95 start. I think the last one we had, I put up for like a $145 start, but it was absolutely pristine. This record is like EX++. It has a little bit of a scuff right there and right there. I have listened to it though, trust me. A Japanese moving pictures coming through. I'm going to play it. Tom Sawyer, Red Barchetta, Limelight, YYZ, The Camera Eye, Witch Hunt, and Vital Signs. This is a $95 start. The cover has some wear. The Obi has a tear right here. The Obi has a tear here. It has a tear there. There's a little bit of wear on the cover and Obi, but that is moving pictures, a Japanese pressing with Obi. That's a $95 start. I've sold some mint one of these. They get quite pricey. This is a $95 start for Rush moving pictures. That's now up for bid. Pretty in Pink has a high bid of 85 with Brent Robley. And let me go ahead and get another auction going. It is Kiss night for sure. It definitely feels like it. How about Kiss Alive 2? Now this thing is really nice. This is Kiss Alive 2. Kiss Alive 2 with Obi. With Obi. This is also up for bid now, and it's going to be an $85 start. Kiss Alive 2. Very nice vinyl, as you would expect. $85 start. There's one LP. There's the other LP. VIP 9529 catalog number. This is an $85 start. There's both LPs. There's one original inner sleeve. There's the other original inner sleeve. There's the Japanese insert. And then there's the book. Look how nice the book is. Evolution of Kiss. The cover has the wide Obi. There's one little tear right there, but it weighs flat. You really can't tell that it is ripped there. Gatefold pressing and fantastic, of course, high quality Japanese inking. $85. I think we already have a bid of $100 to $150. All right, so, and Rush is a $95 start, which also has a bid. And Pretty in Pink's at $110. Lots of activity. I don't think there's anybody, I hope there was nobody earlier on the Sheryl Crow waiting list. If you were, obviously don't have that next to me, but there is a copy available. I also have, I've never had this before on vinyl, Blazing Saddles Archive Collection, 40th Anniversary Edition. They only made 1,000. Blazing Saddles soundtrack. I've only got 2 of them. $29.99, and I got 2 copies of Van Morrison Moondance, and I'm pretty sure this is all analog. His classic album, Moondance, $34.99. And it's Stone Me, Moondance, Crazy Love, Caravan, Into the Mystic, Come Running, These Dreams of You, Brand New Day, Glad Tidings. That's a classic. It's a gatefold, $34.99. And Zach Sabbath, Vertigo. This is on purple vinyl. We had the new Zach Sabbath that came in last week, I guess. Here is the one that came out before that, Vertigo on purple vinyl, $33.99. All right, we got 3 auctions going that we definitely need to give updates on. The last bid I see on the poster, let me pull it up, $110 on the Pretty in Pink. Jeffrey Dunlap. Brent just bid $115. Brent just bid $115. That's an original one sheet, 1986 Pretty in Pink movie poster, $115. Then back here we have a Rush Moving Pictures, Japanese pressing. One bid for $95 with Brent Robley. One bid for $95 with Brent Robley. And Kiss Alive 2 is at $160 with Robert Philippi. That's our current high bids. Then we showed a couple records, and we have a couple claims. Both Blazing Saddles are gone. Brent Robley and Hayden Ernest. Brent and Hayden, those are sold and sold. Both Van Morrisons are sold. Diego Sanchez and Matt Shepard. Diego Sanchez and Matt Shepard. Sherry Darnell is going to take the Sheryl Crow. Sherry gets Cheryl. And Kiss is at $175. Pretty in Pink is at $125. I have 2 copies. There is a waiting list on this. There's a waiting list. Jimmy Buffett, Buried Treasure, Rare Tracks, Early Rare Tracks, and it's $34.99. There's a waiting list for it. Let me look that up right quick. Mr. Jimmy Buffett, the waiting list, there's 3 people on a waiting list. Brent Robley, Robert Philippi, and Tony Samuelson, but I've only got 2. So Tony Samuelson, you're now top of the waiting list for whenever more come in, but I only have 2 right now. So these are sold to Brent and Robert Philippi. That's Jimmy Buffett, Buried Treasure. Those are sold and sold. Kiss has a new bid of $180. Greg Rogers, I'm going to put you on that. I have like 10 back ordered. So whenever those come in, you'll be number 2 on the waiting list. And if anybody else wants in, let me know. I have a whole card over here of Funko Pops I have not shown tonight. Let me go ahead and bring over some new Godfather. These are new. They just came out. They're doing Godfather Part 2 now. I have the young Vito Corleone. That's the Robert De Niro Vito Corleone, where from Part 2, his rise in New York, where he's got his gun wrapped up there, you know, when he murdered the Black Hand. And then I have Fredo. That's the first time a Fredo Funko has been made. That's a Fredo Funko, a Funko Fredo. I have Fredo and I have Vito, the Corleones from Godfather Part 2. Those are $14 and $14.99. I have 2 of each if anybody's interested. First time showing those. Those are actually new. Those aren't a restock or anything. Those are first time those have come out. $14 and $14.99. All right. Now, back up the top, we had bids for $180 on Kiss. Greg Rogers on Jimmy Buffett waiting list. Zach Sabbath Scott is $33.99. Sherry Darnell also wants on the Jimmy Buffett waiting list. Kiss Alive 2 does not have tattoos. Kiss Alive's at $185. Kiss is at $200. Pretty in Pink has a bid for $135, and I was just about to sell Rush. Andrew Teets has bid $98. Brent Robley, you're out. And here's the Pretty in Pink poster. The new high bid just came in on this for $135 with Brent Robley. $135 with Brent Robley. Scott Marchheim does want a Zach Sabbath. And we have 3 copies of Queensryche Promised Land, but I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for this. The rest of them has finally come in. Let me look this up right quick. This is Promised Land by Queensryche. It is on clear vinyl, and there's one person left. I've already pulled one for Sean Mankel and Darren Wallace on Thursday night. Last night, I have one extra person on the waiting list, Kelly Gabney. That means I got 2 extras to sell. I got 2 extras to sell. Promised Land is sold to Kelly Gabney. I got 2 extras in here available for claiming. Rush has a new bid for $105. Pretty in Pink has a new bid for $155. And Kiss Alive is at $200 with Matthew Kopus. Christopher Onzo, you've been outbid. Let me know if you want back in. I got a restock of the Cramps. This is Hot Pearl radio broadcast, and I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list for this, the Cramps. So let's look it up. This has been out of stock for a while. Let me look it up right quick. Cramps, C-R-A-M-P-S, and that is Josh Tanner, Brian Townsend, and Chris Gardner. Josh Tanner, Brian Townsend, and Chris Gardner. 3 people's on a waiting list for this Cramps Hot Pearl radio broadcast. 1, 2, 3. 3 are already sold. I've got 2 left. This is the Cramps Hot Pearl radio broadcast from Volkhaus Zurich, April 21st, 1986, $33.99. Pretty in Pink has a new bid for $155, $170, $175, $190. Rush is now at $110, and I don't think anybody else bid on Kiss. Matthew Kopus has it for $200. I'm about to sell it as soon as I show this, which there's also a waiting list for. Elvis Presley, his self-titled album, it's on green vinyl. It's on green vinyl. And let me pull up the waiting list for this. The waiting list for Elvis on green vinyl was Joshua Sparks, Lily McCurry, and Brian Arrigo. Joshua Sparks, Lily McCurry, and Brian Arrigo. It's Elvis Presley. The name of the album is Elvis Presley. It's his debut album, and this is on green vinyl, and they're $29.99. There was 3 people on a waiting list, and that was Joshua Sparks, Lily McCurry, and Brian Arrigo. I have 2 extras left. First, Andrew Teets wants a Cramps. That's so to Andrew Teets, and Greg Rogers wants an Elvis Presley. There's one, and I think I have another one behind the counter. Let's go ahead and sell the Kiss, though. This is sold for $200 to Matthew Kopus. Matthew Kopus has this for $200. This is Kiss Alive. Kiss Alive. And this sold to Matthew Kopus for $200. If you just joined us, we have a lot going on tonight. We're running 2 auctions at the same time back here. 2 LPs. We're also auctioning posters. Here's the one we're bidding on right now. This is an original movie poster. These are not reprints. This is the original poster that would have been displayed at a theater if you would have walked in 1986 and seen Pretty in Pink. This has a high bid of $200 with Jeffrey Dunlap. $200 for Pretty in Pink. That's a final call because Brent says he's out. Jeffrey, you have that for $200. We just sold Kiss, and now an update on Rush. Christopher Onzo has it for $110. Everybody else is out. Christopher Onzo has it for $110. Tom Sullivan takes this Elvis Presley. I think I have one more left. I also have 1 Cramps. I have a waiting list for this. Let me go ahead and show it. This is Yes, Boston Garden. Now, the last time I showed this, we had a Volume 1 and a Volume 2. And I went to order more, and they were sold out of Volume 2. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is give whoever is first on this, Gregory Gasky and Chris Kirkley, you're going to get a Volume 1. You're still on the waiting list for Volume 2. So is John Cassidy, and so is George Scherer. So the first Volume 1s are going to go to Gregory Gasky and Chris Kirkley. Y'all are still on waiting list for Volume 2. And then John Cassidy and George Scherer is on a waiting list for both volumes still. So let's go ahead and sell that. New bid on Rush. Brent has it for $125. We have another record in here, and that's King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, $39.99. Live at Bonnaroo here in Manchester, Tennessee. Double LP pressed on plutonium magma colored vinyl, $39.99. King Gizzard. I have 1 copy of the Beetlejuice Beetlejuice soundtrack. Maybe we can find that poster tonight. $31.99. And speaking of The Godfather, there's the classic soundtrack, $33.99. Let's officially call this thing sold. Pretty in Pink is sold for $200 to Jeffrey Dunlap. Let's get another one on deck. I know there's several requests, including the other Halloween 2. We'll run it in just a second. Pretty in Pink, though, final look at it, sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $200. Joshua gets the King Gizzard. That's sold to Joshua Cross. Christopher Onzo and anybody else, y'all let me know if you want back in on Rush. It has a bid of $125. What an amazing album to have on Japanese vinyl. Brent has it for $125. Michael Hickson has the Beetlejuice claim first. If anybody else wants on waiting list, if you see a sellout of something, just let me know. How about some more jazz? I know I have another John Coltrane in here. Here it is. This is Cleanings or Gleanings? Gleanings, yeah. Gleanings by John Coltrane. $55 start on this one as well. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, as you would expect with a jazz record and as you would expect with a Japanese pressing. This is John Coltrane Gleanings. It has the Japanese insert with it. Extremely nice cover with a huge obi, and that's a $55 start. Rush is now at $126. Rush is at $126. We are sold out of Blazing Saddles, but Greg Rogers, I can put you on a waiting list. And there's 2 Queensryches left. Edwin Riviera, they're on clear vinyl, $38.99. New bid on Rush for $126. Brent Robley, Christopher Onzo has bid $126. New bid on that. Coltrane looking for a $55 start. All right, so yeah, I found out we had two Halloween 2s. Let me get the other one up. Okay, here's the other Halloween 2. So originally I told you I sold some of these posters, like this Halloween 2 poster. During Halloween, there was a guy up in Canada, and he bought some stuff, and we had some problems. He paid for a couple orders, but he didn't pay for this other order, which was in these posters, and he bought 2 that night. Here's the last one that I know of that we have. It's another original one sheet of Halloween 2. Another original one sheet of Halloween 2. This is an original movie poster. We've already sold one tonight. $175 start. Halloween 2, $175 start. That's now up for bid. Bid in the comments. It's up for auction. High bid gets it. $175 start. Okay, we have a new bid on Rush for $127. Greg Rogers on the Blazing Saddles list. Tony Murphy, The Godfather, was $33.99. It's in that replication of the original trifold open cover. It's $33.99. Rush is at $127. Christopher Onzo, you're out. Joshua, you got King Gizzard, yes. Joe Maynard's at $55 on John Coltrane. Halloween has 2 bids, $175 and $175. Somebody got a deal on the last one. I was like, man, I can't believe it. Tony Murphy gets the Godfather soundtrack. Queensryche. I've still got the Great Cat. Metal Guitarist, $38.99. First time ever on vinyl. This is the OG. Silver vinyl, $38.99 for the Great Cat. I have Neil Young, Harvest, $36.99. Remastered, Gatefold, $36.99. Five Finger Death Punch, War is the Answer, $33.99. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, $29.99. New Order, $44.99 for New Order Low Life. And 1 copy of Zach Sabbath left on purple vinyl. 1 copy of The Cramps left. Hot Pearl radio broadcast, $33.99. Greg Preston on Five Finger Death Punch. That is sold to Greg Preston. I think they just announced a new tour with Marilyn Manson. Rush is at $129 with Christopher Onzo. We're not done on Rush. We're not done on Halloween, but we're almost done on John Coltrane. Joe Maynard has it for $55. That's a final call. We're about to sell it. He got the last Coltrane. Is this the monster Tanner brought me? I'm finally going to open this thing. Sorry. We are full speed tonight. I've got to take a quick break. I haven't drunk anything in 3 hours. And I have said a lot of words. Let me mute my mic right quick. All right. Whew, I feel better. Rush is at $129. Halloween's at $205. Great Cat is $38.99. Music on vinyl, new release, limited numbered. Rush $135. John Coltrane has a bid for $56 with Mary Ann. Halloween's at $215. Halloween was $225. And Zach Sabbath is $33.99. I have a new crate of vintage stuff to go through, and then we're going to start doing some discount vintage bins. $33.99 Ted Keaton, last copy. Kelly Cook wants cat. Kelly gets cat. Kelly Cook gets a cat. I got 3 copies left if anybody's interested in that. That is cat. Edwin Riviera wants a Queensryche. You're going to get that. 1 copy of Queensryche left, Promised Land. I have a Queensryche record to auction here in a second. I have a Queensryche record to auction. Now, they're bidding on this Halloween poster. The high bid just came in at $230. That's an original Halloween 2 one-sheet. An original Halloween 2 one-sheet. Now, the first, I've had several people say, can you get the first movie? The first Halloween movie poster will set you back several thousands of dollars, at least a couple thousand if you want a really nice one. You might get one for $1,000 that's maybe worn or tattered. The original Halloween movie poster, obviously a private independent film, it's a very scarce, pretty difficult poster to get. Halloween 2, and I'm pretty sure somewhere back there in the back we have a Halloween 3 and a Halloween 4. A one sheet is a standard size. It's 1 piece of paper, and it's a standard size for movie posters. It's on 1 sheet. It's a standard size of 27 by 41. They call it a one sheet. That's all 1 piece of paper. It's folded, which is actually a good thing. Well, I mean, they do come rolled, but they're very rare. They do come rolled, but they're very, very rare. To find some of these things rolled, if this was rolled, I would be asking a starting bid of like $525. It sometimes doubles or triples the price. I collect James Bond posters, and I've sold hundreds of posters over the years, so I have a little bit of knowledge about them, but the James Bond ones, I know from experience, like if I want to get a rolled Sean Connery movie poster, you're talking thousands of more dollars. These are folded, and it's called a one sheet. Then they come in a 2 sheet. They come in a 3 sheet, and those are huge. And we have some of those. You'll be seeing some of those later tonight when we go through some of these boxes. So the folds are actually good. It kind of helps you know that they're authentic. You know, that's how they were shipped to most theaters. If you find a rolled poster for some of these, an original rolled one that doesn't have any creases in it, oh man, they get very expensive. Even like for me collecting the Roger Moore era movie posters, you know, like A Man with a Golden Gun, a couple $100 for a folded one, you may be looking at $1,000 for a nice mint rolled one. The folds are, they're both good and bad. So Jennifer Schrader has Halloween for $230. I know when I have them folded or when I have them framed, you can really get those creases out. I mean, I have a very good framer, Kim, Frames and Art in Carthage. She's been framing stuff for me since I was in middle school for 15 years. So she does a really good job. She can flatten it out, you know, get it flat, then put it underneath glass, and they'll look really good. They'll look really good. All right. Christopher's out on Rush. Let's do some final calls. Brent, you're the high bidder, 135. Joe Maynard is back in on John Coltrane at 60. Marianne, you're out. And Halloween's at 230. John Coltrane's at 60. Waiting from Marianne. Brent's out on Halloween. Jennifer has it for 230. Let's go through some new vintage. Let's go through some new vintage here. All right. First LP is Edgar Winter Group Shock Treatment, $19.99. This is a non-check condition bin, so everything in here is EX Plus to near mint minus. Most of them are going to be EX Plus. They've all been cleaned. They're very nice records. If you're watching for the first time, don't hesitate to claim something. We'll sell it to you. Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66, Look Around, $12.99 for, that's in shrink wrap, Sergio Mendes. Elvis, Let's Be Friends, $9.99. Greg Preston on Edgar Winter Group. If you're just joining us, we have a lot of ground to cover. We have lots of auctions, including posters and Japanese pressings. We got lots of records to go through. This is Mark Farner from Grand Funk. It's actually a picture disc. It's called Monumental Funk. Mark Farner, $24.99. And Wings Over America is $34.99. Wings Over America is $34.99. Rush is sold to Brent Ribley for $135. That's sold to Brent for $135. He's out on Halloween. That means we're going to go ahead and sell everything. John Coltrane is sold to Joe Maynard for $60. This is sold to Joe Maynard. John Coltrane sold to Joe Maynard for $60. And let's show that Halloween poster so I can call it sold. Halloween here is sold to Jennifer Schrader for $230. That is sold. Let's get another one on deck. Was there any? I know there's some more requests earlier. I'll get to those next. Just let me know what you're looking for. If you saw the post I made with the 20 or 30 that I posted, we'll get some of those on deck. Let me show a few more records. We have Elton John Milestones. That's a compilation from K-Tel. K-Tel did a compilation of Elton John songs. That's it, $14.99. Doug Kershaw, Swamp Grass. Kershaw is $19.99. And Focus, Hamburger Concerto. Focus is $19.99. All right, next Japanese auctions. Speaking of Neil Young Harvest, we have something here, and I'm pretty sure somewhere deep in my collection, I already have a copy of this. And let me get another one. Where's the other? What am I looking for here? Rat. Here we go. All right, so first, Jamie McCord gets the Elton John K-Tel compilation. That's sold to Jamie McCord, Elton John K-Tel compilation. Let me go ahead and get a new crate started here. That one has gotten pretty full. And let me put a new empty crate up here, and let's introduce some auctions. First, for a $65 start is Rat Out of the Cellar, a beautiful Japanese pressing, $65 start. Rat Out of the Cellar, fantastic vinyl, near mint minus and pristine. Wanted Man, Round and Round, $65 start with Obi. Rat Out of the Cellar, $65 start. Neil Young Harvest was the one I was referring to over here. Neil Young Harvest. I will not get this too many times. A Japanese pressing, beautiful with Obi, $65 start. Neil Young Harvest. The vinyl is amazing looking. Neil Young Harvest, $65 start. It has the Japanese insert with it, which is just like what came with the U.S., a lyric booklet. There's the actual Japanese insert, and it's a gatefold. Textured cover. Both auctions are $65 start. $65 start for those. We have the Manhattan's Greatest Hits, $14.99 for the Manhattan's Greatest Hits. We have no, Wings Over America is not sealed. No, it's EX Plus on the vinyl, $34.99. Sky High by the Tavares. Sky High is $9.99. And Merle Haggard and the Strangers, if we make it through December, Merle Haggard is $14.99. Elvis, recorded live on stage in Memphis. Graceland, that's in shrink wrap, $24.99. Let me see what we have over here in posters. Let's see what we have here. Let's do somebody asked for this one earlier. Let's do this one right here. Let me find it first. Let me get it full screen. And let me set these other ones that have sold over here. Let me set Pretty in Pink on top of Zombie. And let me find that other Halloween 2 that we just sold, which is right here. And this next one is right here. Yeah, this is a pretty desirable one. Paul recently just found this one, and he said, you might want to show this one. This one's pretty collectible. And this is an original 1980 one sheet. Let me bring it over here. Let me bring my notes. Okay, and this is Scanners, an original 1981 sheet of Scanners. Their Thoughts Can Kill. 1980, an original one sheet, $175 start. $175 start. Scanners, $175 start. An original 1980 one sheet. That's now up for bid as well. Okay, back up top is Neil OG. I don't really know. I can give you the catalog number. It is P-1012R1R, P-1012R, and it's a 2,500 yen. But I don't have the actual details on that. John Young said Graceland, and he says, can he see the label first? It is on a black RCA label. I don't think that's the OG. I think the orange is the OG for that. 1974. I don't really know on that one, John. Neil Young's at 65. Sherry Darnell and Merle Haggard. And we have Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits. $9.99. Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits. That is $9.99. Jimi Hendrix, Jimmy, $14.99. Some kind of Pickwick compilation. Jimi Hendrix is $14.99. And James Taylor, Sweet Baby James, $24.99. This has the original insert, the original Warner Brothers inner sleeve, and it's on a green Warner Brothers label. James Taylor, that should be the OG pressing for that, $24.99. All right, so right now we have George Sherrill on the Jimi Hendrix. Rat is a no bid, looking for a $65 start. That's surprising. No bid on Rat out of the cellar, $65. But we do have one bid on Neil Young with Joshua for $65. That's going once, going twice. And we're looking for a $175 start on Scanners. Their Thoughts Can Kill, looking for a $175 start on that. James Taylor's $24.99. Jean-Luc Ponty, Mystical Adventures with some amazing artwork, $9.99. George Somers, James Taylor is $24.99. $24.99. Dion is $9.99. Original shrink wrap and hop sticker, $9.99 for Dion Warwick. Barnstorm, Joe Walsh, $19.99. Barnstorm, Joe Walsh. Gatefold pressing, $19.99. $19.99 for Barnstorm. And the Beach Boys, 15 big ones. This is actually a 2015 pressing. 2015 pressing, $19.99 for the Beach Boys. And the Bar-Kays, Contagious. That is $9.99. That's actually a full album. I thought it was a single at first. Bar-Kays is $9.99. Tony Bennett, Who Can I Turn To? That is Tony Bennett, $9.99. All right, so a final call on Neil Young Harvest, $65. I'm going to go ahead and make Rat a buy it now for $65. And Mick Masson, you have bid and claimed like at the most amazing time of your life, because that came in when I was like saying I'm going to make it a buy it now. So I don't know if you had that preloaded or you were actually bidding on it. Either way, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you for $65. And if you were somebody else was waiting on the buy it now, that's why you should always bid. But it looks like Mick Masson gets it for $65. George Sherrill on the James Taylor. And while we're tagging stuff, let's go ahead and sell Neil Young for $65 to Joshua. I thought that would do more. That is sold for $65. That is sold for $65. Neil Young Harvest to Joshua Cross. And Henry's Choice, your comment just came in. Let's do a buy it now on a poster. If anybody wants to buy it now on Scanners, $175. Buy it now on Scanners. $175 on Scanners. Let me go over here and pull up my gallery and see what else I have left. If anybody wants that, let me know. We have Dracula's Dog. I still have the incredible two-headed transplant. The couple we had last night late, the Dr. Tar's Torture Dungeon. I did it again. I can't say that right. Take This Job and Shove It. Friday the 13th, Part 3. We still have Stepfather 2, The Challenging, and Hands of the Ripper. That's some that I have photos over here that I can actually sell or put up. So that's still available. Next is Elvis, Frankie and Johnny, $19.99 for Elvis. Drums A Go-Go, Sandy Nelson. There's another Sandy Nelson in shrink wrap with a Kmart price tag on the Liberty label or the Imperial label. That's $9.99. And ABBA, Voulez-Vous. ABBA's $19.99. Let's put Scanners over here in the sold pile because Brent Robley has done a buy now on it for $175. Scanners. I'm going to put it in the sold pile. Brent, that is sold to you. All right, I'm just going to start doing whatever's on top now. And let me bring them over here one at a time, or at least the sticky notes. And let's do whatever's next here. This is... let me pull it up over here. Let me find the image of it. Just do whatever's time. You may change your mind after you see a picture of them, you know. You might be like, okay, yeah, I definitely need that after you see a picture of some of these. Let's get some new Japanese stuff going as well. Next Japanese auctions, we have the Beatles, Yellow Submarine, and we have another Van Halen. And I got a Coltrane on deck. So first thing over here, we have a couple more records. Tales of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe. That's by the Alan Parsons Project, $19.99. Sergio Mendes in Brazil, $66. I don't see that one too often. Crystal Illusions in shrink wrap, $12.99. Crystal Illusions. And Afro Bossa, Duke Ellington. That is $16.99. I don't think I have seen that one too often. That's on a very interesting Reprise. Look at that Jazz series. That's a custom label from Reprise or Reprise, whichever you prefer. Next auctions, Yellow Submarine. UK Flag Series number 11, a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Yellow Submarine. The vinyl is absolutely what you would expect. This is a $55 start. It has the Japanese insert with it. It's a UK Flag Series number 11. Nice jacket. A little bit of a crease right here in the obi. Not really a crease, like it looked like maybe it was, well, I guess you could call that a crease. That's a $55 start. And everything on it's very nice, though. Van Halen, Women and Children First. Also a $55 start. This should get some bids. Not only is it near mint and pristine, but it has the poster with it. It has the David Lee Roth poster, complete with poster, Japanese pressing, has the Japanese insert with it, and the cover is immaculate with obi, $55 start on that. Christopher Onzo, How Much Was Alan Parsons Project? That was $19.99. First to Duke Ellington was Jeff McMaster. Jeff McMaster, you get Duke Ellington. Now, we have an original 1978 Dracula's Dog one sheet. A 1978 Dracula's Dog, $55 start. There's more to the legend that meets the throat. Dracula's Dog, rated R, 1978 original one sheet, $55 start. So 3 auctions, $55, $55, and $55. Yellow Submarine has a bid. Yellow Submarine has another bid. Van Halen has a bid. And Dracula's Dog has a bid. Next, Edgar Winter, Jasmine Night Dreams. Edgar Winter is $17.99. Jasmine Night Dreams. Buddy Miles, A Message to the People. I always thought that was a cool cover. $24.99. It's like a volcano, but it also looks like he's breathing fire. It's on Mercury. It's $24.99. It's a gatefold. We have Sammy Davis Jr., I've Gotta Be Me. It's in shrink wrap. Only $9.99. The Chuck Wagon Gang, Sacred Songs. Chuck Wagon Gang. We sold one earlier. Here's another one. Columbia 2i, $9.99. And Henry Paul Band, Feel the Heat, $12.99. So Paul Oakley bid $55. Actually, George Scherer bid first on Yellow Submarine at $55. Then Paul Oakley bid $55. Andrew Teets bid $65 on Van Halen. Christopher Onzo also bid $55 on the Beatles. Coy Crosby bid $55 on Van Halen. Andrew Teets had bid $65 first. George Scherer bid on the poster, Dracula's Dog. It was $65 with George Somers. Rich Hopkins bid $55. Then Brandy Klein bid $56 on the Beatles. Tim Kingsley bid $60 on Van Halen, but we already had a $65 bid. And then we have a $60 bid on the Beatles. Christopher Onzo wants the Alan Parsons Project. That's so to Christopher Onzo. And we have Jack Wagner, All I Need, $9.99. So just for clarification, the new high bid on Dracula, Travis Wade just came in at $70. He just bid $70 on Dracula. The high bid on the Beatles just came in at $63 with Brandy Klein. And Van Halen is still with that original bid of Andrew Teets of $65. And that's going once, going twice. There's been 3 other bids, but they've all been for less. He came in first. Next record is Humble Pie, Go for the Throat. Humble Pie is $19.99. Chariots of Fire, music from Vangelis. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Chariots of Fire. Creedence Clearwater Revival is $34.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, the vinyl on that is spectacular. It is a reissue label, but it is nice, $34.99. Billy Childs, this is $9.99. Billy Childs. Tony Braxton, this is $9.99. It's a 12-inch single. It's a 12-inch single. This is Tony Braxton, You're Making Me High, $9.99. And Patty Austin, Getting Away with Murder. Patty Austin is sealed, $14.99. Okay, Beatles now is at $65. Dracula is at $70 still. Van Halen's at $67. And Nick Kennel wants Tony Braxton. John Young just cracked a Beatles joke. Beatles $65. Brandy Klein's out on the Beatles. We have a high bid on Dracula, and I think it's down to George Somers. Travis Wade has it for $70. George, it's up to you, and I'll make it a final call unless you want to bid again. This is a nice copy. I was looking at it pre-show. Look how nice. $29.99. Soul 69, Aretha Franklin. There's just a little bit of discoloration right here. It looks like something, maybe a jacket laid on it for a long time. The front of the cover is glossy, and the vinyl is beautiful. It is sold $69, and it has the original Atlantic inner sleeve. That's OG from $69, and it's nice. $29.99. Aretha Franklin. More encore of golden hits by the Platters, $9.99. And Elvis is $19.99. That's the record that was only sold on TV. Elvis Presley. Elvis. That is $19.99. We have an out on the Beatles. Michael Nath first on the Aretha Franklin. He's CM. He gets the Aretha Franklin. Jetstream was second. Zumo was third. Let's clarify these auctions again. The high bidder on Van Halen is $67. So, Andrew Teets, you're out. Tim Kingsley, you're out. Coy Cosby, you're out. I have not actually seen someone put VH out, meaning they're done bidding. But there's a lot of people that are outbid. And this is a final call with Christopher Onzo for $67. And we have just moments left on the Dracula poster. Let's look at that one more time. Dracula's dog. Travis Wade has the high bid for $70. Dracula's dog, final call for $70. We're about to sell it. And then the Beatles, it looks like George Scherer has it for $67. George Scherer has it for $67. Marianne, you're out. Christopher Onzo's out. Lots of people's out on that as well. But George Scherer, he has it for $67. Next record is Toronto. Get it on credit. Toronto is $14.99. Charlie Rich, Behind Closed Doors, $9.99. Also, Dionne Warwick in the Valley of the Dolls. Dionne Warwick is $9.99. Marianne's the new high bidder on both auctions. $68 on Van Halen, $68 on the Beatles. Tony Sings the great hits of today. Tony Bennett, $9.99. That's a cool mod-looking cover, too. Jean-Luc Ponty Live, $9.99. And Johnny Taylor, Loverboy. Johnny Taylor is $14.99. Gary Wright, Extraction. Gary Wright is $19.99. And The Damned, original motion picture soundtrack. That is sealed from 1969. $19.99. Jetstream first on Tony Bennett. Jetstream first on Tony Bennett. All right, the first thing we're going to go ahead and call sold is Travis Wade gets the Dracula's dog poster. He gets that for $70. Sold to Travis Wade. $70. That is sold. Travis, that is now yours. I'm going to move that over the sold pile. But first, Travis Wade also wants the Damn soundtrack. The Beatles has a new bid for $70. And now we have another out on Van Halen. We have a new bid on Van Halen, but we have our first out, but there's still like 4 other people. The high bid is Marianne at $68. That's going twice, going 3 times. And Marianne, you're out on the Beatles. Bee Gees Idea, $24.99 for the Bee Gees. When You're in Love, the Whole World is Jewish, $9.99. Also, another cool soundtrack, The Scalp Hunters, music by Elmer Bernstein, $19.99. That's on the United Artists label, $19.99. New bid on Van Halen for $69. New bid on the Beatles for $70. Let me go over here and see what's next on the poster pile. Now we're just going to do them in order unless there is any request when I say request, stuff that I actually posted pictures of. This next one is called The Calling. Let me bring it over. The Challenging. All right, and let me find it here. Challenging. Looks like right here. Okay. All right. Beatles is at 70. Beatles at 71. Van Halen's at 70. We have Caddyshack. Very cool. Original soundtrack. $19.99. I'm All Right. Kenny Loggins. $19.99. And we have Footloose. This is $19.99. Footloose. Another original soundtrack. $19.99. Changeling. Is that what that says? Let's look at it. Here it is. The Changeling. Yeah, that's definitely not the Challenging. That's a CH. Changeling. How did you die, Joseph? Did you die in this house? Why do you remain? The Changeling. An original 1980 one sheet. $35 start. Paul has a note. Great movie. $35 start. $35 start. That's now up for auction. That's an original 1980 one sheet. $35 start. The Changeling. First to Caddyshack was Christopher Bruscia. Nick Kennel was second. Mel Moss first on Footloose. All right. Beatles is sold to Marianne for George Scherer just bid $75. And Van Halen's at $70. There's another $75 bid. I guess I hadn't done final calls on those. I guess I'm waiting for them to sell, or I'm waiting for more bids. Marianne's at $70 on Van Halen. I'm going to go ahead and sell this one. Marianne's at $70. I have not heard back from anybody. That was a weird one. Like, there was a lot of bidders, and I think everybody got off. And that's sold to Marianne for $70. Some of these, if I don't hear back from you, I got to go ahead and sell them. And we have 2 new bids on the Beatles. And that's 75 and 75. So I think we have another 3-way tie on the Beatles. We just need somebody to go ahead and bid 100, and then we'll just wrap that thing up. We have the Beatles at 75 with George Scherer. Christopher Alonso, you're out. Marianne, you're out. Next auction is a John Coltrane Expression by John Coltrane. This is a $55 start. This is Expression, John Coltrane, $55 start. ABC Impulse, John Coltrane Expression, $55 start. The vinyl is near mint pristine. There's the insert. Here's the gatefold cover with Obi. It's fantastic. Really cool Obi. Beautiful gatefold jacket, thick cover, $55 start. We have the Beatles at 76 with Christopher Alonso. Marianne has tied them. They're going back and forth. Christopher's in first again. Somebody may get the advantage, like I said, I guarantee, not just trying to get you to bid more, but if somebody jumps it right here, that's usually what gets the deal done. Sometimes that happens. Somebody just goes ahead and says 85, because I think we're going to get there anyway. Or somebody just goes ahead and says 90. Then you'll see people say out. Marianne's at 77. Christopher Allen's at 35 on the Changeling poster, which is right here. Christopher Allen's in at $35. That's an original one sheet from 1980. An original one sheet from 1980. All right, let's keep going here. And John Coltrane's a $55 start. I'm just going to read the titles that's left in this bin, and then we're about to go through some new vinyl, and then we're about to start doing some discount bins. Here's the agenda for the night. You just heard half of it. We're going to go through this bin and read titles one more time. We got auctions all night long, including posters. I'm about to show you a few new Funkos that I've never had before, and some restocks. And then later tonight, like we have been doing the last 3 or 4 streams, I've got 2 full boxes of movie posters that have never been gone through before. And we're going to do those like we did the other night or last night. And we're going to go through them, look at them for the first time, price them, sell them, etc. I've never had this before. They've been on back order literally for 2 years. Michael Scott from The Office. Funko Pop Television number 869. Michael Scott. He's got the world's best boss mug. Those are $14.99. $14.99. All right, so the Beatles is now at $80 with Christopher Alonso. Marianne, you're out. Marianne's also bid $55 on the Changeling poster. Sorry, I'm going to keep calling that the Challenging. She's also bid $55 on the Changeling poster. Joe Maynard is the lone bidder on John Coltrane. Or Marianne, was you bidding on Coltrane? Some of these C's and JC's are getting quite confusing. We have Joe Maynard. I have Joe Maynard at 55 on Coltrane. Marianne, I'm not for sure what your C comment was for. If you're not bidding on the poster, then Christopher Allen's about to get it for $35. She was bidding on Coltrane. Okay, so actually Joe Maynard, she was in first right here. She bid first and then you. Christopher Allen, just so everybody knows now, you have that for $35. I'm about to sell it to you, okay? I have 2 Michael Scotts. They're $14.99 if anybody wants one. Here's what's left in this bin. We have Sergio Mendes, Elvis Let's Be Friends, Mark Farner, Doug Kershaw, Focus, Manhattans, Wings Over America, Tavares, Elvis, Glenn Campbell, Jean-Luc Ponty, Dionne Warwick. Great Joe Walsh album here. That's $19.99. Surprised no one got that. Beach Boys, Bar-Kays, Tony Bennett, Elvis, Sandy Nelson, ABBA, Sergio Mendes, Edgar Winter, Buddy Miles, Sammy Davis Jr., Chuck Wagon Gang, Henry Paul Gang, Jack Wagner, Humble Pie. Jim Sedal wants Joe Walsh Barnstorm. That's so to Jim Sedal. All right, we have a new bid on the poster. Debbie Paredes is at 37. She's at 37 on the Changeling. New bid. Christopher Allen, you're out. Debbie Paredes has it for 37. The bids on the Coltrane is now at 56 and 57. The Beatles is at 81. The Beatles is at 81. We have Chariots of Fire. This is $9.99. Music from Vangelis. CCR, Billy Childs, Patty Austin, The Platters, Elvis, Toronto, Charlie Rich, Dionne Warwick, Jean-Luc, Johnny Taylor, Gary Wright, Bee Gees, and the Scalp Hunters. Elvis Bundle. Let's see here. We have Elvis. We have Elvis, Frankie, and Johnny. We have Elvis recorded live on stage in Memphis. And Elvis, Let's Be Friends. Jackie Reynolds wants Charlie Rich. That was right in here, right? Jackie Reynolds wants Charlie Rich behind closed doors. That's so did Jackie Reynolds. John Coltrane's at 61. Mary Ann has the Beatles for 81. Christopher Onzo, you're out. And then Christopher Allen, let me know if you want back in on the Changeling poster. That's at 37 with Debbie Paredes. That's at 37. Okay, Elvis. These would be 8 and 22 is 30. And 18 is 48. And $65. $65 on these. And that's 2, 4, 6. I think that equals $9 off. $65 on those. Tom Moran. John Coltrane's at 62 and 65. And Scotty Hops from Zach Sabbath Vertigo. Scotty, it's right here behind me. This so does Scotty Hops. Okay, they're still bidding on John Coltrane. We're waiting for Christopher Allen and we're waiting for Christopher Onzo. If not, I got to go ahead and sell them. I feel bad ending something before somebody says out, but also after about 5 minutes in between bids, I either think that they've lost service or they have got off the feed or fell asleep or they're driving or something like that. But every once in a while, I'm like, well, I've got to go ahead and sell this. Let me condense some crates over here. And we're about to start going through some discount vintage bins while we auction stuff all night. But I think we're going to do a quick recap on some of these. Let me see what other vintage bins I have over here. I can't believe it's already 10:30. Time flies when you're doing so much, when you're doing a lot of stuff like we've been doing tonight. We've been doing a lot of different stuff. I think this was the first crate I went through. Yep, there's the second crate I went through. And then there was the last crate I went through. All right, let me put all this down together. There's a couple more empty crates that I think I'm going to need tonight. Slow night for Funkos. I've shown 6 and I've sold 0. I'm going to have to show them again one more time. I have a few over here I think y'all definitely want. I told Tanner, I was like, we'll probably sell a bunch of these. We're 0 for 6 right now on the Funkos. Out on Beatles, out on Changeling, out on John Coltrane. Let's end some auctions. The first auction, the Beatles, is sold to Mary Ann for $81. Mary Ann, that sold to you for $81. Mary Ann, you get the Beatles for $81. Coltrane is sold. Coltrane is sold to Mary Ann for $67. Yeah, we sold Dolly, that's right. I'm thinking about the small ones. We sold 2 big Dollies and there's 2 people on a waiting list. That's right. Let me actually show that again. I bet some other people will want to go on the waiting list for that. You're right, I stand corrected. And Brent Robley wants a Fredo. He betrayed Michael. You sure you want him, Brent? You know, he did betray the family. He sold out. He tried to have his brother killed. He wanted power. Here's Dolly. She has a lot of power too. I've already sold 2. I have 2 people on a waiting list. It's the Pop album covers, Backwoods Barbie, $29.99. I have sold 2. I'm pretty sure there's 2 people on a waiting list. Let's get some new auctions going. So, here's what's left, or here's what I've shown already. Michael Scott from The Office. Let's also officially sell this poster. I'm going to put it over here. The Changeling. This is sold to Debbie Paredes for $37. I'm grabbing the next one. This is sold to Debbie. All right. And then here's the one Brent just got. Fredo. I've got one left. These are new, actually. And then Vito, young Vito from Godfather Part 2. And there's Fredo from Part 2. That's when he was down in Cuba. That's one of his Cuba outfits. That's sold to Brent Robley. Thank you. I have one left. And this next one will probably sell. Do we only have one, it looks like? Nope, you know what? I have another dolly over here already. Yep, let me put another dolly. Whoever was first on the waiting list, I have another one. So there's 3. So I had $3. I've only got 2 of this guy, and he's $24.99. And this is Elvis Pop Albums number 57, the Elvis Christmas album. That's $24.99. That's a new one there, $24.99. You put Vito over there, and the other Frito Lay. I've got 2 Elvis. They're $24.99. Let's get some new auctions started before we go through this next bin. Elvis 24. Next auctions. Let's see here. This is a really cool Beatles because it has a cover unique, not to United States. I think it may be a Japanese only cover actually. And this is a really nice copy of this record right here. Let's get these going right here. We have A Hard Day's Night. A Hard Day's Night. Apple Japanese pressing with obviously a much different cover. This is going to be a $45 start. A Hard Day's Night, not The Hard Day's Night, A Hard Day's Night. The Beatles, $45 start. The vinyl's super nice and super clean. It has a Japanese insert with it. It has a black original Apple inner sleeve. Nice cover. There's the Apple, $45 start. We have bids for $45 and now $60. Great music on that. And check this out. Electric Light Orchestra. Look at the size of this obi. It takes up a third of the cover. Out of the Blue. Out of the Blue is a Japanese pressing. Also a $45 start. Both of the LPs are near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese booklet with it. It has the Japanese insert that came just like in the US copies. It has 1 inner sleeve of lyrics, 2 inner sleeves of lyrics. Gatefold pressing with obi. Well, that made a good noise. It's very nice. This is a very nice copy. I don't know if the Japanese pressings came with the spaceship inserts. If it did, it's not in here, but I'm not really for sure if it came with them or not. Brent's in at $45, the Beatles at $62. Did you miss the Friday 13th poster? You've missed one, but I have 2 of them, and I have another one that I haven't sold yet. But first, here is this poster. I have this one on deck already. Let me pull up the picture. This was the next one in the pile. And this is Stepfather 2, Make Room for Daddy. This is, did I bring the sticky over here for it? Hold on a second. Yeah, it's an original 1989 $45 start. An original $45 start. This is Stepfather 2, $45 start. An original 1989 one sheet, $45 start. Must be a horror movie. Tonight, Daddy's coming home to slice up more than just the cake. Stepfather 2, $45 start. That's our next poster auction. And I do have more Friday the 13th, including another part 2 and a part 3. All right. And ELO's at $45, the Beatles at $64. Here's tonight's new vinyl. We have Slayer, Diabolus, and Musica. Slayer is $33.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. Slayer is $33.99. The Reservoir Dogs soundtrack is $39.99. Surprised no one's got that. Only copy. That's the only Slayer, only Reservoir Dogs. Rush, Clockwork Angels, $46.99 for Rush. Black Keys, Thick Freakness, 20th Anniversary Edition, $36.99 for the Black Keys. Jim Croce, I Got a Name, 50th Anniversary Edition on bone white colored vinyl. We have Matt Shepard first on Slayer, Jason Fornerat first on Dogs. ELO has a new bid for $46. Now it has another new bid for $47. Chaz Gordon is at $64 on the Beatles, and Brandy Klein bid $65. Chaz just bid $66. Japanese pressing of Hard Day's Night. We also have a poster up for auction. Stepfather 2. That's now up for auction. We're looking for a $45 start, going once, going twice. Also, Motorhead, Ace of Spades. Motorhead is $33.99. The Ace of Spades. Stranger Things, music from seasons 1 and 2. If you've never even seen the show, that's okay. It's a great compilation of music the way it sits. $33.99. Also, Primus, Anti-Pop. Primus is $39.99. We have a Quentin Tarantino film, Kill Bill Volume 1, the original soundtrack, $29.99. Godzilla, the original soundtrack, $33.99. And Edward Scissorhands, the original soundtrack, Danny Elfman, $33.99. John Wick 2, John Wick Chapter 2, that's $49.99. Leslie Holt wants Kill Bill. The Beatles is at 68, now 75. Brent Robley was at 65 on ELO. Joe Maynard had bid 50. Brent's at 65. Let's go ahead and do a buy it now on this. Buy it now. It's available if anybody wants it. First come, first serve now. Stepfather 2, $45 buy it now if anybody wants it. Just claim that in the comments. I'll get another poster on deck. But that's a no bid, $45 buy it now. Sublime is $39.99. Secondhand Smoke. Sublime is $39.99. I don't know if I've ever had that one before. We still got 3 copies of the new music on vinyl pressing of Diamond Head. Diamond Head Borrowed Time, $38.99. Featuring Am I Evil, $38.99. I got one Phantom of the Paradise. This is also a new release for music on vinyl. 50th anniversary edition of At the Movies for music on vinyl, $38.99. Phantom of the Paradise. I still have Jelly Roll in stock. Ballads of the Broken. Jelly Roll is $29.99. Greg Rogers, first on Sublime. Matt Shepard, if you want on the waiting list, I'll put you down for one, but I only have one copy of that, and Greg was first. George Shares at 75 on the Beatles. Brandy Klein's out. Joe Maynard, let me know if you want out on ELO. Brent has that for 65. The Beatles is at 75. And we still got, very surprisingly, both copies of Living Color Vivid. Living Color Vivid, $39.99. That's surprising because when I originally did the restock of that, the restock of that was, I had like 50 pre-orders on it, or 55. There was a lot, but somehow we didn't end up selling any others. So maybe everybody's got one that wants one, but surely not because OGs aren't too expensive. Let me go ahead and just do the next poster that's here in the stack. This is Hands of the Ripper. Hands of the Ripper. Let me get that image. That's next here on the stack, and then we'll do another one the Friday the 13th. But this is the next that was in the stack. It's a $55 start. It's Hands of the Ripper, and it's a 1972 original one sheet. A 1972 original one sheet, Hands of the Ripper. That is an original one sheet, rated R. The Hands of Jack the Ripper Live Again. That is a $55 start. Hands of the Ripper. That's now up for bid. All right. Matt does not want on the waiting list. Matt does not want on the waiting list on the Sublime. That's okay. I'm still going to order them. Whenever they come in, you can claim one live. X-Hoarder is $36.99. And we have Little White and Jelly Roll, no filter, $44.99. All right. We have George Scherer gets the Beatles for $75. Great Japanese stuff still to come. This is sold to George Scherer for $75. And Joe's out on ELO. So Brent Robley, you get the ELO for $65. ELO is sold for $65. And the Hands of the Ripper is available if anybody's interested for a $55 start. Let me show that again. Hands of the Ripper, an original one sheet, $55 start. I'm still trying to put ELO in its sleeve. All right. Sold to Brent for $65. Let's see what else we got over here in the Japanese bin. I may read some titles, see if anybody wants bumped up in the rotation. It's got a lot of stuff in it. I may have to do this piece by piece. Hold on a second. Let me put the cover in there first. Turn to Stone, first track. That's a good one. All right, that's got a lot of stuff in it. Let's put some new auctions first. There's Jelly Roll and Little White. This is a German pressing. Let's go over here to some German stuff. This is David Bowie Space Oddity. I don't have the exact year, but it is a German pressing of Space Oddity by David Bowie, and it is nice. It's a $45 start. It's on this black RCA label, Space Oddity. $45 start. The vinyl is pristine, and so is the jacket. It's very nice. It's definitely from the 80s. It has a barcode on the back. It's a German copy of David Bowie Space Oddity. Ground Control to Major Tom. Here's another Beatles auction. Very cool. UK Flag Series, the first album. UK Flag Series #1, The Beatles, Please Please Me. Also a $45 start. It is Please Please Me. The vinyl is extremely nice. $45 start. UK Flag Series #1, The Beatles, Please Please Me. That's up for bid as well. I just realized we got a Bowie and a Beatles. So Paul or whoever else bids, make sure you either put DB for David Bowie or you put Beatles, whichever one you're bidding on. That way I know. But it looks like we already got bids on both of them. There's another one of those. One copy of Queensryche Left, $38.99. Great Cat, Worship Me or Die, $38.99. Neil Young Harvest, new and sealed, $36.99. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, $29.99. New Orders, $44.99. And The Cramps is $33.99. Heart Pearl Radio Broadcast, $33.99. Looks like Bowie is at 50 and the Beatles is at 60. Metal bin from yesterday. Edison, that's actually posted in the group. Whole lot of records. There's a video posted. It's every record that was left from yesterday. There's already been a few people claim some stuff. It's posted in the group. You can go there, watch it, and rewatch it. It's every metal record left from last night. That's posted in Whole Lot of Records. Anybody else want anything in this bin? The Cramps, New Order, Joan Jett, Neil Young, Great Cat, Queensryche, Little White and Jelly Roll, Exhorter, Living Color, Jelly Roll, Phantom of the Paradise, Diamond Head, surprised those still available, John Wick, Edward Scissorhand, Godzilla, Primus, Stranger Things, Motorhead, Jim Croce, Black Keys, and Rush. Kevin Jordan wants the Cramps. The Beatles has a high bid of $61.65. Bowie has a high bid of $60. Nobody bid on this, so it's a buy it now. It's a buy it now, Hands of the Ripper, for $55. Hands of the Ripper is a buy it now for $55 if anybody wants it. Hands of the Ripper. I'm going to go ahead and see what poster's next. But if anybody wants to go ahead and claim that, it's an original one sheet, $55. Buy it now. That's available if anybody wants it. Hands of the Ripper. That is a $55 buy it now. I'm going to lay it over here and see what was next in the stack. We're going to try to do all these in order. I've had two that's buy it nows. We have Midnight Movie Massacre. I'm trying to get to the other Friday the 13th, so may have to do one more, and I think then one of those are next, or maybe the one after that. Yeah, so one more here. Let's go ahead and try it. It's Midnight Movies Massacre. Let me get the image pulled up for that. Midnight Movies Massacre. And it is right here. And I left the sticky over here. Let me grab that. Got some more Funkos to show too. All right. And we're going to finish off this monster as well. All right, so this is Midnight Movies Massacre. It's an original 1988 one sheet, $45 start. It's an original 1988 one sheet, $45 start. Robert Clark, Ann Robinson, Midnight Movie Massacre. That's got some cool graphics on it. See some kind of like robots marching out of the theater, some kind of alien octopus destroying it. Midnight Movie Massacre, $45 start. That's now up for bid. All right, but make sure I didn't miss anything in the comments. Matt Shepard wants both jelly rolls. There's one jelly roll. There's two jelly roll. Those are sold to Matt and Matt. Beatles is at 66, 68, 69, and 70. That means the high bid on Bowie is with Paul Oakley. He has that for $60. And the Beatles is at 70 with Paul Oakley. Those are going once, going twice. Let's go through some buy it now best offer bins first of all. Let's go through some buy it now best offer bins. We had 4 crates of vintage. I've got everything condensed into 2. We had 4 crates of new vinyl. It's all just left what's in that half of that crate we just went through. And, well, where's that crate that was here last night? I have had something moved on me. Maybe it's this right here on the floor. Is there a Tina Turner record in here? Tina Turner was in the front of it forever. Yeah, I think this is some new stuff from, actually, what's in here? Is that from, let me see which one here. Give me a second. I'm going to be talking to myself for a second. That's got good stuff. That's that stuff left over from Paul's crate the other night. Let me go through this one. We got to have some stuff to show. So I don't know what's in here, but it's all on sale. Buy it now, best offer. Let's do it. Let's do it. And final call to get a bid in on this poster here. Final call to get a bid in on this poster here. One more look at it. Midnight Movie Massacre before I make it a buy it now for $45. Moving on. So everything in here is buy it now, best offer. I think there's some stuff maybe that was shown earlier this week. So right now you can claim it or you can make an offer. And trust me, it's Friday night. We're here to sell a lot of records. We're probably going to go through a couple more crates. And then we're going to start going through some posters, which is very time consuming. We started on posters last night about midnight. And we went through them for about 2 hours. That's going through stuff that we've never shown before. And we'll be auctioning ones at the same time. We have Bad Company, Desolation Angels, Rock and Roll Fantasy, $19.99. Bad Company, Desolation Angels, $19.99. It is this poster right here. Looking for a $45 start. It's an original one sheet, 27 by 41. Final call, 1988, Midnight Movie Massacre. Okay, Janis Joplin Pearl. No condition notes on this. This is actually the first label for this. This is $34.99, Janis Joplin Pearl, $34.99, and Al Jarreau, $9.99. Tony offered $14 for Bad Company. Sold to Tony for $14. See how easy that was? Bruce Springsteen, The River, 2 LP with both original inner sleeves and the insert, $29.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. We have Georgia Satellites, $34.99. Keep your hands to yourself. Generic inner sleeve, but the vinyl is super nice. Georgia Satellites, $34.99. Also, Al Jarreau, Breaking Away. Al Jarreau is $9.99. And April Wine Power Play, still in shrink wrap. A little piece of it missing there, but that's $19.99. Tommy Flowers is at $6.99 on Al. That's sold. And we have, let's see what's going on here for a second. Time out. Let me get my phone plugged up. It's got low battery again. My other one's charged up, but this one is getting low battery. So Midnight Movie Massacre, that did get a bid. We got 2 bids on it now. We have 2 bids. We have a bid for 46 and now 47 with Curtis Marachi. That's at 47 with Curtis Marachi. Tony got Bad Company. Tommy, you got the first Al Jarreau. Matt Lawson said BS 23. Bruce Springsteen, that sold to Matt Lawson for $23. George, we're a little far apart, or not. We're close. I shouldn't be doing it, but George, if you want that for $25, I'll sell it to you. That's a very clean copy. Not much ring wear on the cover. These are notorious for having lots of ring wear. I'll sell it to you for $25. And let's sell Greg Rogers, Georgia Satellites for $25. See? I'm taking offers left and right. I've only counted 1. But we got to end these auctions. They've been up for a while. We got to get lots of new stuff going. Bowie is sold to Paul Oakley for $60. Paul, you get that for $60. And Please Please Me is sold to Paul Oakley for $70 as well. We still got like literally an entire bin of Japanese stuff to go through. So that's both of those sold to Paul, 60 and 70. He gets a nice Please Please Me and a David Bowie. That's really good stuff there. I'm so excited I can't even talk. Nothing new. All right, and then we sold Georgia Satellites. George Sher, let me know if you want that for $25. Midnight Movie Massacre is now at $50. This has a high bid for $50. That's going once, going twice. Going once, going twice. Let's get some new Japanese auctions going while we continue to go through the spot now best offer. I have a Japanese pressing of Styx. Kilroy was here. And I have a really cool pressing of the Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade, or Hot in the Shade. It is Made in the Shade. The Kiss album is Hot in the Shade. I always get those titles confused. Styx, Kilroy was here. This is a Japanese pressing of Styx, Kilroy was here. $35 start. Mr. Roboto. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It has a small solicitation card. It also has a Japanese booklet with it. The cover is a gatefold with obi. Very nice. Also has the lyrics on the gatefold. $35 start for Styx. And then for a $45 start is the Rolling Stones, Made in the Shade. It's actually a compilation, $45 start. Angie, Bitch, It's Only Rock and Roll, Do-Do-Do-Do, Heartbreaker, Whip This Joint. What else is on here? Brown Sugar, Tumbling Dice, Happy, Dance Little Sister, Wild Horses. That's some good Stones music. There's the Japanese insert booklet. There is the inner sleeve. Nice cover of Obi. That's a $45 start. Styx is a $35 start. George Sherry says he will do $25 on this. Curtis Marachi, let me know if you want back in on Midnight Movie Massacre. Final call for $50. That's with Greg Rogers. Curtis Marachi, let me know if you want back in on that. Still got April Wine. Still got the other Al Jarreau, which is both in shrink wrap. War, the music band. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer, and I am flexible. War is $29.99, the music band. We have Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel, $14.99 for Emmylou Harris. Diana Ross, Swept Away. Diana Ross is $9.99. The Kinks, State of Confusion. The Kinks is $14.99. State of Confusion. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, $24.99 for Fleetwood Mac. It does have a textured cover, fantastic vinyl. It does have a saw mark on the cover, $24.99. And Phantom Rocker and Sleek is $14.99. Phantom Rocker and Sleek is $14.99. I have a couple new Funkos up here I have not shown yet. I have got, okay, this is another Godfather. Let me show it, but it's a little bit bigger one. This is a cool one. This is also from part 2. And this, Tanner said, this may be the coolest one we've ever had in all of the Funkos. Michael Corione from part 2. The iconic shot where he's sitting cross-legged in the boat room after his mother passes away. That's right before he makes that decision about Fredo. That is $29.99. That's Godfather Part 2. Pop Deluxe number 1522 from The Godfather Part 2. That is $29.99. It's got some good detail. It got his side table there. Got all that like Art Deco. It's even got the rug. That might be a really good one to have like out of the box. Some of these big ones look pretty good out of the box. Don't throw away the box. But some of these look pretty cool when you take them out of the box. I've had some damaged ones before. I've took them out of the box and priced them here in the store. And people have bought them. All right, we have ELH for $10. ELH was Emmylou Harris. Sell that to Greg Rogers for $10. And sell Greg Preston the Fleetwood Mac for $18. That is $18. Andrew Teets, you were second on Emmylou Harris. We have Styx. This is got one bid with Robert Philippi for $35. Everybody else is out. Tim Turner bid first on Rolling Stones at $45. Matt Lawson, you tied him. You came in second. Tim has that for $45. No one else bid on Midnight Movie Massacre. I never hear back from Curtis. I got to go ahead and sell this for $50 to Greg Rogers. Greg, I'm putting this in the sold pile. I'm putting your name on it. It's $50. I'm going to lay it right over here. That's sold to Greg Rogers for $50. That way I can see what's underneath it. And underneath it is the, I don't know. What is underneath it? Oh, cool. I got two of those. But first, let's do this one. And I think I do have only one of these. Oh, wow, that's good. We got two of these. So we have one that I sold earlier that lots of people were bidding on. And I've got another one. It was folded up. That means we have two of them. Okay, so we have an original 1982 one sheet. Let me show it to you. An original 1982 one sheet of what, Chad? Let me show it to you. I can't believe no one's asked for this one yet. An original 1981 one sheet of Friday the 13th, Part 3, 3D, A New Dimension in Terror. I thought that one was really cool. An original 1982 one sheet, $75 start. $75 start. That is Friday the 13th, Part 3. $75 start. That's now up for auction. That's now up for auction. Okay, so we didn't get another bid on Styx. This is sold to Robert Philippi for $35. They're still bidding on the Stones. Tim Turner's at $49 now. Curtis had bid, or Matt had bid $48. This is sold for $35 to Robert Philippi. And Matt Lawson says he's out. So the Stones is a final call for $49. Let's go through some more buy it now best offer. Scott Marchheim, yes, you're on the waiting list for Slayer, Diabolus, and Musica. You're on the waiting list, yes. I got you down. Thank you. Box Tops Dimensions. Box tops is $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Elvis, His Hand in Mine, $9.99. I can't believe that didn't sell first go around. Elvis is $9.99. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. Mystery to Me, that one's available, $24.99. Also, What's Funk by Grand Funk, $19.99 on Grand Funk. And Supertramp, Even the Quietest Moments, with their hit song, Give a Little Bit. Give a little bit of my love, something, something. Give a little bit of your love to me. Give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of my love to you. You know that song by Supertramp. That's $19.99. Greg Preston, FM 17. I was going to say 18, but I'm going to go ahead and say sold for 17. Nobody else bid on the Stones. It's sold to Tim Turner for $49. Tim Turner gets the Stones for $49. And let me put this in the sleeve, Tim. That's sold to you. And final call to get a bid in on this. Let's look at it one more time. This is Friday the 13th, Part 3, an original 1982 one sheet. Final call to get a bid in for $75 before I make it a buy now. If you absolutely want it, now's the time to bid. Trillion. Trillion is $14.99. Trillion is $14.99. And Court and Spark, Joni Mitchell, that's in VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. Also, Kansas Monolith, VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Matt Shepard, I will sell you Supertramp for $15. I'll split the difference with you. Dueling Banjos, the soundtrack from Deliverance. There's John Voight there on the cover. EX condition, $17.99. That's on the original green Warner Brothers label. And there's another Edgar Winter Group. This was the first record in the first bin tonight. Here's another one, Orange Epic label, VG condition, $12.99. We're at that weird time tonight where the viewers are going up. It's that weird part of Friday night where it's getting late, but more people's getting on. I think they've got settled in from their Friday night engagements, whether they've been at a concert or a comedy show or out to dinner. But we had like 198 people watching. Now we have 100, or we have 247 people watching. It's that weird time of the night where everything's going up. All right, first come, first serve. If anybody wants it, buy it now for $75. Friday the 13th, Part 3. That's an original one sheet. Somebody can pick it up right now for $75 if you want it. $75 if you want it. I got our next two auctions to put up. But first, let me see. Matt Shepard said sold on Supertramp. That's for $15. Travis Wade said $15 on Deliverance. That's sold to Travis Wade for $15. Greg Rogers put DB12. That was probably for Dueling Banjos, so you were second. We have Matt Lawson, 9 on Edgar Winter, sold to Matt Lawson for 9. Michael Ruttman said 70. Tom Sullivan said full price. He said he'll take it. Michael, you were first. If you want it for 75, it's yours. If not, it goes to Tom Sullivan. Next, Japanese auctions. One of my favorites by McCartney. Paul McCartney Ram, a Japanese pressing with Obi. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. This is going to be a $45 start. It has a Japanese booklet, a little bit of discoloration, and it has the Japanese insert. Here's the cover with Obi. It's a gatefold, $45 start. Ram, Paul McCartney with Obi. Very nice vinyl. And then we have the History of Eric Clapton. What an amazing compilation of music. The History of Eric Clapton. The vinyl on this one, near mint minus and pristine. 2 LP Japanese pressing. It has a Japanese insert. Cover with Obi, the History of Eric. Wow, what a nice cover. Crossroads, Tales of Brave Ulysses. Those are cream tracks. Layla's on here. Sea of Joy from Blind Faith. That is History of Eric Clapton. $45 start, $45 start on McCartney. Michael Ruttman says he'll take it. Let's officially tag this to Michael Ruttman. Sold for $75. Friday the 13th. That is sold for $75. I'm going to go over here and pull it. Now, I have another poster here. I'm going to see, I guess that's why we had 2 images of it. So we've already sold one of these tonight, and here is another. So if you missed out on the last one, I can't really remember what the last one sold for. I'll actually show you this one in person, but I'll give you the image. It's folded. It's Creep Show. It's Creep Show. And I'm pretty sure we put the last one up for, I can't really remember. I don't have the sticky note anymore. I'm pretty sure it was like $175 start, right? But that's why we have 2 images. That's the first one. There's the second one. All right, so Here's a look at it. Creep Show. I think it was $175 start, and somebody has further knowledge on it, let me know. But here it is. It's Creep Show. $175 start. That is Creep Show. I'm pretty sure that's what we started last. I think the last one brought over 200. I think the last one we did brought over 200. That is Creep Show. So here's the second one. $175 start. $175 start. Creep Show. That's another one we have for tonight. It's available right now if you want it. $175 starting bid. Starting bid. Okay, so back up to the top. Clapton had a bid for 45. McCartney had a bid for 45. And Curtis Creep Show is $100 and what did I just say? $175 start. Greg Rogers offered $10 for Kansas. So did Greg for $10. Next is Paul Simon's Greatest Hits. VG Condition, $9.99. This is Paul Simon's Greatest Hits. VG Condition, $9.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, All the Good Times. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band's VG Condition, $9.99. And Jethro Tull War Child, VG Plus, $14.99 for Jethro Tull War Child. Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida. VG Condition, $9.99. Inagata Davida. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, VG Plus Condition, $14.99. Tom Sullivan first to PS Paul Simon. First time at one of these. How do we bid? Any prog rock. Tim's Totality. Welcome. Here's how things work. Right now we got 3 auctions going. We got a poster up for auction. It's an original Creep Show looking for $175 start. It's an original theater one sheet. $175 start. Then back here we got 2 Japanese auctions. We have a Paul McCartney Ram and we have an Eric Clapton. If you want to bid on anything, if you see right here where George Scherer, where my hand is, he just bid 55 on Clapton. That's how you bid. You put EC or you can type out Eric Clapton and then you put the numerical. Everything in the bins are first come, first serve. If you see something you want, you comment, like Tom Sullivan put PS for Paul Simon. Stephen Bender put Butterfly for Iron Butterfly. That means they're purchasing those. If you're a first-time buyer, I will recognize your name. I'll give you first-time buyer instructions. It's very easy. We do this every day, every night, $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to purchase. Right now, the high bid on Eric Clapton is $55 with George Scherer. $55 with George Scherer. And then McCartney only had one bid, and that was with Robert Philippi at $45. Clapton is now at $56. Everything in here is buy it now, or you can make an offer on it. We have the Association, VG Plus Condition, $9.99. Green Warner Brothers label, the Association. Little Feet Down on the Farm, VG Plus $17.99. And REO Speedwagon, VG Plus $14.99. That's in shrink wrap. I can't believe that didn't sell the first time around, or the Little Feet album. We're streaming this on YouTube, Facebook, and X. It's all being simulcast. It's all being shown at the same time. I get all the comments to the same place so I can see everybody who's watching. I'm going to remind everybody one more time, Creep Show, final call for $175. And I'm almost positive this last one sold for over $200. Final call for $175 before I make it a buy it now. $175. Or I can't remember if I keep saying $195 or $175. So I'm going to say $175 and go with the lower price. Final call, $175 if you want in for that lower price. Clapton has a new bid. George Scherer, you're out. Speaking of Paul McCartney, Band on the Run has the poster with it and the original on her sleeve. The vinyl's in EX condition. That is $27.99. Monica REO Speedwagon's in partial shrink wrap. Actually, it is in shrink wrap. It's on the original label, this orange Epic, and it's VG Plus condition, $14.99. Also, Tina Turner, Private Dancer. That's EX condition, $22.99. Like I said, don't hesitate to make offers on anything in here. We've been cutting deals. We've already sold quite a bit out of here. This is High Records, as in High, the record label. The Greatest Hits from Memphis, $9.99. No condition notes on that. And Original Oldies Volume 11. Original Oldies Volume 11, $9.99. Monica Harris does want the REO Speedwagon. Let's go ahead and sell the McCartney to Robert Philippi for $45. Go ahead and sell that to Robert Philippi for $45. Now, a little bit later, we're probably going to go through this crate and then maybe one more. And then the rest of the night, we're going to go through posters. And y'all going to want to stay up late for this. We got 2 full boot boxes. Let me give you, before you decide you want to go to bed, let me sell that to Robert Philippi for $45. Let me show you one of the boxes. Here's what we've been going through. I have dozens of boxes like this in the back, dozens of them, on a shelf where they've been for the last few years. This is the letter S, and this thing is full of movie posters. And I'm going to be honest, I have never even, that's only about the third time I've ever, there could be anything in here. We ran across some gems last night. There's no telling. I have the S box, and I thought that was a pretty good. I was like, man, think about all the movies that start with S. There could be anything in there. Those are all original one sheets. There's no telling. And that's kind of all genres. That's kind of all. There could be anything in there. Really, any kind of bin. That will take us, that's like an hour and a half to go through those at least. And then there's another box after that. So there's no telling what's in there. That's going to be fun. We'll do that after we go through another bin of check condition stuff here in a second. So Clapton has a new bid for $66 with Mary Ann. Tom Sullivan offered $14 for Tina Turner. You got it. Condition on Wings, Matt Lawson. The vinyl was EX condition, and the cover's in VG+. EX condition on the vinyl, the cover's in VG+. And it has the poster and the original inner sleeve. George Scherer wants the high records. That's so to George Scherer. Jim Gray says Men 7. What was that? I don't know if I know what that is, George Scherer. Greg Rogers, you were second on the high Memphis. And we have Clapton. So Clapton was at 66, and George Scherer, let me know if you want back in or out. Memphis, not men. Okay, so you were second to that one. You were second on that one. Interruptus Collectus. This is another one of those Warner. We've had a lot of these lately. There's Warner Brothers samplers. That one's $24.99. Matt Lawson, you get wings for $20. Making deals in this bin. John Entwistle, Too Late the Hero. John Entwistle's $14.99. And Different Strokes compilation. That has music by Lord Nero, Johnny Winter, the Chambers Brothers, Poco, Tom Rush, Big Brother, It's a Beautiful Day, $14.99. New bid on Clapton for $70. And let's make this a buy it now. $175 if anybody wants it. An original Creep Show one sheet, $175. Somebody can go ahead and snatch it right now if you want it. $175 on that. Sold to Curtis Marachi, $175. He just came in with a comment, Creep. That's sold to him for $175. Curtis, I'm actually going to unfold this one and put it over here in the sold pile so they're all in order. This is sold to Curtis Marachi for $175, and this thing was nice. Thanks to Jake for getting this new feature set up on our software here so we can show these. And thanks for Tanner for taking all these photographs. And I think he's in the back shipping stuff right now, and he's about to start taking more pictures of more posters. That's sold to Curtis for $175. Here's another one that we had two of. Let me pull up this image. Let me pull up this image right quick, and we had two pictures, and here is the other one. This is an original 1984. This one's only a $75 start. This is only a $75 start, and this is for Friday the 13th, Part 2. This is a teaser. This is an original, what they call teaser posters. It would have been displayed at the theaters. It's a teaser poster. Friday the 13th, Part 3, an original one sheet, and it is a 1984, and it is a $75 start. $75 start. That's now up for bid. An original 1984 one sheet, Friday the 13th, Part 2, $75. If you missed out on those other ones, there's a chance for that one. $75 start on that. Okay, so the last comment was Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton's at 70 with George Scherer. Mary Ann's out. Christopher Brusha on JE11. Sell that to Christopher Brusha for 11. John Entwistle. And Dominic Mussolino's at 75 on Friday the 13th. Let's go ahead and sell Clapton to George Scherer for 70. And we do have a bid on the Friday the 13th poster for 75. Let's go ahead and put up some new Japanese stuff too. But I'm going to show a few more records in the bin right quick. But we still got some great Japanese titles. And I have some of these other ones that, once again, I didn't get to because it got too late last night. But here's this right here. Where's my accent from? I am from Tennessee. Born and raised in the hollers. Pat Metheny and Lyle Mays, 1999, as Falls, Wichita, so Wichita Falls. Dan Hicks and his Hot Licks, Where's the Money? $14.99 for Dan Hicks, and Rycooter Jazz, $14.99 for Rycooter Jazz. Company B, You Stole My Heart, $9.99. Jan and Dean anthology album, 2 LP compilation, $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now, OBO. Well, it wouldn't be a Colectco sale without this record right here. I feel like in some form or another, one is shown every night. And it's Led Zeppelin's 4th album. It's actually untitled. It's called nothing. It's just symbols. But we call it Led Zeppelin 4. This is a Japanese pressing. This is a $55 start. The vinyl is beautiful. The vinyl's beautiful. There's the Japanese insert. There's the original inner sleeve. Rock and Roll, Black Dog, Battle of Evermore, Stairway to Heaven, Misty Mountain Hop, 4 Sticks, Going to California, and of course, When the Levee Breaks. That's up for bid. With Obi, very nice. Led Zeppelin 4. That already has bids for $55 and $60. And one of the very well-known Beatles compilations, the Beatles 62 to 66. This feels heavy. Should have some inserts with it. Both LPs are near mint minus and really nice. There's one LP, there's another. It has the poster. It does have the poster with it. It also has the Beatles discography book. It also has the Beatles lyric book. It has both original inner sleeves. Therefore, this is complete. It's complete with all the inserts and inner sleeves, gatefold cover, about VG Plus or better for Japanese quality, $45 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Preston 10 on Jan and Dean. Preston, I'll do that for $12 if you want it. $12 on that Preston. Al Jarreau, All Fly Home. That's a MoFi copy, $49.99. Al Jarreau, $4.99. Pat Metheny Group Off Ramp is $19.99. And REO Speedwagon, Lost in a Dream, $19.99. Let's not forget, Dominic Musolino has the high bid on this poster right here for $75. Going twice, going 3 times. Dominic Musolino is about to sell it or about to buy it. I'm about to sell it. Final call for $75. Next is Preston offer 10 for Dan Hicks, not Jan and Dean. Right here. This is $10. Sold. That sold to Preston Rose for $10. I still have Jelly Roll. I have Little White. I have Jelly Roll and what's that called? He's with somebody else. It's Little White and Jelly Roll. Yeah. And I have Ballads of the Broken. I have both copies still available. Zeppelin, 55, 60, 60, 70, 85. The Beatles, 55. Zeppelin, 90. And Led Zeppelin out. This is Wichita Falls. That was a Pat Metheny title. Pat Metheny and Lyle Mays. As falls Wichita, so falls Wichita Falls. $19.99. Very catchy title. Peter Frampton's $9.99. We have the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough. $19.99 for the Fabulous Thunderbirds. Jimi Hendrix, Free Spirit. Jimi Hendrix is $24.99. The Beatles featuring Tony Sheridan, $19.99. That's some early recordings. And Robert Palmer Clues, $19.99. Everything in there is still available. We have a final call on the Beatles. Chaz Gordon has the complete Beatles 62 to 66 for $55. Candice Lindberry has Led Zeppelin for $90. Curtis Marachi says FT 14. That's sold to Curtis Marachi for $14. Fabulous Thunderbirds. Dominic Musolino, this is sold to you for $75. Friday the 13th, part 2. You're the lone bidder. That's sold to you for $75. Let's get a new auction up on the posters. Let me go ahead and put his over here in the sold pile. And I'm going to do whichever one's next. There's quite a bit here in the stack. There's more than I realized. There's more than I realized here in the stack. But I'm going to lay this over here. This is sold to Dominic Musolino for $75. That's a nice one as far as condition. Here is another one. Let me take a look at this. Let me see what's left here in the stack. Oh, yeah, that one. Here's a couple on the bottom we had last night, but we took pictures so you could see them a little bit better, and I figured we'd show them. But let me get this next one, which has not been shown, but I found it last night in a box, or on top of a box, and it's called Take This Job and Shove It. It's an original one sheet. Take This Job and Shove It. I'm going to put this up for just a $25 start. It is an original one sheet. It's an original one sheet from 1981. Based on the song, written by David Allan Coe, it says there at the bottom. Special appearance by Martin Mull. That's a $25 start. Charlie Rich was in that film. It says down there at the bottom. That's a $25 start. Take This Job and Shove It. That's now up for bid. Okay. Zeppelin's at $95. And Zeppelin's at 100, and Pam Murray, $8 on Peter Frampton if you want it. That's technically 20% off. $8 if you want it. Led Zeppelin's at 100, and nobody else bid on the Beatles, right? The Beatles are sold to Chaz Gordon for $55. And Take This Job and Shove It is a $25 start. If anybody wants to go ahead and lock that in, I'll say that a couple times, and then we'll make it a BIN if no one bids. Henry's at 25. Let's see, price on both Jelly Roll, Stephen Bender. One is $44.99. These are sticker price. Little White and Jelly Roll is $44.99, and Ballads of the Broken is $29.99. Ballads of the Broken is $29.99. We're going to go through one more Buy It Now Best Offer bin. Let's go through one more Buy It Now Best Offer bin, and then we'll officially get into the posters, which we started about this time last night anyway. So we sold about half of that crate. Fantastic. If anybody else wants anything in there, make an offer. We have an out on Led Zeppelin. We have a bid on Take This Job and Shove It. I think there's a crate over here of Paul stuff that was really good titles, you know, that's still available. And if I can condense it with this other stuff, let me see what's in there. Let's just go through this right quick. It won't take that long, and there might be something somebody wants to make an offer. There's a couple pricey records in here because it's only about a half a crate, and I'm about to condense it with that other one. Now let's figure out where we got to. So I need this, please. Let me go ahead and unplug it. Job 25 out on Zeppelin. Take Ballads. Stephen Bender wants Ballads of the Broken. That's Jelly Roll. And now I have, how many copies? I have 2 copies left. This is on red vinyl, by the way, or at least they should be. We have an offer for Trillion for $10 with Curtis Marachi. And we have somebody who said they'll take Peter Frampton. I'm selling both of those. Let me find the Trillion here. Trillion. So this is sold for $10 to Curtis Marachi. And James Vasquez, unless she says she wants it, I'm selling that to you for $8. BJ is at 26 on Take This Job and Shove It. TTJASI. That's a long abbreviation. So new bid on this for $26. And that means Henry Paredes is out. Let me know if you want back in. And Led Zeppelin has a high bid of $100 with Candice Lindberry. The other person said out. This is sold for $100. I hope you play when the levee breaks. Boy, when that drum line comes in from Bonham, sounds like it's just so explosive. Man, it's like a train starting up or something. Okay, next couple auctions. Still got some Japanese stuff over here. Let's do a Japanese, and let's do a something from a previous sale that I hadn't got to yet, which is, I think, an OG Jimi Hendrix here. So Job is now at 28, now 30. First Japanese copy. Oh boy, you're going to be hooked. Though they sound, you just wait. You'll be looking forward to that one. Let's show this Hendrix first. I hadn't ran the matrix or anything, but I know enough about these. With this cover, with this inner sleeve, and this label, this should be OG stereo. It's a tricolor steamboat stereo pressing of Jimi Hendrix Experience. Are You Experienced? Purple Haze, Manic Depression, Hey Joe, Lover. This is a classic album. A very important album in rock history. There's the original reprise or reprise inner sleeve. Now the cover has some issues. It's got some scribbles. It's got some splits. It's got some tape. It's got scotch tape. It's got some damage. It's got some writing. But we're going to put it up for a $10 start. The vinyl's in VG condition. It's still playable. And I'm pretty sure that is 1967. $10 start on that. And then pretty much on the opposite end of spectrum as far as condition, Toto 4. We've already sold one of these tonight. Here's another one. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a $35 start. Has the hit song Africa on it. There's the Japanese insert. There's the Obi. $35 start on that. That's Toto 4. So $10 on Hendrix, $35 on Toto. Take This Job and Shove It. I'm wanting to point to it, but I got to click a button first. There it is. That is at $35 with BJ, and now it's at $37. Take This Job and Shove It. That's at $37 with Henry. They're bidding on that one now. Those are up for auction. Everything in here is Buy It Now Best Offer. We have Under Oath Voyhurst. This is on green vinyl for $24.99, under oath. This is some of that new stuff. This has a lenticular cover. It's really wild looking. Like, do y'all see what this thing does when you slide this over? It looks like a TV, like a static on a TV or something. Do y'all see that moving? Your eyes aren't betraying you. It's some kind of wild effect. I've never seen anything like that. But that's $24.99. It's on green vinyl. And everything in here is buy it now, best offer. We got John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together. That's on candy cane swirl colored vinyl, $29.99. John Denver and the Muppets. This is some really good stuff that was left over the other night. Chicago is $29.99. This is called Chicago Night and Day. It's on coral colored vinyl. Chicago Night and Day, $29.99. BJ, you're out on Take This Job and Shove It. Matt Shepard bid 10 on Jimi Hendrix. John Young has bid 12. Robert Phillippe offered $20 for Under Oath. That sold to Robert Phillippe for $20. Thank you, Robert. Josh Ragland offered $23 for the Denver. Josh, let's do a $2 bump on that. That'll make that an even $25. There's Chicago. Jimi Hendrix has a new bid for $15. Looking for a $35 start on Toto. This is here's one of the few soundtracks left over. Body Double, the original motion picture soundtrack from Waxwork. That is on sealed, and it's subscriber exclusive splatter vinyl. A subscriber exclusive splatter vinyl, $69.99. $69.99. Josh passes for now. No problem. Now, Take This Job and Shove It. Final call. Where did we get to? BJ is out. I just saw that come in. Henry has this for $37. An original one sheet. Going twice. Going 3 times. Take This Job and Shove It. All right. Rich Hopkins, I've already sold Trillion. Somebody already made a $10 offer on that. John Young's in on Jimi Hendrix at $20. And we have Toto at $35. George Somers is in on the poster. He just bid $40 on Take This Job and Shove It. We're not done on that yet. So if anybody wants John Denver, it's available for $25. There's no vinyl in here. It's a Queen box set, Live at the Rainbow, $74. It's 2 CDs, a DVD, and a Blu-ray, so you can listen to it and you can watch it. It's Queen, not Jimi Hendrix. It's Queen, Live at the Rainbow. Really cool looking box set, and it looks like it has some extra stuff. It looks like there's a poster in here and some memorabilia and a hardback book. So it's not just the media. There's some extras in there too. $49.99 on that. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $22. Toto's a final call with Nick Kennel for $35. Take This Job and Shove It has a new bid. Henry just bid $42. Stillwater. Stillwater is sealed, $39.99. It has a barcode on the back of the jacket, but I'm assuming it's black vinyl. That is $39.99. John Young offered $44 for Queen. Sold to John Young for $44. And let me see if I can get that in this crate. That has officially filled up this crate. So let me start a new crate by putting that one over here. And that's going to be the first record in this next crate. And that's sold to John Young for $44. He's also at $25 on Jimi Hendrix. Also at $45 is Take This Job and Shove It. This movie poster right here. Henry, you've been outbid. George has that for $45. Nick Kennel, you're going to get the Toto for $35. So let's go ahead and get a new Japanese auction running. They're bidding on Jimi Hendrix. And I think I got some other OG VG stuff over here, as I call it. We have a lot of great records in the back that are like VG condition or worse, but they're like OG pressings and really hard to get titles or desirable titles, but sometimes they're just not in the best of condition like this. This is why whenever we have a nice copy of Paranoid, if we have a nice one, they've been bringing like 100, or we had one that night sell for like $176 that was like pristine, because here is how they normally look. Like, seriously, we have several copies. Probably John has a stash of them like that just in the back. This is how they normally look. They're notorious for having ring wear. This is the original OG label. It's in VG condition. It's still going to play well. And of course, you know, it's an album that's going to be played loud, except for a couple songs on here is kind of quiet, like Planet Caravan and Hannah Doom can have some quiet parts. But, you know, War Pigs and certain parts of War Pigs and the Host Paranoid song, those are going to be played loud. But as you can see, the cover has very noticeable ring wear. It's OG, though. Paranoid, $15 start. $15 start on that. Black Sabbath Paranoid. That's a typical look for them. That's why when we do have nice ones, they've been selling for 100 plus. That's how they normally look. Jimi Hendrix had a bid for $25, then $26, and Job is at $52. We still got Tron Legacy, vinyl edition, motion picture soundtrack, sealed. It's a Target exclusive, 2 LP on blue and clear vinyl, $34.99. What is Stillwater? Somebody said this was the band that's in, is it Almost Famous, or I forgot. They were talking about the other night when we showed it. I wasn't for sure. Sealed, $39.99. It's $39.99. Jimi Hendrix, we've graded that VG, John. It has the original inner sleeve. It's the tricolor Steamboat VG condition. Of course, you know, the cover's pretty beat. Has scotch tape on the spine, writing, but it still exists. It's the band from Almost Famous, yeah. We have Superbad, original motion picture soundtrack. This is most likely on colored vinyl. It's never been opened. $54.99. $54.99. And Days of the New is music on vinyl. It appears unopened, $39.99. Appears unopened, $39.99. They're still bidding on Take This Job and Shove It. It's now at $54 with Henry Paredes. And George Somers, you're out. John Young is out on the Jimi Hendrix. That is now at $26 with Matt Shepard, final call. We have a $30 offer on Stillwater. Gary Samuels, I will sell that to you for $35, Gary Samuels. Split the difference on that. Tim, the minimum bid on Black Sabbath is $15. I'll tell you why. Most likely, if no one bids right now, somebody will grab it for that minimum bid price. If no one bids right now, there are no auctions left over tonight. Actually, everything we've put up has got a bid except for a couple posters. If no one bids on this, there'll be definitely somebody grab it for $15. It'll be a first come, first serve. So if anybody definitely wants it, I recommend going ahead and bidding. We have Arion, the Human Equation, $174.99. It's a 2012 German import, $174.99. The Chariot, Long Live, a 2011 pressing, numbered on white and black splatter vinyl, $54.99. The Chariot, Long Live, $54.99. And we have Arion 01011001. This is $149.99. A 2008 German pressing on clear vinyl, $149.99. Jimi Hendrix is officially sold to Matt Shepard for $26. We have a bid on Black Sabbath for $15 with Chris Kirkley. Henry, you're out on Take This Job and Shove It. George Somers has it for $55, and that is a final call. That is a final call. Henry's out, and let's look at that poster one more time. We have a final call with George Somers at $55. That's on Take This Job and Shove It. Final call, $55. We're about to sell it, and Black Sabbath is the final call for $15. Next is Arion, the Final Experiment, $44.99. That's a 2016. These Arions are well over $100 because they're out of print. There was probably only one printing, or they're very limited edition, all the above. And Friday the 13th, Part 3, the only horror soundtrack we have left from that collection. It is $79.99. It's never been opened. It's sealed. And because it's sealed, Paul cannot confirm which variant. We also have that other one that's $2,500, the one with the blood-filled vinyl, which I hadn't shown too many times. I don't like handling it. We're about to put it online. It's $2,500 if anybody wants to see it, if you're a serious buyer. I don't even know where it is right now, but I bet I can find it. All right, let's go ahead and officially sell this poster. This one right here is sold to George Somers for $55. That's sold to George Somers for $55. Let me go ahead and put it over here in the sold pile. And then even when we're showing other buy it now posters, I'm going to just show whatever's next here in the pile. Tanner, do you know if Michael Ruckman wanted this Kindergarten Cop? If not, I'm going to put it up for auction because we took a picture of it for Michael. He asked for it whenever the show was ending last night, and we took a picture of it for him. I have not checked messages, though. But, Michael, if you're watching, let me know what you said on that, and let's go ahead and put up this other one. Let's go ahead and put up this other one, and I'm just going to do whatever's next here in the stack. And there's some other ones in here. Arian Bundle, sure thing. Let's recap this bin first. Let's put up some auctions, though. Chris Kirkley, you get the Black Sabbath for $15. We actually had that thing marked for $24.99. $25. Kindergarten Cop was $25. Let me go ahead and put up a picture of it. And that way, if Rebecca rewatches this show, she'll see what we're talking about. This is sold to Michael Ruttman for $25. It's next in the stack. Michael Ruttman, that's sold to you for $25. Kindergarten Cop 2. Kindergarten Cop 2, that is, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll put it over here in the sold pile. I'm glad you're watching. I don't have to check messages. All right. I didn't realize that was... it's actually just Kindergarten Cop, not Kindergarten Cop 2. Yeah, that's it right there. All right. There we go. Arian bundle. We have Arion. Let's see here. We have 175, 150, and 45. I'm thinking 155, 135, and I'll do 40 on that one. 155, 135, and 40. 55 and 35, 60, 90, 290 plus 40 is $330. $330, and that is a total of $20, $35, $40 off. And I think we have Mark probably already at pretty fair market. Okay, now I'm going to start showing some buy it now posters, kind of like I was doing last night. I'm going to put another crate of records up here. I'm going to put another crate of records so we can show a little bit more vinyl. Embryonic Autopsy from Metal Knight. I'm pretty sure we do, but there's also a video up in the group. There's a video up in the group. A whole lot of records where everything left from last night is being shown. And then here's a couple more Funkos I have not shown tonight. Raichu and Vaporeon, a couple Pokemons we've never had before. Pokemon Games number 645 and Pokemon Games number 627. I have not had those before. They're available for $14.99 and $14.99 if anybody wants them. Raichu and Vaporeon, $14.99 and $14.99. And I'm going to set this off to the side. Tom Sullivan, just let me know on that. Let me put up an image of the next poster. Let me condense these over here with the other ones. Let me put an image up of the next poster. It was shown last night. I think I remember what I put it up for last night. I'm going to make it a little bit less. And this one's got some pretty interesting graphics on it. Here it is. And this is, it's a double feature. It's called Mad Doctor of Blood Island and Blood Demon. It's a double feature. All the horrifying nightmares of 1,000 frightening dreams in one panic-packed show. That is Mad Doctor of Blood and Blood Demon, a double feature. I think last night I said $155, $135 start. $135 start. $135 start. Mad Doctor of Blood Island, Blood Demon. That is $135 start. Okay, now we have a claim for both Raichu and Vaporeon. That's the Susie Breedlove, $14.99 and $14.99. Those are sold to Susie and Susie. I'm going to put those right there. Susie, you get those, and you get those. Tom, I can't do that right now. That would be quite a bit off. I'm going to pass on that right now. And then BJ said he'd give $65 for that last Friday the 13th that is sealed. I'll go ahead and do that. This is sold to BJ for $65. That's sold to BJ for $65. I'm kind of excited to go through these posters. I don't know about y'all, but I think I have one more crate over here from, let me see where that is. Yeah, it was, I think last night, it was the only crate we didn't recap last night where I did buy it now best offer. So I'm going to bring this over here and see what's going on. And so that poster right here is $135 start. We got more Japanese stuff to auction. This is $135 start on that. Next auctions, we have Band on the Run, and we have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. A couple unique copies here. My counter offer, I was at $330, which was, I think I said already $40 or $45 off. Which would be like buying those two and getting that one free if you want to look at it that way. I'll say $325. That sounds a lot better than $330. $325.
Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. I think this is actually a compilation. I'll show you what I'm talking about. The vinyl, though, is very, very nice. This is Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. $35 start. There's the vinyl. Very cool. Not released in the States. This is kind of a Japanese-only type deal. Gatefold. Awesome jacket. Man. The first side is samples of solo music, like Stephen Stills, Love the One You're With, David Crosby, Graham Nash, Stephen Stills, Graham Nash, and David Crosby. And then side 2 is actually a compilation of Crosby, Stills, Nash, Young songs. But what they've done is they've made a couple of these, the Neil Young songs on the Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young part, and then a couple of those from the first Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is cool. It's nice. It's kind of a Japanese-only thing. If it's released in other countries, I haven't seen it. I have a copy myself. That's a $35 start. And then we have Band on the Run here. Very cool. Big Obi, Paul McCartney. Another cover done by Hypnosis. They did all the Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd covers. They actually hired Hypnosis to do this. This is unique, though. This is actually not very good condition for a Japanese record. It has lots of scuffs on it. It don't really have any like marks, just like lots and lots of scuffing, which I guess you can call it marks. It has lots of marks on it. We'll put it that way. Marks or scuffing. So this one's not near mint pristine, unlike anything else we sold tonight. But it does have the booklet. It does have the Japanese inner sleeve. There's the cover with Obi, and we're going to put that up for, it's a check condition copy. That's up for a $10 start. $10 start. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash is at $35. All right. And final call on this poster right here. Final call to get a bid in for $135. Mad Doctor of Blood Island. Final call for $135. Brent's in at $35. Tom, I'm going to stay at $325 for right now. And unless I do some further research and say otherwise, I'm going to stay at $325. Let's do a few more records in here, then I'm about to bring over the posters. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, Volume 1, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Marshall Tucker Band, these are all buy it now best offer. The Beatles, Rock and Roll Music, Marshall Tucker Band, Long Hard Ride, VG Plus $9.99. Actually, I think Scott Marchheim might want this if he didn't get part 2. I got to find out. Tanner was checking on that. That might be sold already. James Gang Live in Concert, VG condition, $9.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on these. Steve Miller Band, Brave New World, VG condition, $9.99. Blue by Joni Mitchell, VG Plus condition, $34.99. VG Plus condition, $34.99. Joni Mitchell Blue. And Jefferson Airplane still available. A 67 stereo Rockaway press. Nice jacket. The vinyl's in VG condition, $29.99. Final call on CSN for $35. Final call on Wings for $10. Matt Shepard's bid. If anybody wants to go ahead and buy this, you can claim it right now for $135. Mad Doctor of Blood Island. It's available. If anybody wants it for $135 BIN, you can claim it right now. Mad Doctor of Blood Island. We have Tom Sullivan on JM. That was Joni Mitchell for $24. Tom Sullivan, make that $28 and I'll sell it to you. $28 and I'll sell that to you, Tom Sullivan. Jim Gray's at $12 on the Beatles. Now, if that was an offer on this, yeah, Scott Marchheim, he had sent us a message and he got volume 2 the other night and he's going to get this one right here. So Jim Gray, that's already sold to Scott Marchheim. Sorry about that. I'm glad I seen it when I did. We were just messaging him about that before the show started. The Supergirls compilation is VG Plus, $17.99. Supergirls. This has artists like the Orlons and the Cordettes and Skeeter Davis. It's a girls group compilation. It's nothing to do with like hard rock that you would think from the cover. It's more like classic early rock and roll. That's $17.99. We have Joni Mitchell, Shadows and Light. VG condition, $12.99 for Joni Mitchell. And another Jefferson Airplane. This is a 66 stereo copy. It's in VG condition, $24.99. $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Crosby, Stills, and Nash to Brent Robley. I consider him getting a great deal on that at $35. The Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, that is. And then Matt Shepard, you're going to pick up the Wings for a $10 winning bid. This sold to Matt Shepard for $10. And that was Band on the Run. That sold to Matt for $10. Let me see what I have next in the poster stack. But first, let me introduce some auctions. Let me do some auctions right quick. And let me go ahead and I might bring that poster box and inch it a little bit closer over here because it's going to take some time to go through these. And I've had curiosity since I pulled these off the rack when I got here today. I went back there. I'm starting from like this top shelf and we're trying to work our way down. I was like, I wonder what could be in this box. So I'm not picking or kind of going through them in any way. I'm just like, or any science to it. It's just like top shelf working my way down, which I guess is kind of random, but also a little bit of science. Jimmy Witherspoon, handbags and glad rags, VG plus $14.99. Jimi Hendrix smash hits, that's in VG minus condition, $9.99. Chris Wood Sr., 20 on Surlistic Pillow. I'll do $25 on that Chris Wood Sr. And we have Tom Sullivan. Did you want the Joni Mitchell for 28, Tom Sullivan? I never did see yes or no on that one. Pete Townsend Scoop is $24.99. And here's Crosby, Stills, and Nash, the self-titled album, VG condition, $14.99. I think that was an original Monarch. Let me move this Mad Doctor of Blood Island over to the side. And let's see what this next one underneath it was, which is one I think we had last night. And if it was, I kind of remember the price, but I have a different price in mind. Let me go ahead and get the image pulled up. If I can say the title, I was butchering the title like every time. I was saying something different. Chris Wood Sr. takes the Surlistic Pillow for $25. So to Chris Wood Sr. And Love Letters, Julie London, VG condition, $9.99. The Best of Cream, VG minus condition, $9.99. Our next auctions are, I still got Michael Jackson, Clapton, Steve Perry, Simon & Garfunkel, Paul McCartney, Elton John, Led Zeppelin, Elton John, The Beatles, Rush, Beastie Boys, Led Zeppelin, and Black Sabbath. Let's do the Steve Perry and Eric Clapton. Then I'll see if anybody said anything in there. First, this is Eric Clapton at his best. This is Eric Clapton at his best. This is another Eric Clapton compilation. Like earlier, we had the history of Eric Clapton. This is Eric Clapton at his best. It's a very, very nice 2 LP compilation. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the gatefold cover with Obi. $35 start. Awesome compilation. Clapton at his best. Thick Japanese jacket. Sturdy vinyl. Sturdy cover, and here meant mine's vinyl. Sturdy vinyl, too. $35 start on Clapton. And then Steve Perry, his solo album, Street Talk. Steve Perry, the lead vocalist from Rush. And this is really cool. Not only is it near mint minus and pristine, but it includes the original Steve Perry sticker sheet. All those really cool Steve Perry. Don't be tempted to pull those off and put them on your fridge. But they're yours, whatever you want to do with them. There's the hop sticker. $35 start on that. We have an offer for $10 on CSN and then $11 offer. Jim Gray, you are first. If you want this for $11, it's sold to you. If not, it's sold to Matt Shepard. Thomas Bishop gets the cream. What's the condition price on Julie London? Michael Nath, that's in VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. Steve Perry was with Journey. Did I not say that? Steve Perry was with Journey. What Beastie Boys? It's Licensed to Eel. It's Licensed to Eel. Also, Don't You Mean from Aerosmith. What did I say? Steve Perry from Journey? What did I say? Michael Nath gets Julie London for $8. Okay, I got to make some room, so let me show these Funkos one more time. I had Michael Scott. I'm going to put them away over here. These are Michael Scott, $14.99. And I had the Vito Clorione, and I had the Fredo. There's a couple. I still got new ones to show, but those are kind of in my way over here. So let me move these back over here on the cart. Those are still available. Vito, Michael, Vito, Fredo, and Michael Scott. Yeah, not Michael Clorione, Michael Scott. I said Rush. Yeah, Steve Perry wasn't in Rush. Jim Gray takes the Crosby, Stills, and Nash for $11. And that's sold for $11. Okay, next we have the Judys, Washarama, VG condition, $24.99. And Robert Palmer is $19.99. That's called Secrets. Doctor, $19.99. Robert Palmer, no condition notes on that one. Here's the next poster. I had this one last night. Dr. Tarr's I'm doing it again. I just told myself not to. Dr. Tarr's Torture Dungeon. Boy, that's got to be slow on that one. From Edgar Allan Poe's Dr. Tarr's Torture Dungeon. I think last night I said 75. I'm going to bump it down, I think, to 55. I may have said 55 last night, but I'm liking that price of 55 either way. $55 starting bid. The newest Edgar Allan Poe horror suspense thriller, Dr. Tarr's Torture Dungeon. Really cool graphics on that one. If you're a horror fan, that's a $55 start. $55 start. That's up for bid in the back if anybody's interested in it. Okay, we have, we sold Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I said Rush. What's the Rush album? Give me 1 second. I'll show you. Eric Clapton's at 30 with Joe Maynard. I'm pretty sure I said 35, Joe. I'm pretty sure I said 35. And Steve Perry does have O'Sherry on it. Yes, these are $35 starts. $35 starts. Elton John, Honky Chateau, $24.99. This is the MCA reissue. Great music, of course, including Rocket Man. Elton John's $24.99. Al Jarreau, All Fly Home. That is $9.99 for Al Jarreau. And Quarter Flash is $14.99. Quarter Flash is $14.99. Miles Davis is still available. 7 Steps to Heaven. Beautiful vinyl. $39.99, a 70s press. Matt Shepard's at 35 on Steve Perry. Joe, let me know if you do want on McClapton for 35. If so, I'll go ahead and do a final calls. The Dr. Tarr's, Brent, is 1950, 60, 70, Roman numerals here. 76. It's MCM LXXVI. L, that's 50, 60, 76. 1976. 1976. One sheet style B. One sheet style B. All right, Miles Davis is $39.99, a 70s pressing, but very, very clean. That's still going to be an analog. Steve Perry has a new bid for $36 with Greg Terry. Joe is on the Clapton for $35, final call. We have Taj Mahal and the International Rhythm Band live and direct. These are all buy it now best offer. Taj Mahal is $26.99. Bob Thiel and the New Happy Times Orchestra with Gabor Szabo, Light My Fire, ABC Impulse, $39.99 on that. Also, we have Long Live Nothing. That's a 2001 pressing on orange vinyl, $9.99. Matt Shepard, you're out on Steve Perry. Final call on Eric Clapton for $35. Best of Hank Thompson, $9.99. Best of Hank Thompson, $9.99. Dolly Parton, I Wish I Felt This Way at Home, $14.99. Steve Perry has a new bid for $37. All right, I'm going to stop there and go ahead and start showing some of the first posters that's in this bin. The first thing here is this is the S box. This is a Super Mario Brothers promotional guide. Super Mario Brothers, the movie, a promotional guide. Super Mario Brothers. And let's see here. Super Mario Brothers promotional guide. And that is 1993. Let me pull up my website I'm going to be using over here to get some prices on this if I need them, because we're about to start showing some posters. George, let me do a final call on the Dr. Tarr's, which we're talking about this one right here, because somebody had asked about it. So I got to do my due diligence of final call, and then I'm going to offer it as a buy it now. Now, if no one claims it as a buy it now or no one bids, then we can talk price. But right now, I've still got to leave it up for bid and then the buy it now opportunity. So just FYI. So if you do want it, just saying, somebody might grab it as a buy it now, but it's available. So, and then if it doesn't sell, we'll talk price. Okay, we have first, we had Eric Clapton. We had Steve Perry 37, Steve Perry 38. Brandy Klein gets to Dolly Parton. Can't believe no one got that the first time around. Steve Perry 40, 43, and Matt Shepard's out. So let's go ahead and put the Super Mario. So this is some kind of press book for the film they did about the Super Mario Brothers in the 90s. And that is, now how we're going to do these, if you see something you want, it's like whoever asks first kind of gets dibs, and then I'm pricing it, and then they can take it. And everything I promise is going to be priced at fair market or below fair market. About everything we're doing, I'm doing all the, if some of these I price on the fly, most of them I'm going to look up. And we have no idea what's in here. We're looking at most of them for the first time. Looking at all of them for the first time, actually. Like this first movie, I don't even know what it is. Something to Talk About with Julia Roberts and Robert Duvall and Dennis Quaid. Something to Talk About. That's an original one sheet. Everything in here is folded because they're all original one sheets. That's called Something to Talk About. Also, we have, let's see, Mike Myers. an axe murderer, so I married an axe murderer. Mike Myers, so I married an axe murderer. The honeymoon was killer. Mike Myers, so I married an axe murderer. And then, what do we have here? This is Scanners 2. We had Scanners 1 earlier. There's Scanners 2. That looks like an original one sheet. Mario info. Christopher Brusha, that's a Mario press book. $14.99 if you want it. All right, Eric Clapton is sold to let's go ahead and mark this for $35 to Joe Maynard. And then the Steve Perry is sold. Steve Perry is sold. We still got more Japanese auctions to run, by the way. Steve Perry is sold for $43 to Greg Terry. $43 to Greg Terry. Brent Robley's interested in the Scanners poster. And let's do a buy it now on Dr. Tar's Torture Dragon. No Torture's Dungeon. Boy, I'm never going to get that right. $45 buy it now. There's the buy it now opportunity. $55 buy it now. $55. My bad. $55. I think I've said 3 different prices on that one. I got to keep a pen and pad up here. This is sold to Christopher Brusha for $14.99. I'm going to lay that right there, and the first item sold. That is $55. Dr. Tar's Torture Dungeon, $55. Thus, to clarify, Curtis, if you want it, it was $55. It was $55. That's what it was up for bid for. $55. If you want it. Okay, Scanners. Brent, give me 1 second. I'm already opening this one. I'll come back to Scanners. But this next poster here is Neil Simon's Seems Like Old Times. Chevy Chase, Goldie Hawn, Charles Grodin. Seems Like Old Times. I got to move this box a little further over. Let me move this here. All right. Okay. Give me 1 second. And we're going to put up some new auctions. So, Curtis, the Dr. T is $55. If you don't want it, that's okay. But that is what I said on that. I think I might have accidentally said 45, but it was a 55. It was a 55. Now my mic's off. Man, that was all kinds of problems there. And it's starting to rain here. I'm surprised our internet hadn't went out. Okay, we're on the right screen and we got the audio off. Okay, or we got the audio on. Let me show this poster for the 3rd time. Neil Simon, Seems Like Old Times, Chevy Chase, Goldie Hawn, and Charles Grodin. That is available. Now, I was over here looking for Scanners 2. And I got to get signed in over here. And give me 1 second. Then we'll be rolling. We got to put up some new auctions. Now, I don't know if Curtis heard me, but Curtis, what I said is this poster, let me put it up again, that was $55, and just let me know if you do want it or if you don't want it. That way we know where we stand. Okay, and then James asked for the axe murderer. We have the Scanners, and we have auctions. I'm going to try to do the last auctions we have over here, which is this Elton John Best 20 compilation. And we have a Paul McCartney Tug of War Japanese auction as well. So this is Elton John Best 20. It's a Japanese compilation. It is 2 LPs, no Obi. It's a $35 start. This is Elton John Best 20. That's a $35 start. It is a single LP, and it has a lyric booklet with it. Let me just take it out of this jacket. So there's the picture booklet kind of that came in on the gatefold. It's an Elton John compilation called Best 20. Textured cover with that photo That is a $35 bid with Tim Kingsley. He's in. And then Paul McCartney. And this is Paul McCartney Tug of War. Paul McCartney is a $25 start. Tug of War, $25 start on Tug of War. It's a Japanese pressing. $25 start on that. There's the original Japanese inner sleeve. Here is the Japanese insert. Here's the Japanese insert. Tug of War booklet. Paul McCartney, that's a $25 start. All right, so Curtis is officially passing on the Dr. Tars poster. Let me go ahead and set that over here in the no sale. That's only the third or fourth poster that actually hasn't technically sold tonight. I misspoke on the price, but that is $55. And then I'm going to go through all these that we photographed and put up for auction at least once. And here's the next one, which I'm pretty sure I remember the price on it last night. But I'm going to pull it up again because it was very unique. And I think I said on this one last night, which is this one right here, it was going to be a $125 start, which is the incredible two-headed transplant. There's a good image of it. That top left corner is creased. It got dog-eared. It was last night too, if you remember. But if you're going to frame it, it will obviously flatten out. But there it is again, the incredible two-headed transplant, $125 start, which is pretty sure what I said last night. There's another opportunity for that one. The incredible two-headed transplant, $125 start. I may have said $135 or maybe even $155, but there it is. Okay, more posters. So Matt, I'll do 35 on the Days of the New from the last bin, 35. Greg, if you're bidding on Paul McCartney, let me know. It's a $25 start. And if you're, make sure you put a numerical. And Paul McCartney is a $35. Paul McCartney is a $35 high bid of Tim Kingsley. There's another one just like I just showed. That one is another one of those. And I still got to get a couple prices on stuff. There's another one of those. What's that one called? What's this title called? I can't remember it. This is Seems Like Old Times. Seems Like Old Times. Looks like we got 3 of those. And what else do we have in here? There's a bunch of these, whatever they are. It's a bunch of them. Seems Like Old Times. We got like, that's at least 3 or 4 more, maybe 5. So we got possibly 8 of those. Elton John and Paul McCartney are both final calls. Elton John and Paul McCartney are both final calls. And Brent, the Scanners 2 poster, $25 if you want it. Scanners 2 poster, $25 if you want it, Brent. And the the other claim was James Vasquez, Axe Murder. James, 25 on that one too. 25 and 25. What am I doing? Yes, I got to show a few more records. I don't like leaving this bin, but we'll go ahead and finish it off. Bob Seger, It's You. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99. Blue Oyster Cult Mirrors was $19.99. Blue Oyster Cult Mirrors, that's still available. No conditionals on that. Very clean, $19.99. The Memphis Horns Band 2, $19.99 for Memphis Horns Band. Gentle Giant, The Missing Piece. Gentle Giant is $19.99, The Missing Piece. And we had Genesis Nursery Crime, $19.99. Genesis Nursery Crime, $19.99. All right, so this is sold to James Vasquez, the Axe Murder for $25. That's sold to James Vasquez. And then Brent, the Scanners 2 was right here, correct? Yep, that's Scanners 2. Let's show this. We have an offer for Genesis, an offer for BOC, an offer for Gentle Giant. Give me 1 second. Let me show this to Brent Robley. This is, I can show them a lot better if I open them this way, like that. This is Thoughts Can Kill Again, Scanners 2. Hold on to your head. They're back. Scanners 2. Got this eye up here. That's what's going on that. This is a buy it now best offer crate. And we're showing movie posters. That's what's going on there. Tim's Totality. Tim's Totality. This is $15 if you want it. Next, we have offers for Genesis for $14.15. Christopher Brusher, you're first. No, that was Genesis. Yeah, Curtis Marachi, you're first. And Paul offered 15 as well. Curtis, that's yours for $15 if you want it. Curtis, that's yours for $15 if you want it. Christopher offered 15 for Gentle Giant. Let's go ahead and sell that to Christopher for $15. And Tim, now if you're a first-time buyer, Tim, thank you and welcome. I know you are. That's sold to you for $15, and Curtis wants this for $15. Let me share you the link for anybody new watching on YouTube for the first time. Let me give you the link to our website, shopcollectco.com/contact. And please fill out this form right now if you don't mind. That's sold to you. Let's also go ahead and end a couple of these auctions. Elton John Best 20. This is sold to Tim Kingsley for $35. That's sold to Tim Kingsley for $35. And we have Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Paul McCartney, Tug of War. That was sold to Greg Terry for $25. And I have not pulled Days of the New yet. No. Right now, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 different things going on. Usually I have 2. I have 5 different things going on right now. And Days of the New, who made the offer on that? That was Matt Stapleton. Matt Stapleton on Days of the New. Yes, that was that new sealed copy, which is a great deal at $35. This is sold to Matt Stapleton for $35. Thank you, Matt, for reminding me on that. All right. Let me show a few more posters. Brent does want the scanners. That's sold to Brent Ribley for $25. We're about to finish this bin up, and then we'll probably focus solely on posters. This one looks interesting. It has a revolver on the cover, and this looks like it says Shoot to Kill. Sidney Poitier, Tom Berenger. This is Shoot to Kill. Everything in here is just kind of like price inquiry, and then I'll tell you a price. Shoot to Kill. And then if you hear me over here typing, it's because I'm trying to probably find a quick comp right quick. And if I don't, usually I'll just make up a price on the fly. And a great advantage of watching right now, these are not being auctioned. As you saw earlier, some of those pretty more desirable ones, pretty desirable. George Somers, $35. $35. It's you come in good fortune if you're usually first to request these. George, $35. He said sold. Sold to George Somers for $35. I can't make out what that says. Tim, if you haven't already, make sure you filled out that first-time buyer form, please, because if you don't do it now, you'll lose that link and you'll forget, and we'll never hear from you again because you won't know how to get to our information link. So if you haven't filled out that form, make sure you've done that. This is She's Out of Control. This is Tony Danza. She's Out of Control. I don't know about y'all. I look forward to this. These are like, there's no telling what you could open, especially when it's not stamped on the outside. Red Scorpion. Red Scorpion. They think they control him. Think again. Let me go ahead and try to finish up this bin very quickly. Everything in here is buy it now best offer for those still just purely interested in records. Bread, Baby I'ma Want You, $12.99. West Bruce and Lang, Why Don't You, $14.99. Triumvirate, Old Loves Die Hard. Triumvirate is $14.99. Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue, $19.99. Al Jarreau, $9.99. We have, this is FUCK on the Beach, Endless Summer, $34.99. 2011 Yellow Vinyl, that's $34.99. Rick Wakeman, White Rock, $19.99. This is actually the last crate of records, and then we're going to do nothing but posters probably for a couple more hours. That's what we've been doing the last couple streams. So this is actually the last crate of Buy It Now records, and then we'll do nothing but posters. Probably it'll take us a couple hours to go through these boxes. Paul Oakley gets Alan Parsons for $15. That's sold to Paul Oakley. We have Faithful Todd Rundgren. This is in shrink wrap. It has the Hop Track listing sticker on the back. $19.99 Todd Rundgren Faithful. This is $19.99 Jackson Blaylock. If you want Rick Wakeman, $15 on that. I'll do a $2 bump. Gary Puckett and Union Gap. This is $9.99. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, $9.99. This is my beloved Arthur Prosick. That is $9.99. That is on the black Verve label, $9.99 on that. Quarter Flash, take another picture. That's actually sealed for $14.99 with hop sticker. Rick Wakeman is at $15 with Jackson Blaylock. That's sold. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds is a 1980 pressing from Jacksonville. 1980 Jacksonville pressing in stereo. That's $49.99. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds. In mono. Area code 615 is $29.99. A 1970 Pittman press, $29.99. Trip in the Country. Area code 615, $29.99. Marvin Gaye, Here My Dear. This is an abnormally clean, original 1978 U.S. pressing. That's what Paul wrote on it. Abnormally clean. Marvin Gaye, $49.99. Also, Desert Rose Band is $14.99. Desert Rose Band. Vulgari is on white vinyl. That's $19.99. Also, Jefferson Airplane is a 67 Indianapolis pressing. VG condition, $19.99. John Cale, Paris 1919, VG Plus $29.99, and Roy Buchanan Loading Zone is VG $9.99. I don't know how many posters I've sold in these last 5 or 6 streams, but we've got to be getting up there into the hundreds. We've sold, I don't know how many hundreds now of posters. It's been quite remarkable. Jason Short on BB for $30. BB was Beach Boys. I can't do that. That is more like $45. And Greg Terry on JA for $17. Greg Terry, I will say that for $17. I'm at $45 on the Beach Boys, Jason or John Young. It's a 1980 Jacksonville mono pressing. Now, there is technically a poster, if anybody wants it, for $135. That's the incredible two-headed transplant. That is $135. And I think there's only one more underneath that one that was photographed that has not been shown tonight. And yeah, that's the Italian Job, which was $875, and that was being shown last night. The Italian Job is $875. We actually spread it out and took some real good pictures of it. Let me show that right quick. Right here, this is $875. It is the Italian Job. That may be the best one we've ever seen before, the Italian Job. Or that might be the most valuable one we have found so far, is what I meant to say. $875. That's the only other one over there. Jason, John Young's at $40 on the Beach Boys. Can you outbid them? We have. If not, I may end up selling it for $40. You've offered $30. That sounds pretty good, but we'll see where we go. Let's see what we have in here. Michael Caine, Sally Field, and Surrender. Michael Caine and Sally Field in Surrender. Some of these, if I can find the title, I'll just say the title. Some of them I'm curious of what they look like. So we're going to unfold them and take a look at them. Skin Deep. The comedy that glows in the dark. I'll do 40 if that works. That's what John Young's offer. Dibs are to you. Let's see, 10, 45, 40, 15. 15 would be another $250 off, 42. Okay, let's do $42. And that means you can have it if you want it since you asked first. If not, then it's John Young's if he wants it for 42. This looks interesting. Surviving the Game. Surviving the Game. Sweater Girls. Sweater Girls. Jason says he'll take the Beach Boys at $42. This is sold to Jason for $42. The Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono, 1980 Jacksonville Press, near mint. George is interested in surviving. All right, give me 1 second on that one. There is so many in this box. There are hundreds in just this one box. Street Night. Jeff Speakman. I don't know if I can get this one folded. I'll have to put this over here in the to be refolded pile. All right, George. Let's see this. $25 on that one, George. Yeah, $25 on that one, George. Richard Dreyfuss, Emilio Estevez, Rosie O'Connell, another stakeout. Another stakeout. George said sold on this, $25 to George Somers. These all start with S in this box, or at least they're supposed to. Wesley Snipes, Sugar Hill. That's the back of it. Wesley Snipes, Sugar Hill. Paul is saying somebody needs to buy a stakeout. Why hasn't anybody bought it is the question. $25 on Sugar Hill and $25 on Stakeout. Michael Ruttman and George Somers. 25 and 25 on these. 25 and 25 on those. John Cale, what did I say? John Cale? Who did I say? I must have not said John Cale. Uh-oh. A John Hughes film? I like the way that sounds. Which one is this? She's having a baby. She's having a baby. All right, so George said sold on Sugar Hill. That sold, let me move this box over here. There we go. Please balance. There we go. That sold to George for $25. Well, wrong order. That's sold to George for $25. Michael Ruttman takes this one for $25. Seems like old times. How much is that? Roy Buchanan. Roy Buchanan. This is Loading Zone. VG condition, $9.99. Michelle Miller is interested in She's Having a Baby. Okay, give me 1 second. $25 on that one, Michelle. By the way, we still got 172 people watching on both Facebook and YouTube. It is 12:30 now on Saturday morning, and we're going through movie posters. Here's another one, another stakeout. Michael Ruttman got the other one. Here's another one if anybody wants it. Jetstream wants Roy Buchanan. Now, if I could just create some kind of contraption while I'm showing these movie posters with like records going across the screen where y'all can just claim whatever you want. That way I could be showing posters. Now what I need is a button to show like records where I could go back and forth. Tanner, let's get on the... Tanner was, I think he said something like that last night. Now we need a bunch of pictures of photographs of records and other stuff that we could be showing while we're doing these posters late at night. I was like, well, when you get all that figured out, just let me know. This is sold to Michelle Miller for $25. That sold to Michelle Miller for $25. Yeah, we need like some kind of rotating, because like I need something just like constantly flipping through records so y'all can be looking at records while we're showing these posters. That's what we need next. What do we have here? Well, this is a lobby card. This is Sinbad and Eye of the Tiger, Walt Disney's Bears and I, Walt Disney, the Bears and I. There's a few lobby cards. And then what is this? I don't know. I bet it's a poster to one of these lobby cards. It is Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. Sinbad, the greatest of all adventures and his biggest adventure of all. Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger. There's a couple interesting items. Michael or Curtis and Michelle both are interested in Sinbad. Sinbad, Eye, Tiger. Let's see what's going on with that. Wow. A little bit more pricier than I thought. That one is $45. Sinbad is $45. Curtis, Michael, or Michelle. That's the order. Curtis, Michael, Michelle. Sinbad is $45. The Sunshine Boys. Who is that? That person right there looks familiar. George Burns. Yeah, George Burns. The Sunshine Boys. I asked John today, John Thomas, who works here, I said, John, how much stuff do you think we have to show in the back? He says, you got enough for 5 or 10 years if we don't buy anything else. There's enough stuff for 5 or 10 years. Sinbad is sold to Curtis for $45. Brent Robley, let me look up the Sunshine Boys right quick. Has the Academy Award-winning mention at the top. Brent, $25 on that one. $25 on that one. Can I get the lobby card bonus? Is that the same movie? All right. You talked me into it. We're going to put this lobby card and that in there together for $55. And then Brent, $25 on that. What's that, Tanner? Yeah, they say they need more pictures. We need more stuff. They need pictures of more. They need more pictures of posters so we can keep showing records. Seeing is believing. If you could photograph about 300 tonight, Tanner, I don't know how many you did last night, like maybe 20. Do about 500 pictures tonight. That'd be great. Santa Claus the movie. Santa Claus the movie. Brent passes on Sunshine Boys, $25 if anybody wants it. There's another Santa Claus. Getting into an older one here, just by the paper material. I like it when they feel like this. Definitely an older one. At least 70s. Summer. John Candy, Summer Returns. Or excuse me, Summer Rental. Life is a Beach. How the heck was this folded? This wasn't a traditional fold. I may have to call in Tanner. I'm glad he's up here. Okay, price on Kale. John Kale, VG Plus, $29.99. Paris, 1919. Paris, 1919. Early UK reissue, VG Plus, $29.99. Sean Jones, Summer Rental, $25. Henry asked second, Brent Robley asked third. $25 on Summer Rental. Situation Hopeless but Not Helpless. Situation Hopeless but Not Helpless. Alec Guinness's Situation Hopeless but Not Helpless. Sean Jones says he'll take it. Tanner's folding it back to its original form. That's sold to Sean Jones for $25. Skyjacked. Skyjacked. Charleston Heston. Skyjacked. Yeah, I know. That one was that one wasn't folded traditionally. $25, Brent. Skyjacked. There's another Sunshine Boys. There's another Sunshine Boys that we showed earlier. There we go. Let me show that. Sean Jones, Summer Rental, $25. Sold to Sean Jones. Six Degrees of Separation. Brent Robley says he's sold on Skyjacked. John Kell Paris, somebody's got to buy this. VG Plus 20. What was it the other night? It was Zager and Evans that was in here the other night. People kept asking about. They hop on, see we're doing posters, but the only record they can see is John Kell. Maybe we need to spread out some Metallica here. I'll put a Metallica back here. Let's do a Queensryche back here. Queensryche's $39.99. Metallica's $33.99. There we go. Okay, George Somers, 6 Degrees. That's that one right there. Yeah, 6 Degrees. Give me 1 second. $25 on that, George Somers. Chris Kirkley, are you interested? George says 25 on 6 Degrees. We were John Cale. It was VG Plus $29.99. VG Plus $29.99. Santa Claus. Was that one of those previous ones over here? Let me find one of those. Most of them have the titles written on the back of them. Nope. Sunshine Boy, Situation Hopeless. Was this a Santa? What was this one? Yeah. Felix, it's VG Plus $29.99. You've got to buy it. Chris Kirkley, $25. Chris Kirkley, $25. That's been the magic number tonight. Some of them's 25, some of them's 35, some of them's 55, some of them's 155, some of them's 255, some of them's 355, some of them's 455, some of them's 665. A lot of them are 35. Oh boy. This guy's Chuck Norris. Science created him. That sounds like a total Chuck Norris line. Science created him. Now Chuck Norris must destroy him. Chuck Norris in silent rage. He's an indestructible man fused with powers beyond comprehension. An unstoppable terror who, in one final showdown, will push Chuck Norris to his limits and beyond. Science created him. Did I sound like a movie narrator, like a trailer? Chris Kirkley gets Santa Claus for $25. That sounds like a good deal, buying Santa Claus for $25. What is this one called? Let me look that up right quick, Kyle Gregory. $35 on that, Kyle. $35. I got 2 of them. Get that back there. Oh boy. Mel Brooks in Silent Movie. That's a good one. Let's see. I need to sort these by recent, get most recent dates. There we go. Speaking of movies, I don't know if y'all follow the market, but VHS tape market is exploding. VHS tape market is exploding. It's pretty incredible. Let's figure out how this thing was folded. George Somers, who was first on this? George Somers. George, this is $45. $45. Okay, now, Felix, $25 on John Cale. We just put it out March 7th. That's yesterday, right? VG Plus $29.99. It's a 70 early UK reissue, $25 on that. Now, let's go back up to the top. Curtis offered $45 for the doctor poster. Curtis, I may go ahead and sell it to you. Don't let me forget about it though. George Somers, Silent. Sean Jones said, nice, good movie, Silent. Sold the one with Alec. That was this one right here, right? Yes, Chuck Norris. That's the one I opened. So this is sold to Kyle Gregory for $35, the Chuck Norris movie. That's sold to him. And we have George Somers sold on that for $45. $45. Felix gets this for $25. We're still selling records. Let me put something else up front here. Let's see. Let's put up a copy of... Let's move something else to the front. Here we go. There we go. That should have already sold. All right. Yeah, no more record auctions. We're just kind of showing posters right now. Do you have any Red Dead Redemption soundtracks, anything related? Not to my knowledge. I want the one with Alec Guinness. I think they were, well, they were the same, weren't they? It's whatever one I unfolded, right? Hold on a second. Oh, wait a second. Sold the one with Alec. Wait a second. Situation. What was this right here? This is Silent Rage. Oh, my bad. You didn't want this. You wanted the one Situation Helpless, right? So you wanted Situation Helpless. Okay. I got that confused. 35 on this right here. Let me make sure that's the right one. The one with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Right? Yes. Okay. My bad. $35. Now, where did we get to? The Secret of Santa Victoria. The Secret of Santa Victoria. And we got a few of those. Huh. I know this is a very popular soundtrack. We get this soundtrack in all the time. Don't know much about the film. Strawberry Statement. Music by Crosby. I can almost read you the tagline. Music by Crosby, Stills and Nash. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Neil Young. That's it. It's always weird how they build that. It's like music by Crosby, Stills and Nash. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. And Neil Young, which are all technically different artists. The Miles Davis. I don't have the exact year, Dale. It's definitely a 70s pressing. It's $39.99. It's a Terre Haute XSM 59704-1AH. But it's very clean. Very nice jacket. Very clean. Very nice jacket. $25 on Strawberry Statement, Brent. $25. Silence. The exciting story of a deaf boy lost deep in the wilderness. Brent wants a Strawberry Statement for $25. Is BLC an original? The one you bought earlier? Yes. Did you fill out the first time buyer form, by the way? Make sure you filled out the first time buyer form. Brent passes on that one. Never mind. All right. That's Surrender. We had that one earlier. Star 88. Star 88. Fred's wrote a lot of the titles on out of these. Star 88. If you just joined us, we're going through a box of movie posters, original movie posters. This is the S box from Fred Goodwin's collection. These are all starting with the letter S. That's what we're going through over here. And then, I hadn't told you the letter of the other box. The other box after this is UV. UV. That's the other one. It just says U-V. I thought that was pretty interesting. There's another Surrender, Sally Field. The 7-Ups. The 7-Ups. Seven Ups. Star 80. I don't know what that means. Star 80. Save the Tiger. Oh, I called it Star 88. Oh, Star 80. Okay. Well, my bad. Star 80. Fred wrote Star 88, 1983, and then whoever played in it. My bad. Best price on Miles Davis, $35. $35. Stolen Hours. Stolen Hours. The price on Star 80. Gotcha. I will tell you the price as well. Give me 1 second. I'm not too familiar with Star 80. However, I'm not too familiar with any of these. $25. $25. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. From Russ Meyer. Let's talk about him and Seinfeld. The 7-Ups. There's another 7-Ups. That was already shown. The Spikes Gang. Serpico. Wow. That is amazing. Now, does that mean George Summers gets dibs on that? I saw the font for that coming up, and I was like, "Whoa!" Now, that was weird. Let's see what's going on here. I have an idea what we have to do with this thing. Let's see what's going on over here with it first. That's a cool looking poster too. Yeah, George has got ESP. George, I'm looking at comps. I was about to say we could just I wouldn't be opposed to putting it up for an auction, but for like a $1 start and just see where it goes. But I think George does have dibs, keeping it uniform with what we have been doing. And George, from what I'm looking at over here, I will sell it to you for $55. $55. That was that was weird. Now, if that had been 30 minutes ago, we wouldn't have gave him those dibs. But it was like within the next 3 minutes. Okay, because the order was Sean and then George, and then Sean was willing to surrender his rights to George. So Stanley. Now, if Sean was like, I definitely think I should have it, then we might have had to put it up for auction or something. So we have Stanley. This is Tim has a pet rattlesnake. When Tim gets mad, Stanley gets deadly. I've never heard of Stanley before. And George says he'll defer to Sean. Okay. Just so even playing field there. Stanley. There's a lot of S's in here. The slender thread. The slender thread. Sidney Poitier and Bancroft. The slender thread. That looks pretty interesting.
Let's see there.
$45 on that one. That's pretty cool. $45 on that. Put that over here in pending. So Sean, just want to make sure you didn't want Serpico for $55 because the order on that earlier was Sean Jones, George Somers, Michael Ruttman, Felix Salas. And that was the 4 people who claimed it. He says he'll pass. All right, so that is, so just for clarification, I think I've already forgot the price. It was either $45 or $55, but it is sold to George Somers. And then Silent Thread, $45 on that. I think I said $55 on Serpico. $55 on Serpico. Let's see what we have in here. Oh, man, we had one of these last night. Sudden Terror. Sudden Terror, which was, I think, $45. See, Brent, I never did see your claim on here. Hold on a second here. Your comment never did come in. It was Sean Jones, George Somers, Michael Ruckman, Felix Salas, and I never did see anything else. That's it. Okay, and then SSS. That didn't come through on Restream. That did not come through on Restream. No. Sudden Terror. Did somebody know on that? I got to block this. I was over here trying to pull up Facebook so I could block this bot. Bots. Where are you, chat? Elizabeth Allen is... Why can't I see comments over here? Desktops are so weird. All right, Elizabeth Allen, you are gone. Okay. Elizabeth Allen, you're gone. All right. Okay. So, Silent Thread. Let me show this here. I'm going to make sure I got this one right. And George. Well, here's what I have. Just so I see what I'm seeing. It was Sean Jones, George Somers, Michael Ruckman, Felix Salas, and then there's actually no other like Serpico claims. Next poster. Slipper and the Rose. Slipper and the Rose. Slipper and the Rose. The story of Cinderella. The Secret of an American Wife. The Secret of an American Wife. It's got a cut in it right over here. Walter Matthau. Shoals of a Fisherman? Why is this one making crinkly noises? Must be glossy. I don't like this. The Shoes of a Fisherman. I was about to say, what is the shoals? This is obviously being exposed to some moisture. It doesn't look too bad. It got a little bit of color pool right here, but it doesn't look too bad. The Shoes of a Fisherman. But yeah, it's where it was glossy. It's been pulled apart now. Sphinx. Sphinx. The Sting 2. The Sting 2. It's always got some cool poster. So there's the Sudden Terror poster. I still have that set out if anybody's interested. And George, I still had the Slender Thread laying over here in pending if you still wanted that. Just make sure everybody knows we were on that. Silver Streak. Gene Wilder, Richard Pryor. Silver Streak. Lay those out. Let me look that one up. That one would be $35. George Brent Kyle, $35. George Brent Kyle, $35. Sky Riders. Sky Riders. Sold to George for $35. I'll remember these orders in case there comes up other ones, what there's a good chance with this collection there could be. So we'll try to remember the orders. Seven Hours to Judgment. 7 Hours to Judgment. Slither. 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 Look that one up. $25 on Slither. Brent first and then Henry. Brent first, then Henry. Brent passes. Henry, $25 if you want it. Henry Paredes. I'm going, as far as order, I'm just going by whatever's on Restream, which should also mirror here on the, whatever's on Restream should mirror here on your screen as it does on my phone. Every once in a while, there's a rare glitch, but I'm going by what's here, which it should also be like the last one, the silver, it was George Brent Kyle. This one was Brent Henry. Henry says he'll take it, which is $25 for Slither. That's what I'm seeing. Every once in a while, of course, hey, there's another summer rental. I don't know if my feed goes up high enough to see who was next. We'll try. If not, you might want to go ahead and comment again. But we've already sold one of those. There's another summer rental. I don't know if I'll be able to go up that high and see who was next on that one. Summer rental. Sometimes I don't know if it can go up that high. It was Sean Jones, Henry Paredes, and Brent Robley last time. Oh, I got another one. I've got another one coming up next, so I got 2 of them. So Henry, if you still want one for 25, and Brent Robley, if you still want one for 25. That was the order the last time on it. And this one is folded weird. Tanner had to do the other one. I think it's folded. Oh boy. Yeah, had a weird fold to it. All right, let me go way down to the bottom. There's another summer rental. Henry and Brent both said sold. 25 and 25. That's what we sold the other one for. Mitch, if there happens to be another one, you're next. They were next in line from the last time. Luckily, my feed went up that high. St. Valentine's Massacre. St. Valentine's Day Massacre. That one's up. It's raining hard here in Lebanon. $35 on that one. Brent, you're first. Or excuse me, George is first. George is first and then Brent. $35 on that one. George, then Brent. What is going on here? This is St. Ives. George passes. Brent, it goes to you. St. Ives. Charles Bronson is Ray St. Ives. He's clean, he's mean, he's the go-between. I've got several of those. I think they're all the same. St. Ives, St. Ives, St. Ives, St. Ives, if anybody's interested in those. Street Night. We've already shown that one. Yeah, Jeff Speakman. Street Night. We had one of these earlier as well. This is Wesley Snipes in the Sugar Hill. Wesley Snipes, Sugar Hill. We've already had one of those, but I don't think anybody was back up. Is this a big one or is this more than one? Oh boy. Well, I know just based on these actors, I know this is going to be popular. What kind of movie is this though? Stir Crazy. Stir Crazy. Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder. I have not one, but 2 of these. I have 2 of them, it looks like. There could be more. Let me check the box. $35. Let me give it folder right at $35. Let me figure out who was first. I have George, Brent, Mitch, Henry, Debbie, Felix. If I can get it back folded correctly. And this one's folded a little bit differently. Nope, that wasn't the right way either. Nope. This isn't a traditional fold on this one. All right. I give up. I'll put it over here. That's a refold for Tanner. I'm not going to try it again. But I do have another one. This one's folded what appears to be the right way. And let me see if there's another one. There's not another one next. There could be another one in the box. You should start selling mats. Okay. All right, so we have, let me do that order. Also, Sean asked, I guess, Brent, you passed on St. Valentine's Day. I saw a pass from George. I didn't see a pass from you, Brent. It was $35. Then Sean Jones asked how much it was. And then the Stir Crazies are sold to Brent and George. It was George and Brent, $35 and $35. I'm going to put both of them over here together in case Tanner needs to, in case that one may be folded the same way. Those are sold for $35 and $35, George and Brent. All right. So, and he said he'll take it. St. Valentine's Day. Brent does take St. Valentine's Day for $35. And Bronson St. Price. That was just claimed for Brent. If I have another one, you will be next up if we are talking about the same movie. Okay. I try to remember when I unfold one, what is this thing here? It looks like it's some interesting looking graphics. When I unfold one, I try to remember. It's kind of like a quick memory game. This is Secret of Nim, maybe? Yeah, this is pretty much folded normally. So, talking about St. Ives. Oh, okay, St. Ives. I still got that. I don't know if I did say a price. Give me 1 second. The Secret of the NIMH. Secret of the NIMH. Wow, a lot of interest in that. I've never heard of this. Give me 1 second. And then, Sean, I know what you're talking about now. Wow, there's quite a bit of interest in this, what I'm seeing over here. This is an original one sheet, as you can tell. This is $35. This is $35. Okay, $35, but first, it was Jetstream, Curtis, Brent, Tim's Totality, Debbie Paredes. So, Jetstream, $35, Curtis, $35, Brent, $35, Tim's Totality, $35, Debbie Paredes. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 of them. So if all 5 people want one, I'll have an extra. I have Jetstream, Curtis, Brent, Tim's Totality, Debbie Paredes, and it looks like I'm going to have one more. $35 if everybody wants one. So I know for sure Jetstream wants one. I was lucky we had that many. That happens sometimes. Maybe not 6 though. Jetstream, $35. He already confirmed. Curtis wants one, $35. Brent Robley wants one, $35. Tim's Totality wants one, $35. Jetstream gets one, $35. Debbie Paredes does want one, $35. I thought I counted out 6. Hold on a second. I thought I counted out 6 here. Wait a second. Did I say Jetstream twice? I may have said Jetstream twice. Let me restart that because he corrected his comment, but he was first with the autocorrect. I may have said Jetstream twice. Let me do that again. It was Jetstream, Curtis Marachi, Brent Robley, no Jetstream. It was Debbie Paredes. Well, I messed up again. What is going on? This is called Chad Needs Another Monster. Or do I have more than 5? Jetstream, Curtis Marachi. I think there's other things going on here. Brent Robley. Tim's Totality. Debbie Paredes. Okay, so I guess I have, that is one extra. Yeah, that's one extra. And the next person to claim was Jim Sedal. Jim Sedal. Jim Sedal. Okay. Jim Sedal. I did say, I figured I did because he had autocorrect. All right. So who was next in case another one shows up? Travis Wade, possibly. And they're definitely $35. Okay, what do we have here? I think this may be a big skyjacked. We already had one earlier. Here's a, or is this just another one? Let's take a look, Brent. I know I've already sold you one. Travis was next. It was Jim Sedal and then Travis Wade. So he was number 7. Travis, you're number 7. There's another skyjacked. We've already sold one for 35. I've got 3 more. But I have forgot about St. Ives for Sean Jones. Which one did I open? I opened this one right here. Sean Jones, $25 on St. Ives. $25 on St. Ives. If you're interested. Sky Riders. Sky Riders. Wow. Cool graphics. Sky Riders. They soared from the skies to stage the most daring rescue ever filmed. Sounds like an action flick, and I think that's also what's next here. I think these are, yeah. Well, let me double check. There's another one. Okay, Survivors. The Survivors. The Survivors. Once they declare war on each other, watch out, you could die laughing. Walter Matthau and Robin Williams. The Survivors. That sounds interesting. With Robin Williams. Situation hopeless but not serious. Situation hopeless but not serious. Wow, this is a 2-sheet. Hold on a second. Let me reverse this one. Because I think that is not something I can open right now. Because I think it's just part of it. And here's the 1 sheet. Okay, that's a gigantic one. This is the 1 sheet, so we can get an idea of what it looks like. I saw the 1 sheet that was coming up, so let me show you the 1 sheet. Oh, we had this one earlier, didn't we? Yeah, we had this earlier. We already had that. Situation hoping. Didn't we sell one of those to somebody? Let me turn the camera. That might be the best angle. I think shooting it that way is the best angle. Brent, that last poster, the Survivors, $25. Yeah, Kyle's already got one of those. There's a part of a 2-sheet, Kyle. But Survivors, $25, Brent. He said sold. This is sold to Brent for $25. The Statue. The Statue. Okay, so that one is the part of it. Let me put the sugar hill over here and the statue. Okay. Is this... I don't know if this is what I'm thinking of or not. Spies. Spies. SP. Looked like it was like hyphenated out. Sutherland and Gould. Spies. Subject was roses. Subject was roses. The silver streak. Hey, we've already had that one. Silver streak. Now, let's see if I can figure out who was backup. And if it's already off my screen, we'll have to go by whoever's here. You got the last one. It was George, Brent, and Kyle. George, Brent, and Kyle. And I'm pretty sure I sold that for $45. So Brent, you're next. If not, it's Kyle Gregory. And then this time it was Henry, Michelle, and then Kyle. But Brent was next on the last one, and then Kyle. So $45 if Brent's watching, and he said sold. Kyle, you're next. And then now Henry and now Michelle. Shark's Treasure. Shark's Treasure. The Super Cops. Impossible. Incredible. Not for the Super Cops. I see a car. Well, has this, let's do it this way. Speed Trap. Speed Trap. Speed Trap. Now, I think we've already had this, and I think there was backups. Let me look at, maybe not. Slither. I know we sold one earlier. There's Slither again. Slither. The Shadow of the Hawk. Shadow of the Hawk. An Extraordinary Adventure into the Unknown. There's another Spies. We've already shown that one. The Secret Life of an American Wife. I feel like we've already shown this one too. Yeah. Seven Ups. We've already shown that one. Sex and a Single Girl. Spread out the shadow poster. What was the shadow? Shadow poster? What was the shadow poster? Let me look this one up right quick. $1965. One sheet. $35, George. $35, then Michelle. Shadow, Spies, Shadow of the Hawk. Michelle gets Sex and the Single Girl for $35. It looks like it says The Staircase. Rex Harrison, Richard Burton, Staircase. A sad gay story. Whatever this is, we got a bunch of them. Farrah Fawcett Majors, Jeff Bridges, somebody killed her husband. Somebody killed her husband. Farrah Fawcett Majors, Jeff Bridges. There's a bunch of them. This is the press book to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, the Bee Gees movie. This is the press book to the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. This is where you could order posters, marketing materials, lobby cards, banners. Perfect for a Beatles collector, a Bee Gees collector, a Peter Frampton collector. I feel like we had this poster last night, but what's it doing here? Yeah, we did. The Secret Seven. What box was it in last night? Horror and sci-fi, maybe? I guess it wasn't in the H or K, but I know we sold two. Sorry, I'm stretching right now. I think we sold at least 2 or 3 last night. This one has a tear up here at the top. Let me show it. Way up at the top of your screen. And it's kind of rolled over right here. It can be flattened, and but it's ripped, but it's in the dead area, I guess you could say. So the last two we sold for $55. I'll do $50 on this one. Jetstream and then Michelle. But the parts that's torn are in the dead area for the frame. $50. Jetstream says no. Brent says no. Michelle, if you want it, it's yours. $50. There's another 7-Ups. We've already had a few of those. The Step Forward Wives. Michelle takes the 7 for $50. The Step Forward Wives. Wow, that's a wild looking image. A very modern suspense story from the author of Rosemary's Baby. $35 to whoever's first. Brent Robley, George Somers, Michelle Miller. Brent Robley, George Somers, Michelle Miller, Travis Wade now. Brent said sold, $35. Oh, Sex and the Single Girl. Didn't we just have this? $35. Sex and a Single Girl. Seven Alone. Seven Alone. The Sicilian. The Sicilian. Salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Sammy Davis Jr. and Peter Lawford. Salt and pepper. $35, George. Michelle, you're next. George said sold. Small town in Texas. A small town in Texas. All Polk wanted to get was his girl and get out. All the sheriff wanted was to get Polk. $30, Brent. Oh boy. Man. The Secret 7. This one's nicer. $55. $55. This one's nicer. Brent said sold. Small town in Texas. Michelle gets this one for $55. Shoot the Moon. Shoot the Moon. Brent says shoot the moon. All right. Let me unfold it then. Make sure it's good. I don't know about y'all, but I'm thinking some Whataburger here in a second. Some Whataburger? Anybody else thinking some Whataburger? 25. Brent says pass, but if anybody wants it, it's $25. I had to look up the price anyway. Well, Brent says he'll take it. As long as I can get it folded right? This one's putting up a fight. This is first bend, and it's good. Then it's like memory. Oh, he says he's in for Whataburger, not in for the Shoot the Moon. Well, dang it. Thought you were buying a poster. Now, this one that I had pulled out, I put it back in the box because it was a big 3-sheet, and I couldn't read what it says. I'm going to try to read what it says without unfolding it. The Secret of Santa Victoria, which I think we've already shown one before. Jamie Wills Erickson takes Shoot the Moon. That's sold to Jamie Wills Erickson for $25. So that's a big Santa Victoria. Boy, this one's heavy too. So we're near the bottom of the S box. Here's what's left. There's still several in there. I think they're big 3 sheets. And then we're going to do the UV box. Suppose they gave a war and nobody came. And then there's this random piece here. Let's see what this is. The Secret Sex Lives of Romeo and Juliet. This is some kind of, well, I don't know what this is. It might be, it don't really look like a movie poster. It don't have any credits. It just says, this may be some kind of like adult feature theater poster. This looks pretty risque. The Secret Sex Lives of Romeo and Juliet. I've never heard that part of the story. Let's see if I can find out something about this. It says copyright 1968 on the bottom. Okay. Let's see where a couple's listed, but they're not cheap. $25. Brent and then Michelle and then Curtis. $25. There's the, let's make sure there's nothing else mixed in here. Suppose they gave a war and nobody came. Here's a 1 sheet of it. Suppose they gave a war and nobody came. The motion picture that will melt your chocolate bar. Michelle, it's yours if you want it for $25, the Romeo and Juliet. Stolen Hours. That's a big one. That's a 3-sheet. Stolen Hours. Oh boy. Who was next? Travis Wade. I have found another Secret of the NIM. We had 6 of them earlier. Here's number 7. Who was it? Travis Wade? Here's another one. Yeah. Travis Wade, $35. That's why it's good to be in line. Hey, what's that on the bottom? Is that another? It's folded. Is that another? Well, there's something folded in between them too. Is that another Halloween? Okay, good. We'll auction that tomorrow. And then what's that in between? There's something in between them. But yeah, those are sold to the most recent over there on top. So the most recent sold's on top, of course. Italian Job, okay. Italian Job. Yeah. Secret Life of an American. The Secret Life of an American Wife. Secret Life of an American Wife. Secret Life of American Wife. The Staircase. We've already shown that. But that was a 1-sheet. This is a 3-sheet. That was Richard Pryor, right? Staircase. This is a huge poster. Oh, yes. Michelle gets the Romeo and Juliet for $25. And there's another one. So there's another Staircase. I think George got the last one. These are 3 sheets, so they're very, very large. All right, and that's the bottom of the S box. Let's go through the UVs. That could be interesting. I'm going to try to put some of these away. Curtis. Curtis, if you still want that for $45, I'll sell it to you. Curtis, if you still want that for $40, well, because Tanner's over here folding all those up from the night right now. Let me pull that up. I think you've had the highest offer of the night, which is this right here, if you want it for $45. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V. U and V. I guess he combined them. So I had to say my alphabet. Sometimes I'll start from right in the middle. M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V. What letter did we do last night? Did you come across a maximum M? I already forgot what letters. We did I and K last night. We did I and K last night, and then a horror sci-fi box. I'm going to put these 2 better ones, Sudden Terror and the Slender Thread. George, you want to make an offer on Slender Thread? And then we're going to leave out Sudden Terror. I'm going to have Tanner photograph that one, please. Horror and Sci-Fi box. That was last night. Most of it sold. Most of those are already sold. That was already done last night. All right, let's do U and V here. And it's actually quite full. Here's how it's, I have not ever opened this. This is movie posters, U and V. All right. Most people here are looking for horror and sci-fi. That's what most people's looking for in these posters. Horror and sci-fi. Did you have Stand By Me? No, we didn't. George, I'll do, what did I say originally? 45? I'll do $35 on it. I'll do $35 for it. If I say I have posters, the first question is, do you have any horror or sci-fi? That's same way with like soundtracks, same way with Laserdisc. Everybody wants horror and sci-fi. They want bloody, gory, aliens. That's what they want. All right. I have no idea. I can't think of many U and V's until we actually see them, right? Let's go through these one at a time. Visiting hours. Visiting hours. So frightening, you'll never recover. Visiting hours. Visiting hours. Let's see here. $35, Michelle. $35. Somebody wrote on the back of this one, amazing artwork. It's called The Vengeance of She. The Vengeance of She. It's a little bit dirty down here, but there's another one. Let's see if this one's nicer. Oh, this one's much better looking. This one's like brand new looking compared to that one. Vengeance of She. $35, Brent. $35. And Michelle, I have another one that also looks very nice and crisp, just like the one Brent got. So if you want a nice one, $35. If you want this one that's dirty, yeah, that. I don't know, that might come off, but there's another one that's nice. Another one sheet that's folded, or this one for $25 if anybody wants the cheaper one. Yeah, that's the one there. And then Michelle also gets one for $35. If anybody wants this dirty one, $25. That has some cool artwork, though. I'm liking the V box so far. We're 2 for 2, pretty much. Well, except for that one. But, or 3 for 3. I've definitely heard of this movie before. It's got some writing on the back. Maybe it didn't bleed through. Vanishing Point. Oh, man, it's bled through. Vanishing Point. Yep, it's bled through right here. Dang it. So on the back, these were reused sometimes, for paper. Somebody put Revenge of the Pink Panther will play Saturday through Sunday, so they probably took down this poster at a theater and then they reused the paper. But as you can, I don't know if that, yeah, it's completely bled through on that one. So I'll still price it though. Let me look it up, as I bet that's still pretty desirable, but this one obviously has some damage. I don't know if there's a way to, I guess there's no way really to reverse that, right? I mean, yeah, it's like bled through. The purple Sharpie. I don't know if there's any way you could put light on it. If I could spell vanishing, it would help me out a lot. There's an I there, Chad, not another A. Vanishing Point. This is wow, there's the one they have on here looks a lot different. What is this one? Is this a teaser or something? Hold on a second. This is what is going on with this one? Well, it's a double feature. First of all, hold on a second. It's a double feature. It's Vanishing Point and Dirty Mary Crazy Larry. It's a double feature. Dirty Mary Crazy Larry and Vanishing Point. So it's not an original Vanishing Point to begin with. I don't actually see something like that on here though. Let's say Dirty Mary, not Dirty. Dirty Harry that's a Clint Eastwood movie. I still don't see one. Interesting. Let me try a different way. Could be something pretty scarce. I don't see one. It does say Dirty Mary, right? DIRT. Wow. I mean, I'm using Heritage Database, and now I'm on eBay, and I don't see active, sold. I don't see anything. Yeah. Okay. So, is anybody that asked still wants a price? I really don't know on something like this. I can't really find a comp, but it also has some damage. Sean, Josh, Thomas, George, are y'all still interested? Hey, here's another Vengeance of She. We just sold 2. Here's another one, another nice one. Vengeance of She, $35. Vengeance of She. Curtis Marachi gets this one. $35, Curtis Marachi. Underground. Robert Goulet. Daniel Gaubert. Sabotage, ambush, kidnap. Underground. Let's look that one up right quick. This turned out to be a really good box so far. It's putting up all these. What's a year on this one? 1970. $35, Brent. Sean, I'll do $30 on that Vanishing Point. $30 on that. Brent put under. He said pass. So $35 if anybody wants Underground. I'm going to put that over here with the other Vengeance of She. Vanishing Point, $30. Just, I mean, I can't find really anything about it. Up the Down Staircase. Have you found any James Bond posters? Well, it was actually an unfortunate story for me with Fred. I was really one of the first people to get into Fred's collection. He never did sell anything to anybody. I was the first person he ever was going to let look at any of this stuff, except for his physical therapist, who is also a Bond collector. So, like the day before, he had went through and picked out a lot of his Bond one sheets and sold them to his physical therapist, which in fact, I don't think he ever received payment for. It was very unfortunate. So, yeah, it was a disaster because I was walking in there when they were doing the transaction. The guy left with them without paying for them, and I don't think they ever got paid. So that's still up there. I was trying to help him out for that because that guy used to buy records from us, and he tried bailing on a huge order from us one time. I went to his house and collected the money. I was like, hey, man, you can't just buy $5,000 worth of records and not pay us. So he was trying his best. I had to go pick up the money in person. So he actually left it on his doorstep and left his house. I guess I guess he was intimidated. I wasn't trying to be like that, but I was like, man, I need some money. I still have the records, but it's a problem, right, Tanner? What are we looking at? Up the down staircase. I've only had to collect money in person a couple times. Brent, $35. I'm scary. I don't try to be scary. I guess because I work at night and I'm pretty much like a zombie. Is that why? $35. Sean says he'll take the vanishing point for $30. Sean, you get that for $30. But we had a Dr. No Goldfinger the other day. We had a Dr. No Goldfinger double feature. And we have found a Rode GoldenEye. And I think I've already got one. If I already have one in my collection, I'll sell the Rode GoldenEye. Brent says he passed on that. So up the down staircase is still available. And where did we miss anything? I don't think I missed it. All right, so that's still available if anybody wants $35. Continuing. This sounds interesting. Is this a 3-sheet or is this 2 tucked in 1? Uh-oh, this looks like a big one. Okay. Let's see if we can show this. I'll tell the title if no one's interested. The Ugly Ones. If somebody's interested, I will unfold it, but that's got like 2 or 3 pieces. Unmarried woman. Unmarried woman. We got 1, 2. Oh, here we go. Here's an Ugly Ones 1-sheet. That way we can see what it looks like. Because probably whatever this looks like, it's like that, but a bigger version. I'm curious myself. The Ugly Ones. I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. Well, cool graphics. Richard Weiler, Thomas Milan. For a bullet spent and $1 earned, he was the best in the business. $35, Michelle Miller. There's another up the down staircase. Under Fire. Under Fire. This one's folded weird, so let me remember how this was. That was tucked underneath there. Under Fire. Nick Nolte, Gene Hackney, and Joanna Cassidy. Did you take the money and drop off the records? Yeah, he told me where he left the money. He said he was going to Tunica, and I got the money, I counted it, and then I left his records inside his sunroom, which he left the door unlocked for me. And then we didn't ever sell to him again. Used cars. Used cars. The screen's wildest race against the biggest auto stampede ever. Thomas Sujar is interested in used cars. Yeah, I found out he was quite the gambler, especially on the golf course. So it sounds like he's floating quite a bit of cash that he doesn't have week to week to be in a profession like that. Thomas, $35. $35. I got that's I think looks like the nicer ones of the two. What was this? That was visiting hours. Did we do a deal on visiting hours? I think Michelle passed. There's visiting hours. Thomas Hujar gets used cars, $35. Next is Victory. I got another used cars if anybody's interested. Victory. Michael Caine. Pele. Did I say Pele? Sylvester Stallone. Undervic. Victory. $25. I have one. I got a bunch of them. $25. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brent says he wants one. $25. George, $25. George said sold. This is this looks like another double feature. Wow, this looks cool. Valley of Dolls and Beyond the Valley of Dolls. Let me pull George a Victory. Uh-oh. Russ Meyer. Let's look this up right quick. If I can find it, that might be tough because it's let's see here. Cool. Now, if I would have found this earlier, this would be something I would have tagged and put up for auction from earlier tonight. But trying to find a double. Wow, I'm looking at all the other ones, and they don't have as cool as graphics as this one, like some of the originals. I think there it is right there. Wow, last one sold 2016. $45. $45. Now, George, the corners are dog-eared, but they're not ripped. The corners are dog-eared, but they're not ripped. Other than that, it's okay. Sold to George for $45. Late night deals if these things aren't being auctioned. Excuse me. This sounds interesting. The Vulture. The Vulture. Oh, wow. Talons of Terror, 1966. The Vulture. That's what we're looking for, folks. This is what we're looking for. I like ones that look like this. Wow. Some of these don't sell very often. $55. Who was first? I thought I saw comments come in. Brent Curtis. $55. Curtis is next. The Venetian Affair. Any Chris Ledoux. Nick, we auctioned all those off 7 hours ago. About 7 hours ago, we started selling those. $55, Brent, on the vultures. Wow, look at the artwork on this one. The Venetian Affair. We auctioned all those off about 7 hours ago, Nick. You are pretty late. And they all sold for well over, one sold for 200 and something, and the other one sold for well over 100. Those are rare and do not come through very often. They are rare and do not come out very often, and they will always be auctioned. If I ever have a Chris Ledoux album straight price, then there is something wrong on earth. Wow, this poster sells pretty well from what I'm seeing. Vulture is sold to Brent for $55. Michelle, you got glitched like Brent did earlier. You got glitched. The only people that popped up was Brent and Curtis. Yours didn't come up. This is sold to Brent, the Vulture, for $55. Brent, the Venetian, is the same price from what I'm seeing. $55 on that. $55 on that. And I have the 3-sheet. And I have the 3-sheet. And I have another 1-sheet. He said sold, $55 on this. Here's another Venetian Affair 1-sheet. If anybody wants another one, Brent just got one. There's another one, $55. Venetian Affair. All right, let's see what's next. Vice versa. Vice versa? Visa versa? What's that say? Vice versa. Vice versa. Just when he was ready for midlife crisis, something unexpected came up. Puberty. Weird. Wild. I'll say the 3-sheet for the same price. I don't want to open it all up, but we'll see how good it looks just from the folds. It looked like it was folded pretty well. I mean, it's pretty compact. I don't want to open it completely, but as you see, it's actually, there's another 1-sheet in there. Hold on a second. I think this is actually, it's a 3-sheet, but I think it's one piece. 3-sheet sometimes just means the size, but sometimes they're all on one piece of paper from what I understand. I actually can get it unfolded for you. Yeah, this is huge. Yeah. I know you're not seeing much. Well, maybe now. Yeah. I mean, that's like really cool. Yeah, same price. So that's just a gigantic one of the same one. And then tucked in there was another 1-sheet. Nope, look, here's the bottom of it. Wow. No, there's the bottom of it. There's the bottom of it. So a 2-sheet, but it says 3-sheet on the outside. It must just be the measurement. It says 3-sheet. But I think that was all the poster. Let's look at that one more time. Because that looked like the bottom half of that. Let's see. Okay, that's definitely all the top. Metro Golden Meyer. Let me remember that. And that should be where this starts. Yeah, Metro Golden Meyer. So that's the butt, and that's definitely the bottom. So it's 3 sheets, but 2 pieces. I think 3-sheet is like the dimensions. It's like 3 27 by 41s are 3 times the size of it. Does that make sense? But that's both pieces. $55. I'll set to the same price. And then there's another one sheet, and then there's another one sheet. Okay. The Visit. Yeah, that's a big poster. That's in 2 different pieces. This is the big, what did I just say? I've already forgot. The Visit. My first glance, I thought it was Marilyn Monroe and Stalin, but it's not. It's Ingrid Bergman and Anthony Quinn. The Visit, Ingrid Bergman and Anthony Quinn. At first glance, it looked like the profile view of Marilyn Monroe and Joseph Stalin. And we have Van Nuys Boulevard. Van Nuys Boulevard. Now that's pretty cool. It's got a hot rod on it. Brent, I'll look up the Visit right quick. Find that one with the profile shot. Brent, $25 on the Visit. $25 on the Visit, Brent. It's pronounced Nice. The Van Nuys Boulevard. I wonder how many of these posters, well, I can answer it for you. Millions were taken down at theaters and just thrown in the trash. Pretty amazing all they survived, to be honest. The Visit is sold to Brent. Let me fix that dog ear so it'll be creased out. Brent, that's sold to you for $25. Now, I have good news and bad news. That was the bottom of the UV box. The good news is we have like 30 more boxes probably. Which at this rate, a box an hour, we could stay here for about 10 days straight and do this. I don't know if that math adds up or not, but you get what I'm saying. All right, and I think that's where we're going to stop. It's 2:07. We've had an amazing night. I mean, I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 completely full bins of records, which are mostly high-end titles and high-end auctions. We just sold another, no telling how many total posters. And I can't thank y'all enough for a couple things. One, for doing this every night with me, and for continuing to purchase night after night like so many do. Our business is built around repeat customers. We do have now a database of thousands of different customers, but most of y'all are repeat customers every night, every week, that watch for countless hours. And I hope you're having fun, because I have fun doing this every night as well. And the good thing is we're not going to stop. We're going to keep doing it. So tomorrow night, we're going to do it again. Let's take a poll. Is everybody good to do this again tomorrow? I'll bring out 2 or 3 more boxes, and around 11 or midnight, we'll do it again for the last night of the week officially. And then tomorrow, John and Paul are both here. We should have a ton of new arrivals from Paul. We should have a ton of new arrivals from John. I'll get some auctions ready. There was still about this many Japanese auctions we didn't get to. Where was a whole nother shipment that got delivered. I got plenty of other stuff behind the counter. We still got stuff from these couple most recent collections. Everybody's saying, let's do it again. If I can get our regular, 10, 15 buyers on here, who's a lot of people that's watching right now, most of this is being sold to 15, 20 different people, then we're good. Now, the guy asking totally, who's asked for that? Tim's Totality. Tim's Totality, the best way to tell you what's left is if you go back and watch. If you find our YouTube channel, make sure you're subscribed, but go to our videos, and if you go to the end of last night's video, the last box we went through is the horror and the sci-fi. So if you find all of our streams are dated, it should say Thursday, March 7th. Rewind or scroll through the end of the feed, you'll see all those horror posters that didn't sell. If you didn't see somebody ask a price and you didn't hear me sell it, then they're still available. I'm about to go to Whataburger for sure. That's my plans. Or it's actually pouring rain. Which I don't mind. I don't mind. I can run in my car right quick, but it is pouring rain. I'm not going to eat Waffle House again. That knocks me out. Waffle House is like a death sentence. It's like I had to immediately go to sleep after that. So, and let's not forget, I got to tag this one right quick for Curtis. Curtis, I got to sell that to you for $45. I hadn't officially done that yet. I'm going to put that one on top. And our poster's out. Michelle, none that hadn't been shown. There's a few rolled ones over here, but I didn't think they were too good of titles. However, I brought a couple over here the other night and we sold them. So, there are some, but none that we hadn't gone through before. We're going through all these live. I like the surprise effect for y'all and me. I don't want to, I'm not even, y'all see what's going on. We're looking at them. I have no idea what's in here. George has some ESP. He predicted Serpico. Still don't know how that happened. Now, I do have an autographed Warriors poster that I think, I've had somebody interested. I think he's passing. I do have an autographed Warriors poster, but it's not an original poster. It's a repop poster, and I think it's going to be available. I'm going to take a picture, or I already have pictures of it, but we're probably going to auction that thing tomorrow. I've had it since July. We got it back from JSA since in July. It's a real size poster, but it's not authentic. It's just a reprint poster, but it's signed by the entire cast. All the actors signed it, or at least the important ones. So I'm going to put that up tomorrow and let everybody know we're going to auction it. I'm probably going to start it a little bit below what I've been trying to get, and I have a feeling somebody might buy it. It's not, like I said, an original one sheet. It's rolled, which is, like I said with the rolled, I saw that it was rolled, and I was like, I bet this thing's not real, and it wasn't. But it is signed, and we have it authenticated by JSA. So, there's something else that's autographed. I just told Tanner we need to bring out some Neil Young autographs. We still got 27 different Neil Young. We hadn't sold one of those in a while, so need to do that. But yeah, okay. We'll pick out some more letters of the alphabet. I don't know what I'll do next. All right. Okay, I'm going to end the feed. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Thanks again. I'm going to go get some food and clean up and start getting ready for tomorrow. Thanks as always. See y'all tomorrow at 7 o'clock.